Good morning, good morning. Happy Friday, Crime Spies.
All right.
Good morning. Please be seated.
We don't have any housekeeping.
Happy Friday. Welcome, welcome, welcome. I can get rid of that now. Yeah, I can get rid of this too. How'd you like that new music? I found it on, I think it was Mix It or Epidemic Sound.
All right. This is CV 2022-09-5403. This is Lake versus Hobbs et al. I will take appearances at the beginning of the day, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Brian Blem on behalf of Plaintiff Kari Lake.
Good morning, Your Honor. Kurt Olson on behalf of Plaintiff Kari Lake.
Good morning, Your Honor. Elena Rodriguez-Armenta for Governor Katie Hobbs. Alexis Danman for Governor Katie Hobbs.
Thomas Liddy from the Maricopa County
Wonder how
Attorney's
many times
Office
Katie Hobbs and her
on
minions
behalf
are
of
going
the
to screw up
Maricopa
with our
County
live stream again.
defendants.
Emily Kreger from the Burgess Law Group on behalf of the Maricopa County defendants.
With me is Joe LaRue, Karen Hartman-Sayes, and Rosa Aguiar, all from MCAO.
Morning, Your Honor. Craig Morgan for Sherman and Howard on behalf of the Secretary of State.
Very well. Good morning to all of you. Please be seated. I just assumed as well that I've stated every time we come back on the record that the presence of your clients is waived. I presume that throughout this, you're waiving the appearance of your clients on both sides. Sometimes people come in, sometimes they don't. I don't mind either way. Nothing is being inferred from either presence or absence, but have I properly inferred that if they're not present, their appearance is waived by both sides?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Yes, Your Honor. And Ray Valenzuela is here as the client representative.
Right. That's correct. Okay. Very well then. As we left off yesterday, Mr. Valenzuela, if you could come forward to the witness stand, sir. You're still under oath, and I'm going to remind you that in just a second. Go ahead and have a seat. All right. So, give you a second to get set. You recognize you're still under oath, correct?
I do.
Well, continue with your examination, please, Mr. Ray.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay.
Good morning, Mr. Valenzuela.
Good morning.
I've just placed in front of you an exhibit. Would you please read the number on the green stamp that's on there?
Exhibit number 29.
Number 29. Do you recognize this document?
I do.
What is it?
It is a facsimile of our label sheet that we utilize for when we are curing and to identify the actions taken on a given affidavit, envelope, or packet.
So when an employee, either a temporary employee or a full-time employee was working during the 2022 Maricopa County general election on the signature verification process that was assigned to curing, how would they utilize these stickers?
So every attempt, every action made by that employee that's for that particular specific packet would get a label affixed. You could have multiple labels for multiple attempts, and they would identify the action taken. And again, as done yesterday in the exhibit, these abbreviated actions, left voicemail, LVM, left message, letter sent, all of that would be indicated and tracked utilizing these labels and the date that it was occurred or had occurred.
Thank you. And during the 2022 general election signature verification process, do you have personal knowledge that these labels were in fact used by your team that was doing signature verification and curing?
I do indeed.
Thank you. Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
Your Honor, I move for the admission of Exhibit 29.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
29 is admitted then.
Mr. Valenzuela, I've just placed another document in front of you. Would you read the number on the green tag?
Exhibit number 30.
Do you recognize that document?
I do.
Did you tell the court what it is?
It is our standard work document, if you will, with regards to how we manage one of the options for a voter to cure or contact us when we reach out to them with a question or no sig.
And how is it used?
This one is for internal staff that are assigned to the process of curing. There is, in addition to some of our temporary staff, but it is a detailed explanation of how that process, how to go into the SFTP secure file transfer protocol folder for when a voter, as an example, this one is specific to what we call text to cure. A voter can go into a portal once we send them a letter saying go there, validate their information, and then upload as if they came in person, upload a photocopy of their state driver's license or state issued ID.
And Mr. Valenzuela, do you have personal knowledge that those activities you just described for the court were in fact accomplished during the 22 general election signature verification process?
Yes, we have detailed tracking of those that were subject to curing and those that were cured and the methodology they were cured by.
Thank you.
Did you offer 30 or were you?
May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
Your Honor, at this time, I move that Exhibit 30 be moved into evidence.
No objection, Your Honor.
30 is admitted.
Mr. Valenzuela, I just placed another document in front of you. Do you see the number on the green tag?
I do.
What does it say?
Exhibit number 31.
And do you recognize this document?
I do.
What is it?
It is a sample of the letter that we would have sent to, if not the majority, almost all voters, is our first line of contact for somebody who has a question signature. So this is indicating the options that they have to reach back to us to cure their packet.
So just so I'm clear on the predicate for your team's use of this document, this is for ballot packages that still have questions after the level 1 signature review process?
It's for actually the level 2 and level 3. So the level 1 is to exception them, send them to level 2, and for that level 2 manager to concur that indeed it is inconsistent. Then that would be classified as a preliminary or as a question signature, which would trigger that particular packet to go down this path of having a letter sent to as a first option. All voters are sent that letter because we have vetted that address, and then gives them the options of how they can contact us back.
Ray, you're coming at me with a lot of information there, and I greatly appreciate that, and I'm sure the court has no problem following that. I, however, moving a little bit more slowly. So that is, in fact, after the level 1 review. that
after
right?
the level 1,
And after the level 2?
after the level 2.
And after the level 3?
Correct.
And do you have personal knowledge of these letters being sent out in the 2022 general election signature verification process?
I do.
Your Honor, I move Exhibit 31 in for admission as evidence.
Objection, Your Honor.
31's admitted.
Mr. Valenzuela, I've handed you an additional document. Do you recognize it?
I do.
What's the number on the green tab there?
Exhibit number 32.
What is that document?
This is another letter that is utilized specifically for no signature packets.
So that letter's different than the letter that's in Exhibit 31 or 30. Is that right?
That is correct.
So this one's only used for voters that forgot to sign the affidavit envelope?
It is because it has, again, as mentioned previously, a deadline that is different than the questionable sig. You only have, as Arizona law requires or prescribes for, till the election day, 7 p.m. So it does indicate and doesn't mislead a voter for no signature and gives them multiple options more than, because you cannot cure a no signature through a text to cure option. You must appear in person or recast in person.
So it's your understanding that Arizona law distinguishes between a person who signs the affidavit envelope and a person who forgets to sign the affidavit envelope?
It is in Arizona law and in, as well, in the elections procedures manual.
So yesterday you testified that there was a period of time that during the signature verification process in 2022 in the general election extended beyond Veterans Day, correct?
That's correct.
But not true for individuals who don't sign it at all?
Correct. That segment of individuals will only have until 7 p.m. on election day.
Has it been your experience that in elections, some voters forget to sign the outside of that affidavit envelope?
It is, and as indicated in the canvas, that we had upwards of 1,299 that did not return or cure that. So yes, it is normal in the process that individuals forget to sign that.
So that number that you just gave, and I'm going to ask you to give it again in a moment, but I want to be clear what it is. That's for individuals in the general election 2022 that did not sign the affidavit envelope at all, that were detected during the signature selection process?
That would be the final. That's not the, in other words, we identified individuals that did not, and they came and cured. So you would have some that would have identified as no sig, then been reprocessed with the signature when the individual cured. That is the final status for those that did not
So
by
what's,
the end of the election.
so what is the number that you just offered to the court?
1,299 that remained as no sig and uncured.
So that's after they received the letter,
Correct.
after the 7 p.m. deadline.
Correct. And other notifications as well. We don't just rely on the letter for both no sig and question sig.
Now, in your experience doing level 1 signature verification, how quickly can you determine that there's no signature at all in the box?
Quite frankly, it's probably less than a second to identify there's no broad characteristics need to be looked at. It's unsigned exception.
Do you have personal knowledge of this curing process and the use of this letter for individuals in the general election 2022 curing process that had no signature at all?
I do.
You personally recall that happening in 2022?
Yes, because it is under my purview and in part of the process by which we're monitoring on a daily basis.
While you and your team were executing their duties under the law to do signature verification after the general election in 2022.
Correct.
Your Honor, at this time, I move for the admission of Exhibit 32.
No objection, Your Honor.
Thank you. All right. 32 is admitted.
Mr. Valenzuela, are you familiar with the Maricopa County Elections Plan?
I am.
What is the Maricopa County Election Plan?
It is a forward process planning of the election, ahead of the election, to identify all of the resources that we would be allocating, all of the different items that would be, for lack of a better word, planned for.
And is that plan presented to the Board of Supervisors for
It is.
approval?
It is.
And do you have personal recollection of that plan being put together?
I facilitated, assisted, crafted, and presented that plan
And do you recall it being presented to the Board of Supervisors?
in conjunction with, or with my co-director. Yes,
And was that presentation done in an open meeting, noticed to the people of Maricopa County?
it was.
And did the Board of Supervisors vote on it?
They did.
And did that plan contain the number of signature verification, temporary and permanent employees that would be used?
It identified our goal, number of signature verification employees to be hired under the temporary capacity.
Do you recall what the goal was that was published in that plan?
I don't know specifically, but it was in, I mean, obviously increase over the primary and in the 20s, 30s to grow that temp staff for that process.
And in fact, was the temp staff grown for the process for the general election 2022?
It was indeed.
And as you sit here today, do you know how many temporary and permanent employees were used in the 2022 general election signature verification?
We had 155 user, if you will, assigned to that process.
Okay, now I want to know what we're talking about here. When you say user, are you referring to level 1 signature review verified?
Correct. And for clarification, actually, it would be 153 human users. There were 2 system users also identified in there, but 153 individuals that would have been tasked with or could assist with level 1 review.
153 employees that did this.
Yes.
And then you mentioned 2 additional users. Can you explain for the court what those 2 additional users are?
Yes, so we have what we call a batch processing and a system processing user, if you will. They are categorized for identification. As an example, and I think it may have been presented by the other witness, that there are 44,799 records that had 0 seconds. That is because those 44,799 individuals were in-person counter voters that came in and showed ID. So we don't signature verify. We don't go against that grain. We don't say, oh, well, your signature has changed. So even though you proved your identity, which is the purpose of the process, those automatically get moved into and identified as good sig pass. If you will.
So the law allows for an individual voter to verify their signature in a manner other than signing the outside of the green envelope.
Actually, the law mandates that for in-person early voting, and it's a recent change, a couple of years, that they must show proof of identity similar to as if you were voting on election day. However, they still use the affidavit envelope because they are voting early.
So they use the affidavit envelope that has the box for the signature, but they've already proven their identity as lawful voters in the process, correct?
That's correct. And those then are 0-second approvals because they're not required. They have already proven identity.
So even though they've already proven their identity, their green affidavit envelope still goes down for level 1 review?
No, those are actually submitted as good signature through a system process. They're
And how-
identified at check-in that they are in person early.
And that when they're identified, how does the system at Maricopa County signature verification record the time it took to verify that person's identity?
It would be a batch process that would from that check-in through that in-person site book, e-poll book, if you will, then that will identify that they have also captured that they provided proof of identity. That then data file will go up as if and entered into as a good sig through the system.
Can I mention that there were 2 users that were not among the 153? You just described one. What's the other one?
The others is our internal, what we call our internal good signature process. And that's reserved for the most part, our military and overseas voters.
What is a military and overseas voter?
Under UOCAVA, Uniform Absentee Citizen Voting Act, it prescribes that those particular voters nationally, not just in Arizona, are allowed to and provided for special exceptions, meaning they can be sent their ballot by mail, by email, or by fax. They can be returned by email, by fax, or electronically through a secure upload. Hence, they are not a regular mail packet, if you will, returned to us. They could be an electronic version of their voted ballot and their signed affidavit.
So how would the electronic recording process that monitors the time record those UOCAVA ballot voter identifiers?
Because those particular packets are not sent, they're not received in a mail packet. Example, you fax that to us. Those don't go through that normal mail pickup path. They then are, quite frankly, done how it was done, probably in 14 other counties that don't have our system. They are, that affidavit faxed in is then, and I think it was alluded to by one of the other witnesses, what we call BMO8, but basically it's a manual way to receive your affidavit, your repository, to verify that staff member, that would then be checked up as verified, card in front of the horse using our technology. But again, 14 other counties, probably that's the only way they can is use that manual. Then we go in and scan in that piece ID to assign it as a good sig once it's been validated and as consistent.
So when it's scanned in, that UOCAVA ballot, how much time does it take in the computer to verify the identity?
So it's manually scanned in by that staff and via barcode reader. So it's literally 0 seconds.
0 seconds. And just to be clear, a UOCAVA voter could be our women and men in uniform serving in the United States military service overseas.
That is correct. And that's the bulk of them.
Could be diplomatic personnel.
Correct.
Could be expatriates that are living somewhere outside the continental United States, Hawaii, Alaska.
Correct. 3,800 of those were returned.
3,800.
Correct.
Thank
Or the 2022 general.
Your Honor, may I approach?
You may, yes.
Mr. Valenzuela, I've just placed a document in front of you. Could you read the number on the green tag?
Exhibit number 37.
Could you look at the document? Do you recognize it?
I am very familiar with the document, yes.
And what is it?
It is our 2022 August and November elections plan, primary and general.
That's the election plan that you just testified was presented to the Board of Supervisors, correct?
That is correct.
And do you have personal knowledge of Maricopa County Recorder and his team using this 2022 election plan in order to do signature verification, to guide them in signature verification and during the 22 general election?
It sets out the plan of what our resources, how we would allocate them for all functions, but to include early voting and, in that case, signature verification.
And you recall that actually occurring in 2022?
Yes.
Thank you. Your Honor, I move Exhibit 37 for admission as evidence.
Objection, Your Honor.
37 is admitted.
Mr. Valenzuela, you've been in the courtroom for the past 2 days, correct?
Correct.
And you've followed along in the proceedings.
I have.
Do you remember Contester Lake's team putting a brief video up on the screen?
I do.
And what I'm referring to is a video from a camera in Maricopa County, McTech, which showed 2 workers in cubicles in front of computers. You recall that?
I do.
I believe that was Exhibit 19. And you were able to watch that video?
I was.
And when you were under direct examination by Contester Lake's legal team over here, they asked you some questions about that video. You remember that?
I do.
You remember being asked questions about the individual sitting on the left?
Yes, I do.
Were you able to see what that individual was doing?
I could see, and infer based on process and procedure what I believe he was doing.
Okay. So you saw it on the video,
I did.
and then you used your personal knowledge and experience from being a part of the 22 signature verification process during the general election to infer certain things,
That's correct.
but you don't know with 100% metaphysical certitude exactly what that individual was doing as depicted in that short video, correct?
I do not, but to add clarity, it could also be that it was a batch of verified and approved that would take.
On the basis of speculation, Your Honor. Just told him you're going to speculate.
Okay. I think that's the point of the question. That's what he's asking him, is he wasn't able to tell.
Okay, he testified.
Well, no, he asked him the question, basically, you couldn't tell for sure what was happening.
When he said, yes, Your Honor, he can infer.
Right.
So I'm objecting that asking this witness to speculate. Do you have any firsthand knowledge? Was he there watching it? He can see it on video.
No, well, you already,
He knows the process, Your Honor, then he full well understands the way it works and wouldn't be required to speculate.
no, I understand what you're saying, but just as the questions were asked of him yesterday, he can be asked the same types of questions today. This is based on what he observed and his understanding of what's going on. The other witnesses that have testified about that same exhibit have done likewise.
Understood, Your Honor.
My recollection, so I'll allow it. Re-ask or whatever, new question, same question, whatever you have for next for the witness.
You're right. I think the witness answered the question, so if that's sufficient for the court, then I'll move to the next question.
It's not me. I remember the answer that he said he applied what he knows
Right.
and viewed what was on the exhibit. And so his understanding was based on his experience. He has an opinion, but he can't tell with 100% certitude what was happening.
Since the,
So if you need more than that, you ask other questions. That's my recollection of what it was said. Go ahead.
thank you, Your Honor. So you drew upon your personal knowledge from your own participation in the 2022 general election signature verification process in an attempt to infer what the individual on the left was doing, correct?
That is correct.
And what do you think he was doing?
I believe he was following the process that's trained to or prescribed, which would be before submitting your completed 250 batch to re-review them, using the term go backwards, and look at those. And there is no prescribed for or mandated that you, in the re-review, that you re-review all the signatures again, as an example. You're just seeing the dispositions you set and reaffirming that, as an example, I set this as an exception. Is that correct? Or there really is, or I set this as a good sig and there's really no signature there. So they're required to go back, rinse and repeat, if you will, and re-review.
Okay, so a level 1 signature reviewer is given a batch of 250, correct?
Correct.
They review those one at a time, correct?
Correct.
You take however much time they need to take to do it.
Yes.
You previously testified that some of them are really fast, correct?
To review them, there is potential for them to be reviewed quickly.
Others take more time.
Yeah.
There?
Yes.
And then once a level 1 reviewer done this, is completed the 250, the protocol is for them to go back and review and make sure those codes they assigned are correct.
Correct.
And in your personal experience, is that a pretty quick process?
It is, because once again, they're not requested to re-review, go through all 3 exemplars as an example for something that's been exceptioned or set to be submitted as such, is to re-review just as a cursor check before committing that batch.
So you don't know what that individual on the left was doing and depicted in that short video, correct?
As testified, I do not, but I just can infer based on the process.
And your best inference is what you just told the court, correct?
That is correct.
Now, you also testified that that individual, to the best of your knowledge, was reassigned to do additional tasks. Recall so testifying?
Yeah.
And I believe you testified that at the time you didn't know why he was reassigned or where he was reassigned. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Subsequent to that testimony, have you taken any efforts to learn more about why that individual was reassigned?
I have.
Object, Your Honor. They're now introducing new testimony. They could have provided us with some form of employment history or reviews that would show why this gentleman was reassigned, when he was reassigned, and what user he was, Your Honor. I believe this to be user 134. If they would confirm that, we could have a more detailed discussion about this entire issue, Your Honor.
Understood. Problem that I have
Somebody's
in this particular
unhappy.
case is it's an election
Wanna say hi
challenge. The
to-
information initially presented
look
came through a public
hard.
records request and
look
not
hard.
through any types of
These
formal
glasses,
discovery.
I swear to God, I have
The
45
entire
glasses. I
batch
can't
of
find any.
information that was
that work.
submitted with regard
I'm
to
either
the
blinded
keystrokes,
or
the
I can't read.
documentation, the exhibits, that showed up virtually on the doorstep of trial. And I've allowed it because I believe that it's important to have as much transparency and openness as possible. So late disclosure is kind of something that goes both ways with regard to this. I haven't heard anything more than the question that's been asked.
Thank you, Your Honor. If I might make a quick offer of proof.
Please, yes.
Your Honor, user number 134, we can show began work at Maricopa County Elections Department on October 17th.
Mhm.
We can show that user number 134, the gentleman in question, continued working at Maricopa County Elections Department until November 11 as 11-1 reviewer, when such review was stopped, according to our witness's testimony, and most of the level 1 reviewers were let go. We can show this gentleman continuing to work in Maricopa County Elections Department in a different capacity, not related to some, I just want to testify and say something, but because they had a different role to fill. They were done with level 1, Your Honor, and we would like to be able to confirm that.
Your Honor?
Well, wait, let me ask, just to clarify on your offer of proof. Your offer of proof, you stated that the individual in question was employed up through November 11th, but you said in the capacity of signature verification as opposed to being reassigned.
That is correct, Your Honor. And I would ask leave to to present at least some photographic evidence of this gentleman showing these various dates.
Well, I anticipate then that we'll have cross-examination on that very topic.
Thank you, Your Honor.
That's fine. So you can present what you want to, Mr. Liddy, and then we'll have cross.
Thank you, Your Honor. I was looking forward to cross, and
Okay.
as opposed to an offer of proof, which the way we usually proceed, but we'll go ahead. May I indulge the court reporter to reread the question?
You may.
So you have. And would you share the court what you learned about why that individual was assigned additional duties or different tasks?
As indicated, part of this, and last night I went to get clarity because I do not follow all 153 employees that are doing what their assignments that, as example in testimony, Mr. Myers and Mrs. Onigkeit got reassigned as needed. We have an as need to go to curing, to go to adjudication. So I wanted to get clarity because mostly I feel our temp workers, including our witnesses, did a due diligence. They did their job, and I felt this individual was being maligned, and I wanted to make sure what it was. As I testified, I don't know. I inferred, but I did get information specific to where he was reassigned and what he was tasked.
Thank you, Ray, and I appreciate that, and now we all know why you did it. But what I'm asking you is, what did you learn as to why this individual, the one in Exhibit 19 on the left, was assigned additional tasks when it appears that he was doing what you thought he was doing? Why is that? What did you learn?
So for clarity and finding out through our different management level that he was reassigned just like Mr. Myers. I'll use him as a perfect example, that he was predominantly assigned, Mr. Myers as an example, to curing, but could and did a few signature verification. This particular individual was assigned to different tasks, SEBs, to curing, to all that, but it did not prevent him from assisting in an all hands on deck capacity because he was not necessarily moved out of that position for some sort of error or some sort of inconsistent work product. It was just more to the extent that we shift people as we do, and he was predominantly moved into different tasks rather than signature verification.
So it's your testimony that while he was being supervised during the 2022 general election signature verification process, no supervisor found fault in what he was doing at level 1 signature verification?
From my information I gathered, none that they had recollection of that specifically, that it was just reassignment and into different tasks as needed.
So he was reassigned because he was needed elsewhere.
As is part of our planning and part of our structure, we shift daily depending on the volume load in a given task.
So if there's a surge of curing that needs to be done, we call all hands on deck?
That is correct. Whatever the task may be based on the deadlines that are set that we need to meet.
So the fact that this individual was given additional tasks in no way should be interpreted that he had done anything incorrectly during level 1 signature verification review during the general election in 2022?
That is correct. To include the backwards review that is inferred he is performing, that he is being, I guess, apparently maligned to saying that is signature verification when in fact it more than likely is just a second review process.
So your testimony is that he was doing, after that, after the assignment of additional work, he was doing primarily curing.
Primarily curing, SCB. I do know that he also assisted with SCB process, which is a special election boards that go out and assist voters in nursing homes and such. So he was placed as helping wherever and whenever needed.
But he was perfectly qualified to continue doing level 1 review.
Correct.
And in fact, could have done additional level 1 review if he wasn't needed in SEB or curing, correct?
Correct. And as I testified, it wasn't exactly, but I know he was reassigned, and that reassignment terminology. Never did I indicate that he was terminated. He was reassigned to different tasks, just as many others, including, again, Mr. Myers, Mr. Onigkeit, whatever that task was that was heated at that moment that needed to be.
And in fact, that's consistent with your earlier testimony when you said he was reassigned, but you did not know why.
Correct.
But now you do know why.
Correct.
Because you inquired.
Correct.
Because you didn't want a worker to be maligned.
I don't want any of our workers. I really, truly believe all of them followed their oath as testified by the two witnesses. They did their due diligence. They did their work to the best of their ability as prescribed for in the oath. And I did not want him to be continued to be maligned when I didn't know the facts and by just saying I don't know.
Mr. Valenzuela, do you have any reason to believe that level 1, level 2, and level 3 processes were not followed in the 2022 general election signature verification and carrying process?
Conversely, I have proof that it has to be because we could not get the product to tabulation. It's a systematic process that has to occur for that to move it to that level.
Do you have any reason to believe that any ballot affidavit envelopes were not reviewed at a minimum by a level 1 reviewer in Maricopa County Recorder's Office during the 2022 general election?
Outside of the two batch process users, if you will, that did not require then review other than a poll worker, no, every single one would have been undergone a level 1 and or level 2 if pushed through to as exception.
And those two exceptions are UOCAVA and in-person voting?
That wouldn't undergo our signature verification application and would be a manual process, the 3,800. And then, of course, again, the 44,799 in-person early.
And that's all in accordance with the 2022 general election plan
Correct.
and in accordance with Arizona law.
Correct.
Mr. Valenzuela, when's the statutory deadline for the curing process in the 2022 general election?
There, as indicated, there's two deadlines. For no signature, it was November 8th, 7 p.m. For question signatures, it was Wednesday, November 16th, which would traditionally be November 15th, Tuesday, but because of the holiday was added an extended day by 5 p.m. So November 16th, 5 p.m. for question signature.
So is that when the curing process ended in 2022?
That is correct.
Mr. Valenzuela, while you've been in the courtroom hearing the presentation of the Contester Lake's case in chief, did you hear about an alleged 70,000 ballot packets that were not signature verified?
I did.
Do you have any reason to believe that there were 70,000 ballot packets that were not signature verified in 2022?
With the testimony I've given, I believe that that is accounted for by the numbers I've already given, the 44,799 that were not signature verified because they were proof of identity early voting packet.
Let's walk through that again. 44,000 and what?
799.
That were not signature verified because why?
Because they were already, identity was proven as required by law through proof of ID because they voted in person.
In accordance with your testimony just a few minutes ago.
Correct. And then there is, in addition to that, when we're speaking and I hear that under 2 second 70,000 number, I do also infer, because I didn't do the extrapolation myself, but that they also has to account for the 15,411 signatures that were cured, that were verified and approved. And as presented yesterday in our guides, when that stamp is verified and approved is presented to in front of the level 1 user, they are to accept that as good and move on, meaning they have the due diligence of them setting as an exception in the first place was taken, concurred, voter was contacted, voter cured, authenticated, we stamp it. That is as good as a good SIG as you can get. Then they were in that review process, 15,411 on top of that 44,799 would be less than a second and should be either because there is no review, broad characteristics, re-review, if you will, that is accepted and moved into that queue. So those could be in that under 2 second.
Well, Mr. Valenzuela, if you're correct, there is somebody out there alleging to the world that there were 70,000 with no signature review or signature review in a second or less or whatever. And you just accounted for all but about 20,000 of them, right?
In addition, you must add the 3,800 military and overseas that are scanned in on a outside of their signature reviewed and then scanned in as good SIG. That would scan would take milliseconds, 0 second.
And you've already testified about that.
I just today, yes.
So now we're down to 16,000, couple hundred.
Well, I think the math may be more if you do the 44,000 plus the 15,000, that's 63. Then, so that if we're talking about 70, I think we're in the 4,000 range. 44,700, then the 15,411. So that's 63 plus the 366.
Sorry to interrupt. Anything else you think you can account for ballots that were properly handled in the general election 2022 that somebody may accuse you or Recorder Richer or your outstanding team of full-time workers and temporary workers, some of whom were in the same chair you're in right now, accounted for? Any others?
At the moment, no, but I can say with absolute certainty, if I could get those 70,000, I can give you specifically because they're tied to a voter, exactly what their status was. They were a counter ballot, that they were a military and overseas ballot. So even the remaining that we're saying, well, what justify those, then that could be, very well be a Reynaldo Valenzuela with a big flourish R that had a Reynaldo Valenzuela exemplar, and it took the individual level 1 voter to say that is a consistent signature without doubt. Even looking at the first exemplar and counting 1,001, 1,002, good. So there is that potential that there are those exact match, but the majority, the bulk, are those in-person voters, 44,799, the cured that have a stamp, 15,411, and the military and overseas.
You just mentioned a counter ballot. Would you explain to the court what a counter ballot is?
We actually treat those particular affidavits, although they, again, use an affidavit envelope, it is the individual came in person to the counter, if you will.
So a counter ballot is a ballot from a voter who came into the counter in order to vote.
In this case, it's a holdover from when we had early voting, absentee voting since 1990, no excuse, where they would come into our office and counter. Now you can go vote at a vote center, so that we just left it as a counter ballot, but it's in person early.
In person early. And they have to give their ID right there on the spot, right?
As required by statute, yes.
So how many seconds does it take for a level 1 reviewer to do that?
Well, they're not doing it at all because, again, they've already, the idea of looking at signatures is to prove identity. They have proven identity as required by law. Those individuals are not second guessed to say, but the signature didn't match. We're not allowed to, and an EPM actually prescribes that you are not allowed to override that proof of identity. So those are established as good signatures.
Well, I'm not great at math, Ray, but when you said not at all, is that another way that maybe mathematically might be described as 0?
Correct. They would be 0 second because they are a batch process. And I think one of the witnesses, the analyst, was indicating that he identified that had to be, and it's a correct statement that it has to be because and I'll absolutely concur that it's impossible for a human to do 0 second, but it is not possible to upload and import those proven proof of identity records in 0 seconds.
We've also heard in this courtroom today that signature verification is the, quote, first line of defense to ensure that a ballot that comes in and is tabulated is in fact a legal voter. Does the Maricopa County Recorder's Office or Maricopa County writ large take any steps prior to signature verification in order to ensure that the ballots cast in the 22 general election are by legal voters?
So as indicating that it is the first line defense, that is an incorrect statement. The fact of the matter is, in order to get an early ballot, you must be a registered voter. So we work our way back into the process of how do you become a registered voter, and without over elaborating, you basically have to be vetted, your information sent up to vital statistics, MVD, Social Security, all to say you are who you are. So unlike voting in person on election day, that's what provisionals are. You could have not registered. You cannot have a not registered in early voting. You must have met that criteria. In addition to that, we also vet your address. During registration, I send you a voter ID card. It may appear to be altruistic of the department to let you know you're made the books, but in fact, it also serves another purpose, is to test your address. So you are a person, but do you reside at that address? Utilizing the United States Postal Service and their endorsement, return service requested, we contract to say if that individual, through their database, National Change of Address database, if that individual is not at that address, then that individual does not make it to the books.
So you can't just go to Walmart and buy a green affidavit envelope and a ballot, right? You got to get one sent to you by Maricopa County?
It has to be issued by us to a registered voter with a unique piece ID barcode that is assigned to that voter so that we can track it, and to that election more specifically. So it is a case that there is due diligence done on the front end before we send that. So it's not the first line. The first line is before I mail you that packet, are you registered voter? Are you eligible? And is that your address?
So there's 3 lines you just mentioned right there before signature verification.
Correct. So if you use it in let's say a forensic document examiner analysis, I've done some due diligence, I laid the foundation, and this is part of that is considered when you're looking at signature verification, that we've gone as far as even tracking it.
Testimony is based on some knowledge about a forensic document and analyst, and he's not a forensic document analyst.
Oh, okay.
And it involves the ballot envelopes being mailed to the voters and mailed back.
Okay. With regard to the statements related to forensic documentation or his knowledge of that, I don't believe he's qualified to talk about forensic documentation as an expert witness. But if you want to rephrase the question as far as...
Your Honor, I am asked him to testify to his personal knowledge.
Understood, but he threw in the phrase of it's one of the considerations for forensic documentation. That's what the objection goes to, and it can be phrased differently, but using that phrase as a technical term of art is the objection.
May I clarify?
Well, Your Honor, I would say that he's not using it as a technical phrase. He's using it in the normal vernacular for someone of his 32 years experience who has
Oh my
been
God, are we
trained
going to
in part
squabble
by
over word
forensic.
definitions
Understood.
again?
My job is just to make sure that the record's protected in terms of, it may seem like a technicality to you, but it's been pointed out, he's using a term that's been used in this courtroom as a term of art.
Mm-hmm.
And so I would sustain the objection if you want to rephrase the question. So, or you ask the same question if he wants to rephrase the answer without any reference to forensics, that's fine. I mean, statement that would indicate that he's qualified to render an opinion as to forensic documentation. His experience as far as factors on signature confirmation is a different matter. I'm focused on the term of art.
I understand, Your Honor, but I want to make sure I understand your ruling. You've said that the term forensic has been used in this proceeding, and there's not been a single person on that stand who's been qualified as a forensic expert. So others can use it
No.
Others can
I don't
use it in
wanna-
the vernacular?
Liddy, I don't want to have debate.
Okay.
Okay, he used a term of art that's referred to, it's not just a term of art, it's a scientific label
I
for
understand.
a position, and went to great lengths talking about qualifications for other witnesses. He may have just misspoke in terms of throwing that part in, but he's not qualified to state an opinion as a forensic document examiner. He can give opinions related to his education, training, experience.
Sustained. I understand, Your Honor.
Thank you.
May I indulge the recorder to read back the question?
Yes.
Whatever the last question was I asked. So there's 3 lines right there you mentioned before signature verification that helps protect the public from illegal votes, correct?
So indeed, there is a foundation set that identifies these particular voters as registered voters. And my apologies, Your Honor, that what I was inferring was that what I heard in testimony yesterday from the forensic document analyst was that we lay foundation to saying, when I look at these signatures, what do I have? And so that is part of our foundational effort before we look at that signature to say there is precedent set that this is a voter that was mailed to, registered, verified, and even more that we did the return service requested, and we tracked, which a lot of voters and a lot of the public may not know, all packets sent to a voter are tracked to your mailbox. So we tracked it. So that adds that credence, that foundation, that when that packet comes back, we at least have that evidence that it is reached a vetted, verified voter to their vetted, verified address.
And you just referred to earlier testimony by a forensic expert. Are you referring to the gentleman in the back who got his training between 1989 and 1993 from his dad?
I'm referring to his analysis of the fact that there is foundation that they use when he does his particular reviews, if you will, that he has the certain things that he lays as foundation upon that or ahead of that review or during that review.
Okay. Ray, you testified that you did some level 1 signature reviewing in 2022 after the general election. Is that correct?
That is correct.
How many ballot packets did you review?
I don't know the exact number. I just know that a quick glance when we were looking at the data or providing the data, it was approximately 1,600. And again, I apologize to my staff that did 66 and more thousand.
Do you have any more? Do you have any idea of how many good SIGs you verified?
I know that approximately 1,300 because I had 311 later reference that I exceptioned.
So exceptions, which mean not good SIG and move on to level 2.
Correct.
300 out of 1,600-ish sounds pretty high to me. Does it seem high to you?
No, it bases on that day's batch and the clarity of the signatures within that 250 batch, if you will.
You also testified that you did level 2 signature verification after the general election in 2022. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Tell us about that. How many did you do and how many shifts? What'd you do?
The level 2, I don't know exactly how many because I didn't as preparation look to have to provide that, but I can infer that I did towards the end, the all hands on deck I was one of those hands, and that I could probably say that with comfort, at least 1,000.
And you remember doing that in November 2022?
Absolutely, because of the nature of us wanting to get those cured as soon as possible, or get those dispositioned because of the short time frame we have for those voters to not be disenfranchised that fall into the question signature category.
And Ray, you also are qualified and have been trained to do level 3 in the signature verification process. Did you do that after the general election in 2022?
I did.
Tell the court about that.
So the level 3 is basically, again, a 2% random audit, and if for the benefit and edification of the court, the 2% is derived from what the state has a vote verification committee established, made up of 7 members, statisticians, 2 different statisticians, and those individuals determine the hand count, variance or percentage, and say what is a good sampling that will identify deficiencies. There is nothing in law that actually requires that level 3 audit, but as a best practice, we determine and decide that we should do that review, and what percentage, using that group that had identified statisticians that said this is a good percentage, we use that percentage, and hence I participate as other managers in a level 3 audit review of 2% of all signatures, not just good, it's good, bad, and otherwise.
And you have a specific recollection of doing that during the signature verification process in Maricopa County after the general election in 22.
That is correct.
So you mentioned 3 lines of defense before level 1 signature verification. Then this level 1 signature verification, which you've done personally in 2022, and level 2 and level 3.
That is correct.
Is there a level 4? Is there additional activity on the part of the recorder's signature verification team to ensure this process is done properly?
There is a level 4.
Please
The level
describe for the
4 is,
court.
and I'm identifying as level 4. It's not, it's just to the sequential numbering.
I don't want to talk over each other. I want to ask you to please describe for the court level 4.
So level 4 is a daily audit review, not just a 2% random, but is a daily audit review done by managers specific of the user in themselves. So I can go look at Valenzuela R. I can see that Valenzuela R only did 1,600. Why is he slacking? But truth be told, I can see the dispositions he set for that particular day. And that is just a best practice that was put in place, actually a continued improvement for 2022 but it's not logged. It's just a matter of seeing those report or that system generated review that I can see that user 0001, how many they did today and what were all the dispositions that they set.
Mr. Valenzuela, I want to personally thank you for your diligent work during the 2022 general election. I have no further questions, Your Honor. I pass the witness.
Very well. Okay, cross-examine.
Good morning, Ray. May I
Good
still
morning.
call you Ray?
Yes.
All right, very quickly. I'll try not to take too much of this honorable court's time today. Heard a lot of talk today about process. Correct? A lot of your testimony has been aimed at process.
Been aimed at our training and guides.
Your training guides and your process, is that correct?
More specifically, the guides that are used and given to our level 1, level 2, and our training.
All right. You must show more than just going through the motions, though, shouldn't you?
I apologize. I'm not understanding the question. Showing to rephrase or re-ask.
Does the law just allow you to go through the motions?
I don't want to infer what you mean by going through the motions.
All right. Okay. Thank you. I want to talk a little bit about whom I refer to as user 134, and that's for very specific reasons. And that would be because after this video was identified, a particular individual from the news media.
Okay, just a question. That's not.
Do you have any personal knowledge or any knowledge whatsoever of this data being given to Mr. Archer of ABC News, the data guru?
Objection, Your Honor, form. Foundation.
Well, relevance.
I don't know what he's talking
Objection,
about.
relevance.
I don't want this to go off into
Understood, Your Honor.
I understand it's cross, and I understand we're not the feds, and you're allowed to inquire into matters that are relevant to the proceeding, but I don't think it's relevant.
Boy, I think tempers are
Relevant, Your Honor,
flaring.
because
Well,
the witness here now,
wait. What I'd like to do is have a bench conference on this rather than just have
Ooh.
everybody make speeches. So why don't all the lawyers that are involved come up?
Oh, we got a little sidebar going on. Hey, join the chat, people. We're talking My Pillow over in the Rumble chat right now. So, Mike Lindell of My Pillow is right down the street. Well, actually, no, he moved. He moved over to Shakopee now. But My Pillow every September, like right around, boy, there's a beep in my ear. My Pillow every September goes to the Carver Steamboat Days. And they have this big, giant, like construction size, open bed dump truck kind of looking thing. And they have little tiny travel size My Pillows in the back that they chuck. They're always at the end of the parade and they chuck them off into the crowd. So we don't really go to it anymore. My son graduated from high school, but he was in marching band for years. And so the last year that he was in marching band, because he was part of the stupid Rona class of 2021 and got robbed of his entire senior year, but that's another story. So it was his junior year was the last year that they had that the marching band participated in Steamboat Days. And Sam was all finished, and him and his trombone were sitting at the end, and I'm going to pick him up. And here comes Mike Lindell and threw him right directly on My Pillow. He didn't even have his arms up. That was pretty cool. We love Mike Lindell. And I was just telling Slicknard, my ex-husband is a furniture sales rep. And so back when Mike brought his very first My Pillows to the Minneapolis furniture market, he came home one night with these. He had a travel size one and two big giant king size ones, and I still have them. I mean, we have new ones too, but I still have the original ones. The ticket with those, if you've never bought them, is you have to fluff them. Every night you got to fluff them. So people that say, oh, these My Pillows are horrible, it's because every night before you go to bed, you got to quick fluff them. So if you ever watch his commercials, you know, he fluffs them. You don't have to fluff them through the night. You just have to, before you go to bed, just give it a quick fluffer. So there's that. That's kind of fun. So join the chat if you have a chance. We were talking gardening earlier. Tomatoes. And, and Clapper. So I put on the screen here, she was saying, Clapper is a very conservative, friendly social media platform I had not heard of, which is weird because I've heard of every other one. So I joined it with my normal Minnesota Mom for Trump. And then I made a group called Crime Spies. So once we have a break here, I'm going to read about it. There is a way for me to use an RTMP direction from StreamYard over there like I do with Rumble. I just have to figure it out. The only thing I've found so far is like this big long code, which I don't understand. So happy Friday, everyone. Oh, and I also wanted to mention, are they talking?
All right. Are we back hooked up electronically? For everybody.
Remind
Liz,
me to
can you
tell you
hear?
about the Glenn Beck special that was on last
Very well.
night.
I think we're back ready for you to proceed.
we are. Ray, you testified about some of the data in that chart that was admitted as Exhibit 18. Do you recall that testimony?
Objection, Your Honor. Exhibit was not admitted. Exhibit 18.
Okay, let me look. I don't have it as exhibit admitted, so you're going to have to ask it differently.
I apologize, Your Honor.
But General rule, let's wait till the question's out of his mouth, and then Mr. Valenzuela, as you can tell, but if you see somebody stand up, it's a good clue that somebody's got a problem with what's going on. So don't answer the question until I have a chance to rule on an objection. Fair enough?
Understood.
And my confusion, Your Honor, it's Exhibit 47, because Exhibit was missing the every other page. You gave testimony about the 70,000 number and contained within Exhibit 47. You recall that?
Not specific to that exhibit, to the number that was quoted, that
Okay.
there were 70,000
Where did you get that information?
in court mentioned yesterday by Mr. Olson.
No, the information contained within your testimony regarding that 70,000 figure, and I presume you were testifying about what shouldn't be included in that 70,000 figure. Is that correct?
Correct. I believe you're asking, or I'm sorry, re-ask the question. Where did I get?
Where did you get the data you relied on in your testimony regarding the 70,000 that was presented with Exhibit 47?
Part of it is through known process and understanding what those could be, and from the database itself that we generated for public records requests.
Okay, so you actually looked at that data last night?
No, I did that preemptively before court, even day one.
Okay, when you testified that you hadn't looked at that data, that you are not a data analyst. Is that correct?
No, I testified that I had not looked at your data that you were inferring on CD but I am familiar with, and I actually, as I indicated, submitted the ticket for.
Okay. Did you look at different data than is contained on that CD?
Once again, I don't know what's on the CD. I can infer, but I looked at the data as we provided it, and in the folder that we would have provided it as far as for that particular public records request.
You testified you're not a data analyst, correct?
No, I'm not.
Okay, what did you do to generate these numbers?
I opened them in a pivot table. I looked at the data is raw data, and it doesn't require that I'm analyzing, I am just basically, as even the analyst had indicated, filtering to that particular batch process user to see what total those.
Why don't you walk me through how you did that?
It's a matter of taking the particular data, breaking it into manageable bytes, and then filtering and wizard to that particular user.
If I were to give you a computer right now, would you be able to show me how you did that?
I could.
Okay.
Yes.
Who assisted you in looking at this data, Mr. Valenzuela?
No one assisted me in looking in that data.
You did it by yourself before trial?
Yes, sir. And that is what part of my job is, not just that specific thing, is to do data analysis, although I'm not certified or trained in it, but the 30 years up is to inspect data and to extrapolate statistical findings from that particular data.
What's a standard deviation?
Standard deviation would be a plus or minus, as far as if you kind of removing that from a.
Okay, Mr. Valenzuela, you don't.
But as I indicated, I'm just doing number extrapolation and filtering down to a specific user. I can get that total.
You may.
Testimony yesterday about averages. Do you recall that?
I don't recall giving about averages. I don't know that.
A lot of your testimony yesterday on direct was about talk of baseball players and bringing averages down. Do you recall that?
Yes. Okay.
Can you point the averages out on that chart?
Again, I apologize. I'm not familiar with this chart. So the averages, as far as percentages.
I'm asking you to point the averages out on that chart.
Objection, Your Honor.
Which columns contain averages?
Hold on a second. What's it?
Objection, Your Honor. Form and foundation. The witness just testified he's not familiar with the exhibit.
Okay. Well, he can be asked to read the exhibit.
I'm giving him time to review, Your Honor. I'm sitting here quietly, which is abnormal for me.
I'm taking it one question at a time, Mr. Blunt. You asked him to read the exhibit to determine whether there were averages displayed on the exhibit. Am I correct, sir?
Well, I've asked him to look at the exhibit and to tell me which columns contain averages.
If he's able to do so.
If
So
you're
I
able
will
to.
overrule the objection to the extent that if you're able to answer the question, you can do so without speculating or guessing.
The percentages is where I infer, and unfortunately, I think that is still speculation, that the percentages based on verification rate overall and the verification rate by seconds.
Okay, so those are averages?
I assume so. I don't have the data, the raw data, how it was extrapolated in front of me, but I presume so, yes.
Okay. Do you know the difference, Ray, between an average and a percentage?
I do not. And again, I testified I'm not a data analyst and I don't understand this sheet, as I actually inferred already in claim.
Okay, you don't understand the difference between an average and a percentage, yet you were able to import a CSV file with over 1 million rows, extract data, and analyze that data before you came to court here today.
That is incorrect.
Okay, who helped you?
I did it myself, but I did not extract data. I did not import. I used the raw data to filter to a pivot table, if you will, that indicates for this particular user what is the total number of records were done by that user.
I believe the words that just came out of your mouth were we.
Oh, I apologize. No, I.
You.
Yes.
Okay. What is raw data?
The data would be the raw data set that is being provided for a particular ask.
Okay. What do you call that kind of data?
Me personally, for my use, raw data.
What kind of file is it saved in?
It can be saved in multiple files. You can save it as a text file. A CSV is just another formatted, comma separated value document. It can be a text file. It can be in a smaller capacity if it's under 1 million plus records. It could be an Excel file.
Okay.
See it? So
You could
multiple
export it
formats.
into
And so you don't recall
an analytical tool like
testifying
Tableau.
when you were on direct examination that you had not looked at the data you had produced to us.
I don't recall that. I apologize if I did. What I indicated is that I did not look at this data that was used to extrapolate this particular exhibit.
All right.
Just consistent with.
And again, you can't tell us the difference between an average and a percent.
No, I'm not a data analyst. And
Object to form.
I'm a data analyst and an
I
accountant.
think he understood. Well, the answer to the question, I have
I
to
got a mini
understand,
master's
assume that he understood it if
data
he answered the
analytics.
question. So
Well, Your Honor, I don't think that's a fair assumption because he may think he knows what he meant, but doesn't. And so he answered a different question. For example, Your Honor,
I don't need a speech. Hold on.
an average could be a percentage or.
But now he's
Wait,
telling
wait,
Your Honor the
Mr. Liddy.
witness.
Mr. Liddy.
Wow,
I think
temper.
I have every confidence that Mr. Valenzuela can answer, I don't understand, or I need it clarified.
Okay.
He answered the question.
I withdraw the objection, Your Honor.
Thank you.
All right. And so.
Oh.
So you don't understand the difference between a percentage and an average, yet you expect this court to believe your testimony about you extracting this and analyzing the data on your own.
Object as to form.
Overruled.
as indicated, I didn't look to create averages.
Yes or no?
Oh, I thought you were asking me to clarify. So that.
Yes or no question.
Your Honor, I think you should let the witness finish answering the question.
Hold on a second. On cross-examination.
Do I need to go get my referee
he gets to
whistle?
ask you questions. If it's capable of being answered
Sorry,
yes
I'm
or
eating
no,
a cookie. I'm
you
starving.
can answer yes or no. If you're not capable of answering it yes or no as he's requesting, you can say that. Your attorneys will have the opportunity to ask you additional questions on redirect. Again, I don't want you to guess or speculate as to what you think is being said. If you do not understand what's being asked of you, yes, to either have it rephrased or tell me that you cannot answer the question as it's phrased. Fair enough, Mr. Valenzuela?
Yes, Your Honor.
Very well.
Your Honor, I ask the counsel not interrupt the witness while the witness is in the middle of an answer.
I understand the exchanges are very fast. So all I ask is that everybody give the same courtesy to each other of not talking over each other. I'll just leave it as far as the witness will wait for the question to be fully asked before giving an answer, even if you think you know where it's going, and counsel will not object until the question's fully asked. And then if there's an answer to the question, you can let the witness answer, and then you can point out if it's capable of yes or no, then you have to answer yes or no. Fair enough, everyone? Well, it's not open for debate. That's the way I want to run it. So next question.
Oh, did he answer that one? I didn't hear it.
Why don't do you want it read back or do you want to ask it again?
Can we read it back?
Go ahead, Luz.
No, they're Spritz cookies. Here, look, they look beautiful. I'll show you. And I gotta see where the
I think
May I
camera is.
ask then if you could
Why don't
repeat?
Go back before that.
Yeah, that's
The
the last
actual
question.
question.
I might just eat the whole box. No,
Now we're talking over each other.
Sorry,
they're
Your
really pretty.
Back- I'm asking that the court reporter read back
Very
the
spring-looking.
question that was initially
And they
asked
taste delicious.
before the
Those are my favorite
exchange
cookies.
about how the answer would be given.
Question already used. You don't understand the difference between a percentage and.
Although I think I did get chocolate chip cookies too. From my daughter. Yes, they're chocolate
So
chip
could you rephrase the question?
cookie
just
sandwiches.
For my clarity.
All right.
I gotta see where the
For
camera
your
is.
clarity, Ray. You do not know the
like-
difference
There's like
between a
sprinkles. They're like a
percentage
sandwich.
and an average. Yet you expect this court to believe that you extracted and analyzed
This
this
attorney
data
looks
on
familiar.
your
He
own.
was on the last
Objection as
Kari
to
Lake
form.
Because it's
Trial, wasn't he?
multifaceted, I take it.
The guy, the
But
tall guy with the long hair.
There's a predicate question that came before, so I'll allow the form of the question as he's phrased it. And I've
Yeah,
explained
the
to the
spritzes are
witness.
for me. The chocolate chip sandwich cookies
Your
are
Honor,
for my
my
daughter and
objection
her
of form
boyfriend.
is not based on the multifaceted, although that would be a valid objection. It's based on the
Although if
predicate
you were here, I would
that
share
it's
you.
either
share
an
my
average
cookies.
or a percentage.
My spritzes.
Where in the world of mathematics, a
Wait.
percentage can be expressed
Wait,
Your Honor,
Mr. Liddy,
as
Mr.
an
Liddy,
average.
what you're doing is a speaking objection, and I've given that
Got a blueberry
liberal
muffin,
sway
too.
in this case up to now. But I have to draw the line is you can't educate the witness by your objection as to how he
Understand,
should
Your Honor.
answer the question.
Objection is to form.
So I think, Mr. Valenzuela, I can have it read back another time if you'd like to, sir, just to be sure. It's up to you whether you can answer or you want it read back.
I believe I can answer is no.
You don't expect the court to believe you.
Oh, then the answer is yes. So it was the way the question was asked, then the answer is yes.
I can't
All right.
read with these.
Would it
Gabby on the Rumble chat.
surprise you to learn that there are no averages
Did you see the book
in that
behind
data
me? The
that
Fauci
our
book?
expert testified to
She
yesterday?
just mentioned the pandemic.
Would not.
I'm uploading. I only have
And
two
so
more
all the
chapters of
talk
that
and your testimony
on my
yesterday
channel.
about averages is irrelevant, isn't it?
I don't know how that correlates
Okay.
personally.
Calls for a legal conclusion, Your Honor.
I think he's already answered the question by doesn't know how it correlates.
I was not able to hear the answer. I apologize, Your Honor.
Yeah, Your Honor, if people could speak into the mic, that would be very helpful.
Ray, could you move the mic closer?
It is tough to hear back here.
For me.
All of you.
Oh, yeah.
It's a valid point.
Understood, Your Honor.
Mr. Blem doesn't have that problem. I have usually been accused of being soft-spoken. I haven't heard anybody accuse Mr. Blem of that. That wasn't meant as an affront. That was.
you recall your testimony, Ray, when you were on direct examination? I specifically asked you if you received lists or you batch process. You recall that?
I recall.
You recall you saying no?
That's correct.
And today your testimony was quite different, wasn't it?
I don't know how so.
Okay, because you testified today that you do batch process based on list. That you batch.
Objection as to form. No, there's no prior testimony of him doing batch lists.
Okay. Again, one question at a time. There was prior discussion this morning about batch. I can read back my notes, but specifically, the word batches was used in describing certain categories. So again, not batch lists. Mr. Blem, ask your question.
Thank you, Your Honor. Where did you get the information, Ray, that you actually do batch process data or ballot affidavit envelope approvals?
Same objection, Your Honor.
Overruled.
So yesterday when you asked me about batch lists, you said we use lists. We do not use lists. We use a system by which we process and load a batch of affidavits, as an example, and those are processed through. It's not a physical list or a list at all that we are referencing for processing.
Okay. So my reference to a batch then just required a no answer, that you do not batch process things.
We indeed do batch process.
Well, I know that, Ray. And you know how I know that? Can you look at user number 29 on that sheet?
Exhibit what?
Exhibit 47.
Thank you. You may.
I just want, he's got the sheet. I want to confirm I got the right email. I'm sorry, Your Honor, user 26.
Oops.
All right, Mr. Valenzuela, if your testimony. All right, Mr. Valenzuela, if your testimony today was correct, the number of people who voted and showed an ID that you testified to should match the number of approvals by user 26. Is that correct?
For the most part, it should, yes.
What do you mean for the most part? Does it or not, Ray?
It does not, if you understand the process that you could be a provisional voter, then you would not have gone through this check-in. You would have gone down the provisional path that then was accepted as a yes. So these are not exact. These are those that would have been good sig, unencumbered in-person voter.
You testified to 44,799 of those ballots that were not signature verified, correct?
There were proof of ID was shown in our in-person voters.
And then you batch uploaded them, correct?
Yes, if you're going to use that term, I'm thinking of subgroup of 250 when I use the term batch,
Okay.
but those are not batch upload. Those are uploaded and imported into the signature verification status of good sig.
Okay. And you testified that those ballots do not go to signature verification because they've been done. Is that correct?
They don't go through the level 1 signature review process. They go through the process of being archived, captured for prosperity and as the ledger of those individuals, but they do not get level 1 review.
All right. And so did you hear Mr. Spickin's testimony yesterday that he did not include user 26 in his analysis?
I did hear that.
Okay. Would you agree with that?
That he did that, he would speak to that, and I did agree that he said that.
Yeah. You agree, would you not, that it would be proper to remove those if looking at overall percentages approved?
Absolutely.
That would be kind of unfair, wouldn't it?
It should not be included when establishing.
Yeah. if they were used and you were trying to look at total percentages approved and the rate at which they were approved, that would skew things, wouldn't it? It would make users appear to approve faster.
Correct.
And so if that data wasn't used, those ballots could not have skewed the data. Is that correct?
If those ballots were not used, hypothetically correct.
And you heard Mr. Spigging's testimony that he did not use them in his analysis.
In this creation of this signature verification, yes, my understanding.
All right. Can you go to user number 6? And I'm not sure on this chart, we actually show user number 6. But you have more than one account that you use to batch process data. Is that correct?
Objections to form?
Okay. Okay, for this one, I do need you to explain the form because I think it looks straightforward to me. If I'm missing something without explaining.
In the formulation of the question, counsel used the phrase that you use batch process data. And the witness has already testified that they do not use batch use process data.
All right. With that, I'll overrule it. He can answer.
Really quickly, Your Honor, if I may. Did I say 6 or 9?
You said 6.
Just one's upside down of the other. I meant 9, I apologize. And so is user 9 another one of your administrative accounts?
I don't have information to know what
You don't have
that user 9 is at this moment, who that or what that's assigned to.
So you just don't have any personal knowledge whatsoever as the manager of the elections department and somebody who analyzed this data set?
As for each one of these users, I do not know, other than even the one that is indicated, the 44799 user 26, you indicated. I do not know that was our converse. I just have the numbers known to which were, how many counter voters were processed as good sig.
All right. You recall Mr. Specking's testimony yesterday that says he did not include user number 9. Do you recall that?
I do recall that.
And you recall it was because they appeared to be processed by a machine.
Because they have 0 seconds of review.
Right.
So, and I concur that that would be indicative of that.
Okay. So if they weren't included, they don't matter. Is that correct?
They're showing on the chart and the percentages are showing.
Right. That was the only chart I had. So I just wanted to see you.
But it's cumulative at the column at the end. It actually, the end result, if you're looking at the chart, looks to include them because it doesn't show minus.
Oh, sorry. With respect.
I'd ask that he not interrupt the witness while he's completing his answer.
Sorry, Your Honor. I apologize that I caught it, and I will try not to let it happen again, Your Honor.
Did the court reporter catch the end of the answer? No? Yes. Very well then. Thank you.
I mean,
Dash is not the answer. So, Mr. Valenzuela, could you repeat your answer if you're able to? If you're not able to, I'll have the question re-asked.
As it relates to this chart, you are inquiring if that those were not included, and I'm indicating that in review of it, there is a cumulative total verifications at the end that would infer that that full column was subtotaled, and so that's where I was inferring that they are included in this particular exhibit.
All right. User number 9. Okay, you analyzed the data, beginning of trial. Do you know if user 9 is an administrative count for rejecting signatures?
Objection as to form. This witness testified that he did not analyze it, not that he did analyze it.
again, it's cross-examination. I understand the need to be very certain of terms, and the witness has to be careful of that. That's why I think I've admonished repeatedly to be very careful about what you answer, not assume you understand what you believe to be asked to be the case unless you clearly understand the words that are used. So I can't make it any clearer than that. So
Thank you, Your Honor.
To answer your question, I will re-emphasize I did not analyze any of the data. I actually filtered to the specific user that I knew identified as our counter voters. So when you ask about user 9, I do not know what user 9, who user 9 is. So I don't know, I can't speak with certainty what those are reflective of.
All right. Would it surprise you to learn that user number 9 was an administrative account used to process as a batch rejections?
It wouldn't surprise me that we have that log because we do have to convert at the end of cure question signatures to bad signatures as a final status. And that would be recorded as such as an entry to that disposition.
Maricopa County has a contract with Runbeck to analyze ballot affidavit envelopes for the presence or absence of a signature. Is that correct?
Correct. There is a process by which we are looking at pixels to see if there is or is not.
Okay. And is it not true that the result of that search by Runbeck is sent to you so that you automatically know which ballots need to be processed at a level other than level 1?
That is correct. It is used to pocket those particular packets that have no signature so that a human level 2 reviewer can review them for authenticity to validate that there is no signature, there is no pixels in that case.
Okay. So is it fair to say, Ray, that user number 9, I'm not sure why I keep confusing 9 and 6, but users number 9 and 26 would all have zeros in terms of upload time?
I can concur that the user 26, 44,799 would match up to being the in-person. The other, I can't confirm that those are for reject, but even if they were, they're done at the level 2 review, not through any third party as you're conferring. It is all done at level 2 human being review that would concur that is no signature or identify no signature and set that disposition.
Based on your analysis of the data, how many ballot affidavit envelopes were reported to you by Runbeck to not contain a valid signature within the signature box?
I don't have that data. That's not part of what I would presumed would be under review, so I don't have that.
Regardless, the 44,000 plus processed by user 26 and whatever amount user 9 processed would never have gone to level 1 review, correct?
A record that has been proven identity would not undergo the scrutiny of level 1 to say we need to prove their identity. So you're correct that 44,799 already had been validated and would not go through that level 1 review.
Okay. Now, the ones that were rejected for absence of presence of signature would be sent to curing, is that correct?
No, it would go to, well, if you're talking about still the signature verification process, it would go to level 2,
Okay.
which would be 100% reviewed. And then they would be just as if they were set through an exception, would be then identified as a preliminary question or a question signature that would then absolutely go through curing, require that they go through curing.
So if none of that data that we just talked about with respect to users user 26 and 9 was sent to level 1 review, and Mr. Specken did not analyze those in his review that is before you as exhibits 47. Those have no way to skew the percentages contained in exhibit 47. Is that correct?
I could not concur. I don't know the data enough to how Mr. Specken calculated, so I wouldn't guess.
Well, then I'll ask you to assume. If you assume Mr. Specken, as he testified, did not include those numbers in his analysis, they cannot impact the percentages, can they?
If he did not include them, then correct, they would not impact the percentage.
Okay. You have another 3,800 approximately that were sent via UACAVA, correct?
That's how many total that were returned to us.
Okay. And those do not go for level 1 review, is that correct?
They cannot.
Okay.
Because they are not in an envelope, as
Okay.
I already indicated.
Understood. I just want to make sure that the record is clear with respect to numbers, because there was a lot of talk yesterday about baseball and averages. And so if these never went to level 1 and Mr. Specken never included them in his analysis, they would not impact the percentages contained in exhibit 47. Is that correct?
That's incorrect.
It's incorrect.
Yes, because they don't go through level 1 as what you're inferring, but they do get a disposition of good sig. So when that user logs in to scan in that piece ID, that is attributed to that user as having scanned in, and could be a 0 second for that user that scanned that in on one of these lines, because you can't just scan. It must be under a user name.
Okay. Are these done under the user account number 26?
No, these are done under staff usernames that are assigned that day to review that signature, make that good, and then go into that special handling system that will say, we are identifying these as good sig under, as an example, Valenzuela R, I scan 3 in, then there would be potentially under Valenzuela R, those scans, it could be 0 second.
Okay, and they would show as a level 1 acceptance?
No, they would just, because there is not an exception. Level 1 is specifically driven towards exception. It would show as a good signature.
Right. And so it says either, and I apologize, but I'm sure you'll understand my terminology. If I don't use your specific terminology, please refresh my recollection. But level 1 reviewers can either accept or exception.
You can do exception or good.
Okay. So now is what you're testifying to right now that a level 1 reviewer might get one of these 3,800 UACAVAs, see that it's approved, and hit accept?
No, they would not.
They would not get it.
Not a level 1 reviewer, no.
All right. So if my question to you is this, if Mr. Specken filtered out for only those level 1 reviews, would you strike that? Let me rephrase the question. If Mr. Specken testified or filtered out those ballots and anything that was not done by user level 1, they would not impact his analysis as contained in Exhibit 37. Is that correct?
That is incorrect.
Why is that incorrect?
That is incorrect.
Why is that incorrect? If Exhibit 47, Ray, is based on user level 1 inputs, and they only have one of 2 inputs, how would their inputs be impacted by this UACAVA data?
Because there is no level 1 identifier in the raw data. I am absolutely certain of that. So a user could have set a good sig at level 1, is correct, but can also be set at level 2. So to indicate that we extrapolated the level 1 good sigs or only focus on that it's impossible. This would be inclusive of all good sigs because there is no level identifier. I can also set a good sig at level 3 in the audit review. So again, it's,
Who told you, Ray, there's no level 1 identifier?
I know that because I'm part of that public records request. And then we know our system, there is dispositions that can be captured, but it is not tracked by the level.
Here comes Katie Hobbs and her minions. She did this to me yesterday. Take that, Katie Hobbs. Hey, look at the great group of people we've got going on over on the Rumblies. And hi to MB Inc. over on YouTube.
What data he's referring to?
Crime Spies 1.
The
Katie
data
Hobbs
that
0.
is contained within Exhibit 20 that you testified you analyzed before you came here today.
Objection.
Sorry, at the beginning of trial.
Again, he
I don't want to
testified he
misstate your
did not analyze it.
Hold on. Do you understand the question?
I believe so.
And you can answer it.
So I testified that I did not see the raw data that is used to create this, but I am very familiar with the raw data that was provided for the We the People PRR 1418.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Amen.
And here's what I would like. Hold on, strike that. I'm going to ask that question in a few minutes. Okay, if we go back to the 70,000 number, we'll just make this easy. Let's go back to the 70,000 number. Right? There are 3,800 UACAVA ballots that you say would be included in that. Is that could be included in that because of the rate at which they were approved?
That could be included, correct?
And you can do simple math?
I believe so.
So if you and I just had a gentleman agreement whereby we would simply remove the 3,800 from that data, what would the number be?
The 70,000, and it'd be 66,000 if we round up to 4,000.
Okay. It's a fairly substantial number, isn't it?
Yes.
Okay. All right.
That you're identifying as being 0 second.
No, what does the chart say? Table
It says 0 seconds, 44,799. And then for the.
No. If we extract the 3,800 UACAVA ballots, because we had already agreed that users number 20.
Damn you, Katie Hobbs. Okay, yesterday at least it gave me a 15-20 minute in between.
There. Then that's all we need
Spies
to
2,
remove,
Katie
correct?
Hobbs 0.
Objection, form and foundation.
I suppose.
If you understood the question and you can answer it, you can do so.
The first point is that I don't see the 70,000 number noted on this chart at all. So when you keep referring to, could that not be? There is no 70,000. It was only brought up by Mr. Olson and also within the court. So I'm using that just as much as you are, saying 70,000 is what you determined to be 2 seconds to 0 seconds. That, and I don't see the 70,000 here at all. So I wouldn't remove 3,800 from 70,000. That's not reflective on this chart.
Okay. All right. And we'll come back to that. And
We will.
well, I got another
How
question.
many times?
Well, no, Your Honor, we're going to more math.
I don't mind more math, but I do mind going over the same problems or the same questions again and again and again. So
Understood, Your Honor.
you get the answer, you
Someone
move
peed
on.
in the
So,
judge's
do you have
Cheerios,
another
I guess, this
question?
morning. He's crab ass.
I'm trying to be patient and I'm giving you all the leeway I can. But let's be succinct to the point and then move on. I assume that much of this is for foundation for another witness I'll be seeing later today. All right?
Excuse me, Your Honor?
I'm assuming much of this is for another witness I'll be seeing later today.
Well, that depends, Your Honor.
Okay, then that's fine. I'm not going to inhibit your case.
Right.
I'm just saying for expeditious use of time, it seems to me,
All right.
as the trier of fact, that I've heard the same line of questioning at least 4 times this morning.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor. You testified about the video of whom I've been referring to as a specific user. Do you recall that?
Yeah.
Okay. And you testified that, you couldn't be clear, but you believe he might have been going backwards. Did I get that right?
Doing a second review, however, that normally would infer going backwards from your almost done batch.
And so you've had a chance to look at your own data now, right? Does going back through and looking add any keystrokes?
It does not, unless you change something. You have the option to say, oh, that should have been a reject or exception or a good sig, whatever it may be.
So if someone took 250 seconds to review 250 signatures, and this is a hypothetical, right? And then they went back and scrolled back through them all just to clarify, it wouldn't suddenly become in the data a 250 in 500 seconds, correct?
Correct. It would not be part of the data because you're not setting a disposition.
Okay. So the only data then, just to be clear, that is contained within Exhibit 20, the data set, in terms of ballot, affidavit, envelope, acceptance, or exceptioned. Those 2 pieces, correct? And user number but for data keystrokes, it would be accepted and exceptioned?
For level 1, it would be exception or good.
Okay, good. Good's better than saying accepted and accepted. So. And can we bring up October 17th? I want to talk to you a little bit about who I refer to as user number 134. And you've had some time now, apparently, to look into this user, to learn more about him, correct?
To inquire about.
Objection, foundation. We have no idea who 134 is, Your Honor. What he's referring to.
Okay. I'm going to overrule. If a question is asked about 134, Mr. Valenzuela can determine whether he can answer the question or not.
And the witness answered, Your Honor.
And if I may, for clarification, I don't know that that's 134, but I do know who this individual is as far as.
Okay, that's clarified it. You weren't paying attention because you're talking back there, but he just answered the question that you objected to.
Yeah.
I'm not trying to be critical by saying that. He clarified, he just stated on the record, I don't know who 134 is, but I know who the person in the video is.
I understand that, Your Honor, but
Yes.
I'm rising for a different reason.
I apologize then. Go ahead, Mr. Letty.
I don't know, Your Honor, what is up on the screen. Is that Exhibit 19 or is that a new video?
Oh, that is not an exhibit, and I apologize.
Yeah, thank you. Joining as well, I would ask the court to please have Ms. Lake's counsel tell us what we're looking at before they start asking questions so we can follow along and do our jobs.
So it's foundation, Your Honor.
And so what I'm going to show, Your Honor, I will ask the witness if he can tell if it's the same individual or not. But what I'm going to show, Your Honor, are still images of the individual I'm referring to as Exhibit 134, as user number 134. Now, I know there's no agreement or stipulation as to that, but I'm referring to him that as I don't have any other better name to use. But I'm going to show still images of him sitting at the same desk on October 17th, on November 10th, 11th, and then one of him in his new role that is actually handling ballot affidavit envelopes. Because this trial started, Your Honor.
Well, first of all, you've already told me, you don't have to tell me why, the because, and make the argument. You've told me what you're intending to show by using this video. You want to use videos that are not marked for identification?
Correct, Your Honor, and stills, and I'm not going to move them into evidence. Not going to try to move them into evidence.
Okay.
Record, Judge, just so I can do what you need to
Ms.
do.
Morgan, go ahead.
Objection, Judge. He agreed to disclose exhibits. We disclosed exhibits. I'll remind the court, I disclosed my impeachment exhibits even. This is late disclosure. I'll remind the court, I think this is the second or third time. This is inappropriate. I think the court agrees. I think the court expressed that agreement.
Your Honor, I would add that this is prejudicial to our clients as well. We have no way of understanding what's happening right now.
And Your Honor, I would add that I understand why the court has been lenient, certainly in the case in chief. They've rested their case. I think it's wholly inappropriate and prejudicial to have new exhibits entered while he's cross-examining a witness at this late hour, a material that has not been disclosed to this party. Thank you, Your Honor.
Right. Been trying to stretch. Yeah, it's been pointed out to me that we're over time for the court reporter. It had been my apparently false hope that we might have been finished with one portion of direct or recross in a relatively short period of time.
If it pleases the court, Your Honor, we can take a break and I'll move on.
You don't want to use the evidence, or you're not going to ask that line of questioning?
Well, Your Honor, I would love to, because he's given completely different versions.
If you're not going to ask the questions related to showing the video, then just tell me that. You don't have to tell me why or why not, but that will alleviate the objections and the ruling on the objections, but it's up to you.
I will withdraw the question, Your Honor.
Okay, so you're not going to use the video clips?
They're still images, but no, Your Honor.
Images, I'm sorry, I misspoke. All right, so you're not, so the objections are all withdrawn.
Objection withdrawn, Your Honor.
Withdrawn, Your Honor.
Thank you. For the sake of my court reporter, we're going to take a 15-minute recess. And we'll be back at quarter after the hour.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Well, I think that's a good idea, Judge, because everybody's got cranky pants on this morning. Hey, I just wanted to mention one of our new followers on Rumble, Gabby Rios 59. She is amazing. She's posted in the comments section below this video three different links. One is Tina Peters' movie on election fraud in Colorado. The other is Summary of the Great Reset Pandemic. I haven't looked at that yet. And then an animated movie about the pandemic, Great Reset. The movie is very disturbing. So she's got 3 copious free time this weekend links in the comment section below this video. Thank you, Gabby. She also mentioned in the chat Where did I put it? She goes out every day in person. God, I can't read with these. I've had so many pairs of glasses. Ugh, these lights. Maybe I just have to do my live stream in the dark. She says she goes out every day in person and lets others know we're being lied to about the pandemic. I loved it when she said pandemic because that's what I call it too. And that creates a positive conversation. And then she's got a card with a comment. I think that is just, let's give everybody in the chat or everybody watching the live stream over on Rumble, go give Patriot Gabby a little pat on the back in the chat. That's just wonderful. That's just wonderful. I told her earlier, it's up to us, I think, to, take back our country. Here's a couple things I just want to mention quickly. I don't know if any of you have heard of Convention of the States. I am not very good at explaining it, but they have Convention of the States in every state. Mark Levin comments about it a lot, and it's really easy. There is one from locally here on a Rumble channel that I should play maybe over the weekend or something. And then you can get involved in your local, whatever state you live in, Convention of the States. It's been a while since I watched the presentation, but, it's a way to, it's like a workaround. Like that's the only way that we can impose term limits on these people in Congress that are 985 years old, etc. So there's that. And then, okay, while we're watching or while we're on a break, and hopefully I can talk over part of it or something, but they are going to come back in about 13 minutes. Glenn Beck last night, while it's still on YouTube, I'm going to put that on the screen while we wait. It's like an hour and 19 minutes. I'll play it at 1.25 speed. It's about the Biden family. And I think as long as my mug is up on the screen and I talk over it in certain spots, they can't zap me over on YouTube because I don't want to take the YouTube stream down. So say a little prayer to the freedom gods that this works. But I wanted you to see it. Mark Levin makes an appearance at the end, and then he went off of YouTube and just on the Blaze, which I don't know if you know this or not, but Pluto TV has the Blaze on it for free. So if you have a chance. But I'm just going to put that on while we wait. I'm going to go get a cup of coffee. Let's find it. And then I'll just keep my ear on the court. They said 15 minutes after the hour. So we'll just put this on. Like I said, as long as I talk over it, then
evidence whatsoever that he's done anything wrong.
No evidence of wrongdoing tied to his son Hunter Biden's Ukraine business has actually been
Okay, I'm gonna
found.
start it
No
over.
evidence of wrongdoing by either. This is absolutely outrageous attack on Joe Biden. There's no evidence whatsoever that he's done anything wrong.
I'm gonna make it.
No evidence of wrongdoing tied to his son Hunter Biden's Ukraine business has actually been found.
He had no evidence of wrongdoing by either Biden.
And again, there is just no evidence at this point in time that Joe or Hunter Biden did anything inappropriate here.
And not one single fact ever uncovered by anyone that he did anything unethical.
Now it's Hunter Biden. There's always a diversion. They are always looking
I'm
for a
surprised
shiny
it's
object to
still on
divert
there, to be
attention.
honest.
Really, the magic words now for Republicans are Hunter Biden. Like that is the get out of jail free card.
The Trump Republicans are so bad, so the press has to compensate by playing up Biden and Hillary scandals.
There are no scandals from the Biden White House about anything.
We should be clear, there's never been any evidence of a link between President Biden and any wrongdoing that Hunter Biden may have committed.
It's called the big lie. There's no evidence. There is zero evidence, as Biden said today.
President Biden said he is not
received any money from business with his family. There's no evidence to date Joe Biden has received large sums of money.
Biden is chump change compared to what the Trump kids took in during the Trump presidency.
When you're talking about the investigation around Joe Biden in particular, at this point, there isn't enough information to suggest that there's a whole lot more digging to take place.
First of all, my son's done nothing wrong. I trust him. I have faith in him. And it impacts my presidency by making me feel proud of him.
Because it's a 2-year revenge tour to make up for how they believe Donald Trump was treated. So they'll investigate everything and anything related to Biden, even if there's no evidence there and there are no facts there.
It has been nearly 4 years. So what exactly happened to law in America? What happened to consequences, to the idea that you pay for your crime? The crime doesn't pay.
Regular speed.
Our nation today is in the throes of a new era, one we have never experienced before, and one that could destroy us, our republic, our constitution,
he is on fire,
and democracy forever if we do not take a stand today. Politicians for decades have escaped punishment for their crimes, using power and money and position to ensure they go scot-free. But it has never been this widespread and this obvious. And never before has that breakdown of law and order reached our streets and the everyday American in such drastic proportions as well. If you side with the elites, you're going to be fine. You stand against them, well,
we're coming on the air a bit earlier than usual because of breaking news at this hour. A grand jury here in New York City has just handed up an indictment against former President Donald Trump, making him the first former president in U.S. history to face criminal charges.
I got to tell you, I am sick and tired of it. I'm sick and tired of the January 6th rioters being thrown in jail without trial, for some of them for 2 years, while the Black Lives Matter rioters go free. I am sick and tired of our system that charges a veteran in New York on a subway with manslaughter for acting in self-defense and the defense of others. I am sick and tired of conservatives being banned or censored on social media, while the far left users can post death threats with absolutely no consequences.
Isn't that the truth?
I am sick and tired of the mainstream media failing at their one and only job, to hold elected officials accountable. But more than anything else, I am sick and tired of the witch hunt against one president,
Amen,
while the blatant power abuses of another go completely ignored. Tonight, we end the 4 years of inaction regarding the Biden family's corruption. Tonight, we're going to make it so incredibly without a doubt clear that if the left can't ignore these, they just won't be able to get away with ignoring them anymore. It is time for us to make a choice. Are we done yet? Because it is time for the reckoning of the Biden crime family.
He was on fire last night. I mean, I've watched him for years, and he's done some chalkboards on the Biden family. But last night, that's why I really wanted to play this.
Hello, America. I want to tell you something right off the top. There are hopefully people that have not watched me for a long time or not seen the show or are skeptical because they haven't really been paying that much attention. Hopefully they're with you at the home and you're watching it together. I want them to know that there are no commercials for the next, 90 minutes, maybe up to 2 hours. No commercials at all. This costs this network a fortune to do this. But we feel it's really important to do it because the only one we answer to is you. You know how PBS always says, sponsored by, paid for by viewers like you? No, because they also have the Ford Foundation and everybody else. This one is not sponsored by viewers like you, it is you. Because you are the only ones we answer to in the end. We built the Blaze for that for a reason, and I'll explain a little bit more.
I'm actually going to put the link to this video
Tonight's show is
in the
called
description box below.
And it is actually the first of a new series.
Or in the comments.
We chose the words The Reckoning for a very specific reason. It's because the time for talk is over. Now is the time for action. Now is the time to hold those in power to account. And everybody in America says, I know, but what are you going to do? Because we are holding the powerful accountable this evening, we also have to be realistic about the odds and the risks. I think we have come up with something that if we all work together on, it will work. But we're also poking a global bear right in the eye. My intent is to give you a constitutional stick that we can all use to stick in the eyes of justice so she is blind again. If Donald Trump did something wrong, I would have wanted him to be impeached, removed from office, and maybe go to jail. If Biden does something wrong, I'd want him impeached and go to jail if he did anything illegal. I want it the same on both sides. But nobody seems to believe that anymore. But I think you do. It's not my way or the highway. This is a country of laws. We are a nation of laws and not of men. But that has been flipped on us. Now we are a nation of men. If you're the right man, you're fine. You're the wrong man, they'll destroy you. And those right men are now involved with the right men at YouTube or Facebook or anybody else that could shut our live stream down. We can't be naive going into these things. This is going to be a tough battle. For us, big tech, we know, is in bed with big government. None of these people are going to like what I have to say tonight. So be it. So be it. I had an idea for a network where I and others could go. And I told you at the time, I wanted it to be kind of the Alamo. That we could lose everything.
If you missed what I said earlier, if you go on Pluto TV, The Blaze is on there. It's not like all the content, but
Blaze TV
they have,
is the only place where you'll
you know,
be
like
able
Glenn
to
Beck's
watch
on in the
this
morning.
Special. That's why I founded this company. So you can always tell the truth, free from any kind of censorship.
Another thing
Never
that Glenn
tell a
Beck
host
did
what to
a
do,
couple years ago, his
ever.
CPAC speech on slavery was unbelievable.
I'd like you to be part of the family if you haven't already done so. Go to blazetv.com/reckoning to subscribe. Do it now. Don't miss a moment of this program and others.
I put
to
the link
follow.
to this
There's a lot
video
we're gonna
in the
cover,
chat
and
on
I know
both
you're gonna have
YouTube,
questions,
Twitch, and
especially on
Rumble.
the topics that
And I also
big
put
tech
it in the
tries to
description
silence.
box under the
I'll
Rumble
be answering
video,
some of
or
these,
I'm
try
sorry,
to, at
the
the
comment
end,
box.
exclusively on Blaze TV, where big tech can't interfere. Make sure that you send in your questions during the program. Okay, now I want to start with 4 words that have become far too common, but every single American should be sent into uproar and disgust. Too big to fail. Do not accept these words any longer. When big banks are bailed out while the small and regional banks are allowed to collapse, or they collapse and they collapse into the big bank, which makes it even bigger, I don't know. It doesn't make any sense to me. People have to pay for their mistakes. All of this is uprooting the trees as autumn and winter comes and think we can bring them into the greenhouse. No, that'll kill all of the trees. What we're talking about is killing the republic because we are not abiding by common sense or the rule of law. I'm a little pissed off when people like Hillary Clinton sit in front of Congress and say, what difference does it make after 4 Americans died in Benghazi? No one has ever accepted responsibility. No one has paid a price for what happened in Libya. Did Hillary Clinton face any punishment at all after it was revealed that people whitewashed emails before investigators could examine them? She had them wipe servers and destroy servers. Destroy them.
Wait till we get to the end.
And that's okay. The question we should be asking is, how does all of this continue to get swept under the rug? I knew it was a problem, but no matter what the media says, the Durham report is very clear. very clear.
This is important.
There has to be a cultural change of the heart and the mind of those who are servants in Washington, because they no longer hold any fidelity to the Constitution.
Nope.
That's in the Durham report. Did you know that? There is a political war raging in our country right now.
Yep.
And it has been going on for decades. And the Democrats have been fighting it with weapons that either the GOP is unwilling to or unable to use. While we've been busy shouting at the rain, the left, through people like George Soros, have been busy buying up district attorneys all over the country.
Mm-hmm.
Where are the billionaires on our side?
Right.
They've been infiltrating the Department of Justice. They've been gearing up to use lawfare as a tool to protect those who are too big to fail and persecute anyone who isn't
I think
on
Court's
their
coming
side.
back.
People like you and me. Here's an example.
95403. This is Lake versus Hobbs et al. And present for the record
So I'll just
are
keep playing that Glenn Beck special when we go on break. How's that?
the parties' respective counsel, presence of the actual parties.
It's really interesting because at the end, he's like, you know what, screw it. If we can't get to them on the federal level, let's find a different way. And then Mark Levin comes in at the end. They detail what states Hunter Biden had crimes in. And there's a link that you can go to and download.
And I'm
download
almost done, Your Honor.
like the
Very
Biden,
brief.
what did he call it? Manifesto?
All right, Mr.
Dossier.
Valenzuela.
The Biden dossier.
I'm sorry, Ray.
You just have to enter your email address.
You recall your testimony yesterday.
Okay, I'll be quiet now. I just have to talk to over that Glenn Beck
matching
thing.
signatures
Or it'll get
being
yanked.
pretty quick.
I don't recall, but using the terminology that they're exactly consistent, maybe more appropriate, but.
Would you like me to replay it for you?
No, but I'm saying that, yes, to that degree that I recall that if their signature is consistent, using that term match, then it
Happy
would be
Friday,
pretty quick.
TK Phillips.
Using
Welcome
the term
back.
exact?
There is no such thing as an exact signature, even if I signed here today. So I try to stay away from saying exact, but it is consistent.
May I play, Your Honor, a video clip of his testimony from his previous testimony on this very issue?
Well, first of all, if you ask him, did he or did he not?
And there's last three.
Still here. So if you ask him the question, if this is for impeachment's sake. So if he said, I don't recall at this time, if you want to ask him, there's a difference between a denial and I don't recall. Could you have said that? And if he did, whatever.
Understood.
Just go ahead and ask him.
Yesterday, during your testimony, was it yesterday? I believe so. You testified about different types of signatures and the speed it would take to conclude for a level one reviewer whether or not it's a good signature or an exception. You recall that line of testimony?
Yeah.
You specifically testified that it would take maybe 1 to 2 seconds for a level one.
There she is again, Katie Hobbs and her minions. She's getting more aggressive with this bullshit.
And testified about
That's the
those
third one.
signatures that might take a little bit
Crime
longer
Spies 3,
to
Katie Hobbs
approve
0.
as being close. Do you recall that?
Correct.
What are you basing this measure on?
Basing the measure on the fact that if the whole purpose of the signature review is to look for consistency, when you find consistency to be 99.99, using a hypothetical, in that rare circumstance where using the term an exact match, then that makes it so that there is no necessary time frame to have to go through all signatures, look at different characteristics.
Use a stopwatch?
Do I use a stopwatch? No, but I use my own personal experience having done signature verification for 20 years and probably millions of signatures.
Millions of signatures. You only did 1,600 the last election.
I've been in the occupation for 20 years, and if you multiply that times the million elections that have been held over that period of time, and me being part of the early voting signature review process for that time frame, I can extrapolate that I've at the very least looked at over the 20 years.
There have been 1 million elections within the jurisdiction.
No, 1 million signatures.
All right.
Again, I apologize. That's just an estimate of having looked at average worker as shown in the data. It looks at 60 to 70,000 an election, and 10 years would be 660. 20 would probably put me at the million.
The reason I ask you this question, and let me hand you what's been marked as Exhibit 1, marked and admitted as Exhibit 1. And I believe we've looked at this exhibit before, is that correct?
Yes, I have.
All right. Can you read, please, for the court, the last sentence on paragraph 1 of page 2?
The last sentence, paragraph 1. If after going through the above analysis, you find the combination of differences between the signature on the ballot affidavit and the signatures in the voter registration database, consider whether the difference can be reasonably explained.
Yes.
I'm sorry, with some confusion. I meant page 2 in terms of hard copy pages, and he
Different point.
meant to a page numbered page, so I apologize, Your Honor.
This
I
is what
apologize.
you want him to read, though.
Correct, Your Honor.
Got it.
Last sentence of paragraph 1, please.
The guide is provided to assist county recorders, offices, and their staff in conducting signature verification and is intended to be used as reference in combination with the county recorder's specific procedures for early ballot processing. The Arizona Secretary of State's office thanks the Colorado Secretary.
You're on the
Pointed to the last.
apology.
Please just point to it, what you want him to read exactly.
This judge has a turd
Okay.
sideways the size of Dallas.
The last sentence starting here with this
first
guy.
paragraph. Okay.
No, that's the last sentence in the first paragraph.
Okay. This guide will help those reviewing ballot affidavit signatures determine whether the ballot affidavit signature and the voter signature in the voter registration database were authored by the same person.
That's pretty weighty, isn't it?
I apologize, I couldn't hear. Pretty
That is pretty weighty, isn't it?
defining weighty.
That carries a lot of weight, and it's
Okay, yes. Well,
pretty profound job, isn't it? It's important,
signature verification is indeed important.
incredibly important, right?
Correct.
Because although you testified earlier that there are these multiple processes in place to ensure that the right people are voting, the only one at the end of the day that matters is that signature. Isn't that true?
I disagree.
Disagree? Well, I suppose we can disagree. But what's standing in the way of that ballot being tabulated and not?
It's a preponderance and a combination of multiple checks and balances, but it is one of the factors that is important. All azimuth is all.
At the end of the day, you get a ballot affidavit envelope with a ballot inside that is signed by somebody. Correct?
Correct.
Okay. The only thing standing between that ballot affidavit envelope being opened, the ballot removed, and the ballot being tabulated is that signature and the person verifying it, correct?
Correct.
It's a significant act is it not?
It is indeed.
And your testimony about exact matches being able to be done very quickly, that I started this line of questioning with, well, strike that. Is there such a thing as an exact match?
There is a potential to have a high consistency signature that then, on general terms, could be considered an exact match.
If you're pointing something out, yes.
Mayor Gross, I was going to point to another page in line.
Please, you may do that, yes.
So we can save this court time and yeah.
Yes.
All right. Paragraph 1, sentence 1, and don't start reading yet. But you have a trained forensic document analyst that trains your workers. Is that correct?
That trains our permanent FTEs, correct.
You're permanent.
And there is some folks that came back from the primary that we included in that, correct.
Okay. So are you telling me that that trained forensic document analyst does not train your temporary signature verification employees?
Depending on the cycle, there could be a point where we're bringing them in 2 weeks and they would have missed that class. So there is a training. It's just that it's, as provided in the exhibit, our training that extrapolates the forensic training done by that.
But they're not all trained by this professional, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And can you read that first sentence that I pointed to in paragraph 1 for the court?
When conducting signature verification, it is important to keep in mind that everyone writes differently and no one signs their name exactly the same way twice. A ballot affidavit signature should not be rejected because it does not look exactly.
Are you done with the first sentence?
Oh, I apologize. I was reading the first paragraph.
Okay, so you testified yesterday that that document was prepared by a collaborative effort involving the different counties, correct?
Correct.
And forensic document analysts, correct?
This document, not by forensic documenting. That is, it's extrapolated from their training.
Okay, from their training. And that training is that no one signs their name the exact same way twice, correct?
Not as a definitive, but yes, that is, and the norm is that it's not 100% exactly the same, not all the time.
All right. And so if that's the case, then aren't all of the signatures your workers verify either close or not? Because there is no exact.
Consistent. That's exactly the term I continue to use. Are they consistent or inconsistent?
The reason I'm down this road is, Ray, you used the term exact, and you've said you probably did, so we're not going to go into the video.
I think everybody needs to turn their snark down a little bit. Katie Hobbs is back. Okay, yesterday it was like every 20, 30 minutes. Now it's like all the time. Damn you, Katie Hobbs. I'm getting good at this, though.
Local characteristics is necessary. And
Oh, dear, go get-
could take longer and take longer.
Go get some coffee. 'Cause what
And
if it does it again? I better
aren't
just do
these
it now.
broad and local characteristics
Katie
characteristics
Hobbs, 0 crime spies 3.
designed to get subjectivity out of signature verification?
They're designed to help you assess and in the lens world, the consistency of that signature as you look to review the characters, but not all are required, as it actually says in this actual statement and analysis, that they're not all required.
Okay. You testified none of them are required, is that correct?
No, I testified that they are not all required, that you do not need to go to 11-point check on every signature. And as an example, a little bit facetious, there is none to look at in a no signature. In a signature that has a high consistency, You do not, as prescribed here, do not go into the local. It actually says if their signature on the broad characteristics are clearly consistent with the broad characteristic of the voting signature and the voter registration status, you may accept the signature and move on.
Understood. But your testimony was that if they see an exact match, they don't even have to go into broad characteristics. They just see an exact match. And those are quick.
I would actually disagree again. An exact match actually visually is going through these broad characteristics. You're actually looking at it and saying, oh, the type of writing, the cursive and the print is exactly the same as a type of writing. It does not require that you go, let me double check. All of those things and why they're called broad characteristics are what can be done instantly, if you will.
Okay.
That's cursive, that's not. But if that
So-
is cursive and cursive, you do not need to go line item, is what I was indicating.
And so the point of my questioning is, you agree with me, wouldn't you, that it's not just about, well, strike that. I have no further questions.
Redirect, Mr. Liddy.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Valenzuela, it's been a long day, long morning.
A bit.
You've been asked questions about Mr. Spakeen's chart. Recall that?
Yeah.
Testify that you're not really that familiar with the chart. Is that correct?
That's correct.
When was the first time you saw Mr. Spakeen's chart?
Here in court.
Would it be true that, say, you don't know anything about Mr. Spakeen's chart except the representations that were made in court,
That'd be correct.
including the representations made by Mr. Spakeen?
That'd be correct.
And do you recall him testifying that he and the others that produced that chart used the Maricopa County response to the We the People public records request materials in order to create it?
Correct.
And you are familiar with the We the People public records request,
Very familiar.
and you recall participating in
Have you guys
finding the
heard the Kid
materials
Rock
for
song, We the
Maricopa County to
People?
respond to that.
Correct. In
It's really
crafting the
good.
request as requested through the TRR.
And you're familiar with the data in the Maricopa County response to the public records request, correct?
I'm familiar with the multiple responses of data sets that we provided.
But you have no knowledge about what was or wasn't and how any of it was put into the Spakeen chart.
I do not.
On
We've got
cross,
a real
you were
nice
just
group
asked
over on Rumble. Welcome, welcome.
by
Thanks so much
counsel
for joining us.
questions about worker number 9 and 26. Do you recall that?
I do.
You were asked whether the data on number 9 and number 6 columns were eliminated by Mr. Spakeen when he was calculating his averages. You recall that?
Yes, I do.
You recall being asked by Lake's counsel whether the worker number 9 and 26 columns were eliminated from the cumulative totals that would affect the averages?
I do recall.
I'm going to object, Your Honor. There's a long exchange of questions about whether or not they were averages. They're not.
Okay. The objection is to the form of the question.
The form, and it sort of misstates the evidence.
Well, the way he's phrased it, if he understood it, he can answer it, he can do that. I understand the distinction you're making. I'm the one taking notes, and
Thank you, Your Honor.
it's noted, but
So, Mr. Valenzuela, if those numbers were included in the cumulative totals, your understanding of the calculation of averages, would it affect the calculation of the average?
It would.
And you do know what an average is, don't you?
I do.
Mr. Valenzuela, many persons in this room, including yourself, have used the word batches in court over the last 3 days. What do you mean when you use the term batches?
Is this all this guy's got
in
in his
respect
playbook?
to the
Is
2022
redefining, like-
signature verification processes that you were a part of after the election?
As part of our normal signature verification in context to that, batches to me infer the 10,000 are received and the 250 sub batches at a level 1, level 2, whatever would review. That's what my terminology when I'm referring to signature verification batches.
So regardless of what was anybody else's mind, mine, council's, anybody else's about match-based process, whatever, that's what matches means to you with respect to all of your testimony with regard to the 2022 general election signature verification process. Is that correct?
Correct.
Now, you have heard it declared in this courtroom that the only thing standing between an envelope being opened is signature verification. Do you recall hearing that?
I do.
You've already testified about the curing process?
Correct.
Would you say that the curing process is also a process that's executed by the Maricopa County Recorder's Office in the signature verification that quote unquote stands between whether an envelope is opened or not?
It is.
And previously you testified about several other steps that Maricopa County takes pursuant to the mandates of the Arizona statutes to ensure that only lawful voters are even receive a ballot affidavit envelope on which they could affix their signature, correct?
That is correct.
So it would be accurate to say that there are many different steps that Maricopa County takes and did take in November of 2022 to ensure that when a ballot, an affidavit envelope is opened, there's a high assurance that that was in fact sent from a lawful voter. Is that accurate?
It is accurate. There is foundational data that is, or checks and balances that are in place before that ballot is tabulated that must be undertaken.
Do you still have Exhibit 1 in front of you as it was presented by counsel for Ms. Lake?
I did.
Would you turn to page 4, please?
Page 4 is numbered, page 4 on the bottom. I'm at that.
If you recognize that, just can you match it up with the one that you just read?
It is, just to clarify, the begins with broad characteristics. Is that page 4 that you're referencing on the bottom?
May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
Slitnard,
where's
your
the sentence he asked
garden
you to
looks
read?
beautiful.
Oh.
Or your plantlings.
Started here,
Mm-hmm. This was the one.
and then you went on, right?
Yeah.
Go ahead and read that and read all the way through the bottom of that.
Okay.
Wait, I want to make sure the court understands what I'm asking you to do. So, Mr. Valenzuela, please reread that sentence, and you were cut off as you were continuing on. I'm asking you to please continue on to the end of the sentence.
So this guide will help those reviewing ballot affidavit signatures determine whether the ballot affidavit signature and the voter signature in the voter registration database were authored by the same person. Continues, this guide is provided to assist county recorder offices and their staff in conducting signature verification and is intended to be used as reference in combination with the county recorder's specific procedures for early ballot processing. The Arizona Secretary of State's office thanks Colorado State Secretary of State's office and Yavapai County Recorder's Office for sharing their excellent guides from which this guide is adapted.
And from your personal experience, was that done in the 2002 signature review process in Maricopa County?
This guide was indeed referenced, and it was following the county recorder's specific procedures for early ballot review.
Now, I'm asking on the same document. Can you look and see the paragraph that is labeled B's and Bravo analysis?
Yes.
Would you read that first paragraph in its entirety, please?
Beginning with when conducting?
Yes, please.
When conducting signature verification, it is important to keep in mind that everyone writes differently and no one signs their name exactly the same twice. A ballot affidavit signature should not be rejected because it does not look exactly, emphasized, italicized, the same as a signature in the voter's registration record.
Thank you.
Following two-step analysis will allow you to confidently decide whether signatures are consistent with each other.
Thank you. During your testimony today, you testified about certain quantities of election packets and ballot affidavit envelopes. Do you recall that?
Yeah.
And you testified about specific numbers of them, correct?
Correct.
As you see here today, you believe those numbers you testified to are facts. Is that correct?
Correct.
You didn't calculate any averages.
Absolutely did no analysis or calculation, simply filtered to a specific user and that total.
So the numbers you provided in court were facts. Is that correct?
Correct.
You didn't testify at all about any voter data averages. Is that correct?
Correct. For the record, if I may clarify, I did not testify voter data average as it relates to that data. I did not do any analysis.
Again, Your Honor, just so the court's continuing knowledge applies.
Say again?
Oh, I would object, but I don't want to interrupt this court, but again, we're talking about averages, and so Your Honor had previously said you understand what's being said.
Well, I understand what an average is, and I understand what
Understood, Your Honor.
the estimate was before. So if you're asking me to reassure you that I understand what an average is, or I don't follow quite.
I just want to raise my continuing objection because he just said he gave no testimony with respect to averages in this case.
Right. Okay. Noted. Then. Thank you.
Your Honor, may I address that to clarify the record?
Well, I mean, you both can make closing arguments based on what the proof is. If you think you need to clarify something with the witness, you certainly may do that with the witness.
Thank you, Ron. I will take your advice. I will do that.
I tell you what, everybody in this
I just asked you
courtroom
questions
should
about
be.
numbers of ballots and ballot packets
They're just
that
all
you testified
jerk
to.
faces.
Is that correct?
Correct.
And I asked you whether you calculated the
Unprofessional and
averages
just
of any of those.
assholes.
And you answered what?
No.
Your Honor, that was the testimony.
Okay. Thank you.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Don't you agree, chat? The last trial that I live streamed was Letitia Stout. It ended up last week. Life in prison. And the judge was just so...
Valenzuela just handed you what's been admitted into evidence as Exhibit 47.
Everybody was just real professional.
You recognize that document?
And this is just
I do.
like... Snark,
Have you seen it
snark,
before during
snark.
these proceedings?
Just minutes ago.
Does that appear to be the document that was prepared by Mr. Spakeen?
Does indeed,
And you know that how?
because Mr. Spakeen indicated that he did create it.
Outside of his representations made to the court, you have no idea how that document was created. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Have you personally verified any of the information used by Mr. Spakeen placed into Exhibit 47?
This exhibit specifically, no.
Do you have personal knowledge of any of the calculations that were used to create this chart?
The raw data that we provided, I have personal knowledge of. How it was extrapolated to get these percentages, I do not.
You'll look at that exhibit all the way to the left, what I would call the first column, but the leftmost column. Do you see that?
Yes.
And up on the top, can you read the label of that first column?
Worker?
And the first entry in that, would you read that for me?
User 001?
Could you scroll all the way down to the bottom and read the last one for me?
User 032?
All the way down to the bottom.
To the end, that last page?
Yes, please.
User 155?
User 155. Did you memorize the names of all the 155 users of the level 1 signature verification that was used in 2022 general election?
I did not.
But you did testify that only 153 of them were employees, correct?
Correct.
What kind of question is that?
Do you recall hearing Ms. Lake's attorney ask if workers number 9 and 26 were eliminated from the cumulative totals that would affect the averages?
I do.
You scroll all the way down to the bottom. Oh, you're already there. So in the second come from the left, can you read that total down there for me?
1,416,520.
Could you scroll all the way up to the top and tell me what the label is for that column?
Verifications overall.
1,416,520. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
Your Honor, no further questions.
Very well.
Sorry, Your Honor. We have one minor housekeeping matter. I'm sorry.
Your indulgence, Your Honor. What exhibit is that?
Is the exhibit.
Kansas.
Is this for the judge only housekeeping matter or on the record? Thank you for joining me on this beautiful Friday.
May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
Look at Rumble. You guys are so awesome over on Rumble. Thank you very much.
Ray, I just handed a document to you. Could you read the
Actually,
number
YouTube's
on the
got a little
green slip?
traction today. Surprise,
Exhibit
surprise.
number 36.
Thank you on YouTube who are
Take
watching
what
and on
document?
Twitch.
I'm familiar.
The chat's pretty lively over on Rumble.
Tell me what it is.
It is not a complete, but a cover page and the summary of the election results for the 22 November general election.
And to your knowledge, are those numbers depicted on that canvas correct?
They are.
Did you participate in the canvas of the general election for November 2022?
I did.
Did you assist in the presentation of that canvas to the Board of Supervisors?
I did.
And do those,
I did.
and do those numbers depicted on that canvas reflect the work of the many permanent and temporary employees?
Oh, it happened again. Wonder if this is happening elsewhere. Katie Hobbs, you will not defeat me. You don't know who you're messing with over here in Minnesota.
Terms, the 1,311,734. It's a total grand
Crime
total
Spies 4,
of
Katie Hobbs
absolute
0.
good SIG, unique voter IDs cast.
How many ballots, presumably, that were inside ballot affidavit envelopes failed through the entire process that you've described over these last 3 days of signature verification, and in the end, were not opened and were not tabulated?
The grand total out of those that were not cured, if you will, was 3,099.
You know that from your personal experience.
3099.
3,099, Your Honor. And you know that from your personal information.
Because I am party to create that for the canvas, that what would be termed as a reject report.
And you,
No SIGs and bad SIGs.
and you and Recorder Richard's team started with north of 1.3 million. Is that correct?
Correct.
Signature verified all of them except 3,099. Is that correct?
Correct. With those, a portion of those going to questionable that are then 15,411 were cured, meaning the voter contacted.
And there's the UCAVAs and the other that you've testified about.
Remainder would be the 3,099.
And Ray, that really happened, didn't it?
Absolutely.
And you were there, right?
And we have data unique to voter IDs that tie to those particular records.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
We excuse the witness.
I would like to quote Slicknard
further
over in
questions,
the
Your Honor.
Rumble chat. She says, we call this a shit show in
Your Honor, I
Canada.
move that exhibit. What is
Total waste of time. Arizona is under
36
siege.
be moved into evidence.
I agree.
Objection.
I concur.
36 is
Slicknard.
admitted.
This is a shit show.
My question again, can we excuse the witness?
The whole world can see this is a shit
Mr.
show.
Valenzuela, thank you. You can step down.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay. Does the defense have any other further witnesses? Or are you resting? Yes, please put that with the rest of the exhibits.
Rest, Your Honor.
Thank you.
The county defendant's rest, Your Honor.
All right. Do plaintiffs anticipate any rebuttal?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. So will you be all prepared to return at 1:30 to present to me your closing arguments?
Yes, Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
Very well then. I will see you then.
Okay, the defense rests. Court will be resuming at 1:30. So 1:30. So 1:30 is 3:30 my time, so an hour and 36 minutes. So guess what we're going to do? We are going to continue watching the Glenn Beck special from last night. How's that? That'll keep everyone entertained. And I know this one won't crash like the court stream likes to do. The only thing with this Glenn Beck one is you have to deal with me talking just a little tiny bit. I'll try to not talk very much. But I know if this was only on Rumble, I would have no problem. And Twitch has actually left me alone too. But that YouTube, boy, they like to throw me in jail. So in order for me to get past their stupid censors, You're going to have to deal with me throwing a, yep, listen to this over the top of it. I apologize. Thank you again for joining me. So let's get back to Glenn Beck. This was on last night. We're 12 minutes in. So we got about an hour, 7 minutes, which will put us right around 3. So that'll give us a half an hour to kill after that. If you haven't already, oh, you know what? I'm going to play my little commercial. That'll get around the censors. This is only a minute. Just wanted to pause for a moment to remind you that Rumble Rants are available during these live streams. After 5 weeks and over 17,000 views, we've finally broken $1. Rumble Rants to the rescue. Check the $sign to the left of the live chat box. Use the sliding scale to adjust any donation, which will correspond to the number of minutes your rant is visible to the audience. Click the drop-down menu to add your payment info, or check the box to become a monthly subscriber, which will display a supporter badge next to your name in the chat. Click buy and send and you're all set. We really appreciate anything you can do to help. Non-monetary contributions are as simple as liking the video, sharing it on your social media, following the channel, and posting a comment. We've also set up a new account on Venmo. Our account name is Crime Spies without a space. Anything you can do to support this growing channel is most appreciated. Now, let's get back to the live stream. There's my shameless plug. Actually, there's an error in that. I'm up to $1.13 now. Yes. Yes. We're doing better. Who knew it was going to take so much to get some traction? But I tell ya, every time I look at Rumble, it makes my heart happy. Because it is growing over there. Okay, so here's Glenn Beck. And I'll try to talk as little as possible. This was on last night. He refers to a Q&A after this that was on The Blaze. But I don't have a subscription to The Blaze TV. I just watch it on Pluto. So I was able to watch it. And it was just some Q&A. But the bulk of the information is in here, and Mark Levin is at the end. This is really, really good. I have watched Glenn Beck for years, and he's done many chalkboards on the Bidens. This was a way for him to put it all together. He is hopping friggin' mad, just like all of us are, especially after Durham report hit. So I'm sure you will all like watching this during our courtroom break. I'll put up a little banner somewhere to just let you know that we've got some time to kill. And back over here.
Example of how it works. Hillary Clinton and her campaign launched one of the biggest misinformation psyops in American history, the Russia hoax. Now, you would expect that after what the Durham report showed, people would get thrown into jail. Do you know what happened? After years of investigation, millions of dollars wasted, and a country torn apart, they quietly paid a small fine. Now, here's the difference in the way the left uses lawfare. Donald Trump was indicted and hauled into a courtroom for nearly the exact same charge. Where's the justice in this? By the way, that charge was dismissed by people who didn't want to dismiss it. Does justice even exist in this country anymore? When Donald Trump is nailed for having documents, and you got to have a SWAT team there, but old Joe's got those documents sitting next to his Corvette, so you know they're safe. I'm sick of it. If there are some that have been deemed too big to fail and others have their homes raided and arrested and paraded into court for show trials, how can we be claiming still today that we have a nation of law and order? How can we possibly claim we have a Bill of Rights and a working Constitution? We're either going to lose our country or there will come a reckoning for justice in this country. And I want to be very, very, very clear. No reckoning that will do a service to the Republic would be unconstitutional or violent or play by their rules. However, there are rules that we can use that we have refused to use. Our elected officials appear to be all too willing to allow the status quo to continue. Well, is that because, Mitch McConnell, you're taking money and getting all kinds of money from your business with China and overseas shipping?
Actually, Mitch McConnell's in Peter Schweitzer's book.
I'm for you going to jail as well.
Secret.
Or is it just that we think,
Enemies?
oh, it's too big, I'm just one person, it's not going to happen. And our congressmen and our senators are so old and feeble that they give up before they even try. Tonight, I'm going to give you the tools to start fighting back. And we're going to start with the Biden crime family. Now, if you're a fan of this program, you've been watching these specials over the past 6 years, you're more fed up than somebody who's just new on this train. We've been exposing what the Bidens have been doing in places like China and Ukraine long before there was ever a Hunter Biden laptop. How many chalkboards have I done on this? How many people have had to answer for all of it? I'll show you how they get away with it tonight. Check out a piece from Politico a week ago. Bracing for impact, Biden world preps for Hunter Biden fallout. Are they? Are they really? Call me a skeptic, but I don't think any of them are even the slightest bit worried about any of this. For instance, take this quote. In conversations, Democrats and senior West Wing aides are downplaying the potential impact, arguing Hunter Biden was a factor in the 2020 election and voters elected his father anyway. Oh my gosh, this is a masterclass in gaslighting and misdirection. They're magicians. Democrats and the media want you to zoom in to this entire picture and focus on Hunter's potential tax and maybe gun violations. They want it very clear that Joe Biden was not involved, and voters agree with that. Okay, is that really the picture? They're zooming into what they want you to see and leaving everything else out of focus. It's what they do all the time. Let me show you a photo. Is this a Nike commercial? Or is it an incredibly incompetent president falling off his bike? Here's a really cool picture of presidential seal on Air Force One. How cool is that? Is that the picture? Or is it the commander-in-chief of the world's most powerful military stumbling multiple times to make it up the stairs? This is how it works. This is exactly how they want you to see the crime family that is the Bidens. This text message: unlike Pop, I won't make you give me half of your salary. Wow, that seems weird. Let's zoom out to this. Zoom out further to this. The bigger picture becomes a lot more clear, and things they don't want you to see also become more clear. This email that shows profit distribution with 10 held by H for the big guy. I'm not a spy or a scientist, but I think I know who H is and the big guy. Good God, America, what's wrong with us? It starts to make a lot more sense now that we have discovered the Biden family received over $10 million from foreigners for services that we just can't figure out what they were. They've got a lot of companies out there, these Bidens, but a lot of them don't have any employees or make or sell any products. It's weird. Now, this goes a lot further than just the Bidens. The only way all of this is allowed to happen is if the government is infected with systematic rot. It is. It's systemic over all of it. FBI, DOJ, IRS, intelligence agencies, the State Department. We continue down this road where a select few are too big to fail and are protected. Kiss your security goodbye. Listen to this. The president's kids have huge hidden bank accounts in other parts of the world. They hide behind diplomatic and political immunity. They own multiple homes in expensive areas, take lavish vacations. They hang out with celebrities and billionaire tycoons. They do all of this out in the open as their father holds the highest political position in the country, and no one questions where all of this wealth and privilege comes from. Law enforcement looks the other way, either because they're scared or they're on the take themselves. Does this sound like a country you want to live in? Oh, by the way, does this sound like this country? I mean, no, because it's not. I wasn't talking about Joe Biden. I was actually referring to the family of both Hugo Chavez and Nicolas Maduro in Venezuela. That's the way it works there. And we are traveling on that road. And they ignored it there, and everywhere else it pops up. We must not. People like you and me fight for the scraps left in the street. Food becomes a luxury item where the political elites, who are all too big to fail, chomp down on their empanadas right in front of our faces. If we continue on this path, this is our future. It is time that we put a stop to it. I'm going to zoom out further and give you the full picture of the Biden family and what they've been doing. And how do you think the GOP is responding to this? Well, I would say it's the same old song and dance, but at least some of them are standing up. But I am not sure. We've got a lot of people in the House that are doing things, but I am not sure that they can get this done. First of all, they don't have the Senate and they don't have control, so they can't. They can recommend that the Justice Department prosecute, but then what? They can try to get the Democratic Senate to impeach somebody, but it's not going to happen. But that's not reason for us to throw up our hands and say, oh, well, what can we do? I'm going to show you a lot of documents tonight, and every single document you will be able to access. It's open right now at thereckoningguide.com. Thereckoningguide.com. Download our Biden crime family dossier. Follow along and do your own homework on this. In this dossier, you will also find key information that will allow you to take action to finally hold the Bidens accountable. I'll explain a little bit more a little later on in the program. I can't get over how the mainstream media, the Bidens and the rest of the Democratic Party are really trying to normalize everything. First, they're hiding it, denying it happens, and then when it's finally everywhere, they're like, well, but that's no big deal. It is a big deal because you don't see this type of behavior outside of countries like Venezuela or China or Russia. It's insane. A president or vice president making political moves around the world that coincide with their families making millions in the same places. It is not normal. It is not American. I don't care how they try to spin it. That behavior cannot be normalized. Check this out. Tell me this is normal. Back in March, the House Oversight Committee produced bank records that revealed multiple Biden family members were receiving shady payments from China. Bank subpoenas reveal that less than 2 months after Biden left the White House in 2017,
did he have the link up yet that
he
you're
did
supposed
business
to
with a Chinese company. Now,
get these documents?
I love this wonderful little Chinese
I was
company.
getting some food. I'm starving like Marvin.
Wanted to do some business. It's an energy company, State Energy HK. They've wired just $3 million to Robinson Walker LLC.
Oh, wait till
first we have to
wait
go
till he
to
puts
the
up the
Shell Corporation.
picture of the mystery
Here's what the real
man.
money is coming from. It goes to this Shell Corporation, and then it goes to this guy, Rob Walker. Well, who the heck is Rob Walker? Well, Walker LLC is a limited liability company in Delaware. At the time of the wire transfer, Rob Walker's business account had $159,000 in it. And then overnight, $3 million from a Chinese. What does he do? What is that LLC? The very next day, Robinson Walker wired $1 million to a company associated to a business partner of Hunter Biden named James Galar. So now he gets a third. Again, do we know what? We know he's an attorney, so he probably can't say anything, right? I don't know what he does. Because he's getting a third of the money. Okay, so the Chinese government, through a shell corporation, takes money and gives it to him. He takes a third of it, gives it here, and then the rest of it.
For those of you on
here.
Rumble, thank you so much. We're just watching this Glenn Beck special from
Walker
last
would
night.
send incremental payments to multiple Biden family members in their
You have
country.
to talk on
and their
occasion, or
companies.
YouTube will take it
Of course,
down.
you had Hunter, and then you got James, and then you have Hallie, and then you have the mysterious Biden we don't know.
Not
Now,
funny.
does any of this sound legitimate at all? Because what are these people? What have they done for this energy company? You might say, well, he's an expert of energy because he was in Ukraine. Uh-huh. But what about these three? Why did this Chinese company, first of all, use a pass-through company to disperse the
No idea.
funds incrementally over several months? Why was it done just a couple of months after Joe Biden left office? And if Hunter didn't
What do you think?
share
Put it in
any
the
of
chat.
this money with anyone else, who's the mysterious Biden? Is this the way we do business in America? No, I'll tell you how we do business in America. It's a lot different than that. You don't have a shell company. You just have a company, okay? There's nobody secretly behind the company. And then if you want to do business with that company and that company wants to do business, it pays you, okay? Very clear. You pay me, I'll do this. What this is these people have the money. These people hire these people to do, and then it's laundered through all kinds of other companies and banks. Now, let me take a step back for a second. This doesn't sound normal. So imagine you're a very powerful person. Let's say the Vice President of the United States. Maybe you have aspirations to run for president. But life is so expensive. You've got a bunch of kids, including one specific kid that's always seemed to be in trouble. You've also got a ton of grandkids, one you won't even recognize. None of this is cheap, mind you. You've never really held down a job anywhere, okay? Because that's not what you do. You've been in public service. How do you amass a ton of money without anyone knowing it? How do you get around the oversight of you and your wife's financial information? That's tough. Let me spitball for a second. So you'd have your problem child. If it was me, this is exactly what I would do. You'd have your problem child and maybe even your brother who exist outside the financial oversight. Do a deal in a country where you might have political influence in. Influence either today or possibly in the future, but you'd have to be careful. You'd have the main company you're dealing with use one of their subsidiaries or maybe even one of their shell companies. And the funds would go from the main company, then to the shell, then on through a pass-through. You know, somebody that you could really trust, and it would be good if they were an attorney so they could never testify against their client. And there's always close family business associates that help with these kind of deals. So you compensate, let's say, a third of the total take to them. And then you set up a series of payments from the pass-through lawyer to various family members. Again, people that exist outside official oversight. Now, I don't know if this is legal. I'm pretty sure it's not, but it doesn't even sound ethical. Have you ever heard of business deals working this way that were legitimate? This is exactly what the bank records revealed back in March. But maybe this is a one-off. They don't do this all the time. I mean, this would be very complicated. You know what I mean? You can't just... This just looks shady. So is it possible this one deal was so shady looking because the Chinese just do business differently? Sure. Okay. All right. Maybe that's possible. Sure. Don't think it is. But sure, maybe that's possible. Let's look at that. Okay. But last week, what just happened? Last week, the House Oversight Committee released even more information. And you're not going to believe the system they put. They amassed over $10 million from foreign companies, okay? The Biden family created a web of over 20 companies, mostly limited liability, with the majority of them created while Joe Biden was vice president. Now, many of these companies, in fact, I think all but 3, have no employees, no product, no sales, nothing. They're just companies. So either the Bidens suddenly discovered their business genius, with these companies that don't do anything, right after Joe Biden became vice president, or it's something else. What could it be? Well, the bank records that we just got revealed that not only were the Bidens receiving shady payments from China, not only were they doing it in Ukraine, but also now a businessman in Romania. Now, you see, this is interesting to me. Remember how Biden was focusing so heavily on corruption in Ukraine? Well, he was doing this while Hunter was being placed on the board of Burisma. Now, we know how that went, but it seems he was also doing the same thing in Romania. He traveled to Romania in May 2014, specifically to combat corruption. Watch.
Corruption is a cancer that eats away.
Every word that comes out of this guy's mouth is a lie.
Diminishes.
The one thing, though, I did notice last night when I watched this live was this is only 9 years ago. Look at how quickly he's gone downhill.
Crowding out.
I hope Satan has a nice, warm, toasty spot for him.
It wastes
waiting.
The talent of entire generations.
Surprisingly, we're still on YouTube.
Scares away investments and jobs. And most importantly, it
say a prayer to the YouTube jail gods. Or no, the YouTube.
Now, I agree with all of
well,
that, but I
just
don't
say a prayer that
think
the YouTube jail gods don't come and get
do.
me.
And a lot of people in Washington, I don't think, believe that. In September of 2015, the Romanian president traveled to the White House where he spoke to Joe Biden specifically on, quote, anti-corruption efforts and rule of law as a means to strengthen national security and promote greater investment and economic growth. Well, yeah, economic growth, but I mean, not for the little people. You see, Hunter Biden got a brand new client. Yeah. His new client was this guy. Love this. Romanian businessman. Okay. He contacted Hunter Biden after being charged with, you'll never guess, corruption. Corruption. It's crazy. Crazy. So he had the money and then he had the pass-through corporation here, and then they gave it to an attorney. I mean, it makes total sense, right? I mean, if you are a low-level, I don't know, crack dealer, you want somebody to, take care of you because you crashed your car. Everyone knows you better call Saul. Everyone knows if you're facing multiple years in federal prison for corruption and Joe Biden is chumming with the president, everyone knows better call Hunter. Within 5 weeks of Joe Biden's meeting in the White House, the payments began flowing from the Romanian businessman.
What a coincidence.
Through his company based in Cyprus. Yeah, the one on the board. Because that's where all legitimate businesses are based, in Cyprus. And guess who they went to? Yeah, to Joe Biden's family. Now let's see if the
You don't
process
say.
is familiar at all. The Romanian company, Bladen Enterprises, began wiring $3 million to a familiar name. Robinson Walker, the same exact pass-through that we had before. Well, look, it's exactly the same so far. And like with China, Walker then sent a third of that money to James Galar. What does he do? Multiple other payments were then sent to Hunter and James and Hallie and the grandkids. Well, the grandkids are doing a lot in Romania.
Yes,
Don't make
I
fun of them.
imagine.
Those grandkids are all over that issue in Romania. Then the mysterious Biden again.
I wonder what that could be.
And then
Think.
the Biden family LLCs. It's not normal. I don't think this is the way business is legitimately conducted. And it's a pattern. Also makes this text message, unlike Pop, I won't make you give half your salary, look a little more suspicious, doesn't it?
Mm-hmm.
The Biden family would go on to receive $1 million more this way, the same way, to the letter that it was done with the Chinese. Now, can I ask you a question? Do you have a lot of friends who have a maze of shady LLCs or a bunch of LLCs and they don't do anything with them?
Not that I can
And
think of.
do those LLCs receive money from foreign shell companies out of, well, one of the biggest money laundering areas is Cyprus? How many friends do you have that have a problem child, a crackhead family member, then do all of the business and have them, they've got a real problem, have them work on the deals and the money, and then funnel it through multiple hard-to-trace intermediaries that go down to the brothers and the wives and the grandkids, because I've never heard of that. If I heard anything like this from somebody that I considered a friend, I wouldn't be friends with them anymore. I would be asking a lot of questions. What exactly it is you do? I wouldn't want to get caught anywhere close to them, because there's only one reason people do business like this, and it is crime, corruption. Now, all of this is coming out as a whistleblower has come forward, claiming the FBI possesses the information that alleges then Joe Biden, the vice president, was involved in a criminal scheme with a foreign national relating to the exchange of money for policy decisions. Wow, there's a Pulitzer waiting for somebody. Where is the curiosity? Where is the honesty? I think the press is in way too deep. How can they seriously defend the fact that everywhere Joe goes to talk about corruption, his son is there side by side with him, connected to corruption in the same place? And then the entire family magically makes millions of dollars. It is absurd. Now, maybe a more important question, where is the action? Where is the Justice Department? Where is Congress? I applaud this disclosure. Now, what will Congress do about it? They must defund the Justice Department and FBI. It must happen. Now, there is something else that is interesting. You remember how the left works? Donald Trump's house was raided by the FBI. Joe did the same thing he was accused of. Where was the raid? Hillary Clinton did the same thing Trump is accused of with campaign finance violations. She paid a small fine, but the left weaponized a radical district attorney to haul Trump into court. Can I tell you something? We suck at this. We suck. We just expect things to go well and people be honest, and then they're not honest, and we're like, oh, gee, wow, that hurt.
Yeah.
Check this out from
Pretty
a recent
much.
House oversight disclosure. Quote, The committee has uncovered evidence indicative of influence peddling and financial deception, warranting further investigation and legislative solutions. Influence peddling and financial deception. And all we're hearing about is potential legislative solutions? I mean, I'm all in for writing laws that ensure another Biden crime family is never allowed to engage in this kind of behavior. But who's going to do something right now about this problem? Where is the anti-Alvin Bragg? Someone that instead of using the justice system
It's a good question.
to persecute rivals, will instead just uphold the rule of law. Where is John Adams, a guy who actually defended the British soldiers after the Boston Massacre? That didn't make him popular, but he did it because we're either a nation of law and order or we are not a nation at all. So let's change this, shall we? Beginning tonight. Is Hunter Biden protected in the same way as children of Hugo Chavez and Nicolas Maduro? His list of alleged crimes is worse than you think, but you can do something about it. Let's go there.
Okay, so for those of you watching right now and are confused because the title says Kari Lake, we are watching the rewatching the Glenn Beck special from last night. He is hopping mad.
Okay.
And I do have to talk a tiny bit over the top of it, or YouTube will put me in jail.
On Monday afternoon.
I'm trying to keep it to
And it's everything you would expect from this
slow
government. It admits
quiet.
the FBI acted without any evidence. It concedes this is not the way it was supposed to be done. It describes a weaponized arm of the government that set out to persecute a private American citizen. It involved the director of the CIA, the FBI, the Obama administration, the Clinton campaign, and the mainstream media. It is 306 pages, and it was the culmination of everything we expected from the Russian hoax. It was a sham. It was a psyop. And despite multiple levels of government, Hillary Clinton and the media, look at what Durham suggested as the solution. Possible FBI reform. That's it?
That's it.
That's no conspiracy charges and nothing? Really? Well, why would we expect anything different from Durham? A, he's part of the system. If
Even
I give
Kash
him the
Patel
benefit of
said
the doubt,
he's just livid.
what is he going to do about it?
He was
says
one
we
of
have to
Durham's biggest
change
supporters,
the
and now
hearts
he's
and
his biggest
minds
enemy.
of those who are in service and put them back in service to protect and defend the Constitution, because they're not doing it now. It's the same road that we're on that I talked about earlier. There are entities in this country that are too big to fail. There are people who are just too big to jail. And if we want results, we have to lead the way. So let me ask you a question. Is Joe Biden's family better than your family? Would your son or daughter go to jail from criminal activity? Or would they not, just because of who they are? If they wouldn't go to jail for criminal activity just for the sole act of being born to the right people or right family, we have a real problem, now don't we? If you ask Vladimir Putin, he would say, yeah, no, my children are better and above the law. Ask Xi Jinping, Nicolas Maduro. They'd say exactly the same thing. I point this out because it goes to the core of institutional rot in every authoritarian country that has ever existed. When law and order means nothing, when you have two classes of people, when a political class rises above the people they claim to represent, and when the federal government weaponizes against their foes for persecution, when they shield those they deem protected, you've lost your country, and you become China, Russia, Cuba, Venezuela, name them. This is why we must hold Hunter Biden accountable and start with him. He is not above the law, and the families of politicians are not better than ours. I'm going to show you how to hold Hunter accountable and give you the tools to do it. But you've got to start right now. All of this information is available again in our Biden crime family dossier.
So go to thereckoningguide.com. You have to enter in your email address.
If you pull that up, You will
And
see the Biden
then they'll
family
send you an email
alleged
with it.
crimes that are primarily at the Department of Justice level. They are all there, and they are fully sourced. Now, I'm not going to focus on those. We saw
I can
how
put that in the
government
description
treated
box
Hillary
down
Clinton and
or
Donald Trump over
chat
basically
or
the same crime.
comments.
We've just
God.
witnessed how weak the response is from the Durham report. Do we really think the DOJ is going to do anything about any of these Biden family allegations? I'm not holding my breath. But these federal level crimes, again, are part of the government and media's misdirection. They would love us to zoom in and just look at that picture. Those are the cases they control. They can drag them and sweep it all under the rug. But what happens if you zoom out? The Marco Polo project on Hunter Biden's laptop notes over 170 crimes. 170
This is interesting how he pulls this all together at the end here.
Clearly
or
documented.
like from now
We
to
know
the
the
end.
place and the date and everything. And they're spread out all over the country.
Mark
in
Levin
states
comes
that
to kind of
perhaps
punctuate
you're living in right now.
the plan.
So let me go over some of these crimes. This is
Brace
the
yourself.
list and the states where some of these crimes.
I just want to pause for a moment. Thank you so much for joining me. There's so many people on Rumble right now. I'm so excited. Just letting you know that the court is on lunch break for like another hour and 15 minutes. So we're just filling the time. I saw this was on Glenn Beck's Thursday night special. It was an extra special. Normally he just does the Wednesday night special. But this was an extra one because he's so pissed off about the whole Durham report. So I'm just using this as a filler, and then we'll probably have a little bit more time. I don't know. I'll figure out something. Because I am streaming right now on YouTube simultaneously with Rumble, I do have to talk over it. I'm trying to keep my comments very short. But otherwise, YouTube will throw me in jail again, and I think that's like my third strike. So, so I do have to talk a tiny bit over the top of it. So in case you were wondering, we're just trying to fill some time. I figured this is better than having a blank screen to look at.
Crimes happen. It is staggering. I haven't heard of nearly any of these. If the president's son is implicated in 170 crimes, why hasn't justice been done? I mean, it seems kind of relevant to the public, doesn't it? What the heck's going on here? Really? 170? I'm going to go through some of these, but you should follow along in our dossier. So let's go over the crimes state by state. I'm going to start in Arizona. By the way, this is a crack pipe. On October 27th, 2016, Hunter Biden, under the influence of crack, crashed his car on the way to rehab, then dropped off his second car at the rental facility near the airport. He accidentally left several items in the vehicle, including personal IDs, a crack pipe, and a baggie with cocaine. Now get this. Before the lab test even came in, proving that it was cocaine, both the city and county attorney said, we're not going to prosecute. Why? Would your family member ever get the same courtesy? Would you want the same courtesy? Hunter would later admit that, well, I had to write it in my book. It's chapter 8, my book.
Actually, that
Beautiful
might be an
Things.
interesting
So
audio
we
book
have
to
an
just
official
go
record.
through.
We have proof and a confession. What we don't have is justice. Ha! So what's up, Arizona? Is there anybody in Arizona that might be willing to say, you know, I'd like to take that?
Which is another reason when I was watching this last night, I'm like, wait, I'm doing the Kari Lake, Arizona trial tomorrow. This fits in perfectly because there's got to be a lot of people watching that are in Arizona.
Crime on. If you live in Connecticut, it's going to get very busy in Connecticut. So many crimes here. I'm starting to wonder if there is actually a functioning justice system at all in Connecticut. I'll start with the drug crimes. February 2019, a female who is herself currently in jail for other crimes arranged a meeting with Hunter to bring him crack cocaine. Well, that's fantastic. Who doesn't like a little crack cocaine? Later in February
Gotta love
2019,
Glenn Beck.
texts show that Hunter was conversing with his drug dealer, showing he was consuming drugs and trafficking them as well. Hunter was pissed off that he was sold some drugs that were low quality. Who hasn't been there? Hunter's laptop clearly shows money transfers of over $1,400 and $1,500. March 2019, Hunter texts show that he ordered $400 worth of crack. I mean, at least the guy is good at keeping records. On that same day, Hunter's texts show him offering drugs to a female, then setting up sex and a drug romp with another woman. Have you heard of any of these? I mean, have you heard about the Connecticut sex crimes? Because sex crimes, wow. February 2019.
Actually, if you
Hunter
listen to Glenn
solicits a
Beck in the
woman
morning, he
for
was
sex.
talking about
Later the
this
same
this
night,
morning.
after the woman leaves his room, Hunter solicits 2 more prostitutes through an online escort service. The energy he has is actually quite impressive. The very next day, Hunter solicits a 3rd prostitute. This particular lady of the evening instructs Hunter how to weed out the police. Later that day, Hunter solicits another prostitute at a casino, and then another one an hour later. Sky is remarkable. Then another who agrees to meet him at the Best Western Hotel. I mean, how comes to mind. February 13th, soliciting. February 14th, Hunter takes a video of him having sex with a prostitute and smoking crack. Money transfers show he paid the woman $1,500. February 17th, soliciting. Uber records show Hunter paid for their rides to come and meet him. Also later on the 17th, soliciting again. Uber records and a link to a Visa debit card to pay the prostitutes are described on the laptop. February 26th, guess. Yeah, soliciting. This is just Connecticut. Is there anyone in Connecticut that would like to maybe prosecute for a crime? Moving on to Delaware. Delaware, we could be here all night. June 2018, Hallie Biden pressures Hunter to procure crack cocaine for her. Oh, just like they're in business together. Well, they're sleeping together and doing crack cocaine. What a beautiful family. This was all caught on recorded phone calls. 2018, October, Hunter does a drug deal that ends at a 7-Eleven convenience store. Later in October, Hunter texts Hallie Biden that he's currently, quote, smoking crack on 4th and Rodney. That's great. December 2018, video evidence of Hunter naked smoking crack at a public spa. Later in December, a text message admitting to an unfair drug deal. March 2019, Hunter buys drugs from a registered sex offender. October 12th, 2018, Hunter buys a gun. Well, he shouldn't have, because, he had to lie a little bit on the application about his drug use, okay? October 23rd, 2018, Hallie throws Hunter's gun in the trash can at a grocery store.
That. Sorry, people, I have to talk a little bit.
No arrests were made. And what's
or
this?
YouTube will throw me in jail. And they'll take the
this
whole
list
thing
is
down.
not good for anything unless you had a few sex crimes in here. December 2018, photo evidence of a night with a prostitute and crack cocaine. January 2019, video evidence of prostitutes and crack cocaine. February, more video evidence of the same prostitute and the same drugs. Well, I mean, new drugs, because he had already smoked the other. If you live in Delaware, you've got your work cut out for you, I know. Probably not going to happen in Delaware. But how about Florida?
Ooh.
Wow, Florida is an interesting case here.
I was actually surprised at how much was in Florida.
You'd think there'd be somebody.
Oh, no.
There was a
This one's only
prosecutor
got
that
2.
like, you know what? I think we should prosecute for that. 2016, March. Photos show Joe Biden's son-in-law, medical doctor,
This was
Howard
interesting.
Crean, smoking a joint, violation of medical license regulations. December 2018. By the way, you might think that that's a little thing. Do you think if you were a doctor and you did this and it was on tape and they found out that they wouldn't come after you? December 2018, Hunter Biden sends money to a Ukrainian escort and pimp. The transfer was flagged by J.P. Morgan as possible human trafficking. By the way, these flags that the banks do, this is when they think there's money laundering or a crime being committed.
Look at how many.
They only issued 170 of these.
170
that
flags.
we know of. 170 times the banks sent out an alert saying, we think something's wrong here. 170 times.
And this one in Florida, they thought it
Let's go
was
to
human
Massachusetts.
trafficking.
November 2018, Hunter attempts to buy more crack. December 2018, Hunter sets up a drug deal and exchanges $1,200 for, I'm sure, a Beanie Baby collection. January 2019, another drug deal with a payment via PayPal. February 2019, video evidence of Hunter smoking crack at the Marriott Hotel and sex crimes. December 2018, video evidence and text messages prove Hunter solicited 2 prostitutes and did drugs with them at his property owned by his psychiatrist. By the way, where's #MeToo?
I just wanted to also mention one of the book club books, audiobooks on the Rumble channel, not on YouTube, but on the Rumble channel. We just wrapped up Laptop from Hell, the Miranda Devine book about Hunter Biden's laptop. So if you go into the content section of the Rumble channel, you'll be able to see all 21 chapters. I mean, I tried to break it up in little chunks.
Also in December, Hunter solicits another prostitute. She requests $1,000 as payment through Venmo. January 2019, Hunter solicits another prostitute. You know, he could hide all of these if he would use Bitcoin, because I hear the president says that's where the real crime happens. Video evidence was found on her OnlyFans account. You now have February 2019. Hunter attempts to solicit a prostitute, but doesn't get a response. Nevada, August 2018. Hunter conducts a drug deal and pays the dealer $250. Also, August 2018, Hunter solicits a prostitute. August 7th, Hunter solicits another prostitute. Tennessee, October 2016. According to his own admission, written about in his memoir, Hunter Biden purchases crack cocaine in Nashville and drives under the influence. In Texas, December 2018, Hunter solicited a Texas woman for sex and paid her flight to the East Coast. She requested $1,000 in payment. In Virginia, June 8, 2018, Hunter takes pictures of himself driving around in Arlington, Virginia, smoking crack.
Oh,
now,
that is
I don't
so
know
nice.
about you, but where I come from, that's against the law. Now, these are the crimes that we know about and have clear-cut evidence, like open and shut case here. I don't know how many more there are, but let me ask you, out of all of these, nobody prosecutes this. There's not one prosecutor out anywhere in the country that saw that crime come through and went, yeah, I don't care who he is. It's weird. They see the Biden name and immediately stop pursuing the case. We actually left off the crimes in places like
California
York
and New York,
because the institutional rot is so bad in those states, there's no way anything will ever be done. Do you think Alvin Bragg would prosecute Hunter Biden in Manhattan?
Nope.
Would Gavin Newsom allow anything like that to be done in California?
Nope.
Some of these states are just lost. But we can push action on every single one of these crimes on the chalkboard. Blaze TV has already begun the legwork, contacting every single...
So that's basically, Mark Levin's going to come up here pretty soon. So what they're saying is after the Durham report dropped, you know, we all kind of went, oh, great, here's another big, long report we've waited for, and basically nothing's going to happen. Glenn Beck normally does a Wednesday night special this week. So last night he actually did an extra one, which is what we're watching. We're watching the rewatch of it while it's still on YouTube. But it's interesting because they basically say at the federal level, nothing is ever going to happen. So we got to take things in our own hands. And he's laying out here on the state level what can be done, him and Mark Levin. So Mark's coming up pretty soon.
One of the prosecutors and attorney.
Sorry, I have to talk a little bit over this. Please don't find it annoying. And follow the channel on Rumble. Wouldn't that be great if we could get over 200 people following today?
Generals with the powers to prosecute these crimes. But here's where we need your help. They're not going to do it because we call. They're only going to do it when they are shamed into it. There are two things you can do tonight to bring about the reckoning the Bidens deserve. First, we wouldn't have been able to do any of this without your support of subscribers. Thank you. The fight is going to get tougher. We need to be able to be in touch with you, have your email address, know how to contact you. We would like to ask you to consider joining us by becoming a Blaze TV subscriber. Give us the resources we need to continue this fight. You can go to blazetv.com/reckoning and join today. Use the promo code RECKONING at checkout and you'll save $30 off your subscription. Now, second, I think people don't care about the crimes that are happening in Washington anymore because they think nothing's going to happen anyway. So who cares? And you tune out. That is exactly how we lose our country. They have convinced you that there's nothing you can do. They have convinced you that you need to sit down and shut up. So I'd like you to do the opposite. I'd like you to flood the phone lines and email inboxes of every single prosecutor or attorney general that has the power to prosecute these crimes. The only way these officials will take action if the pressure in their own local community becomes so great they can no longer ignore us. You can find the information to contact these officials by receiving our Biden crime family dossier at thereckoningguide.com. Call them beginning tonight, tomorrow. Flood the email box. Tell all your friends. Facebook post, all of it. Then, after you've done that, do it again. Send them another email and another after that, and keep going until you are heard. If they give you an unsatisfactory answer, keep at it. The left never gives up. Never. And we're like, oh, it's the greatest country ever, freedom. It's been great. Our children will be doomed to slavery and debt for the rest of all generations of time. Well, that didn't work when we tried the election. Why would we give up? Now, let me give you what you're going to see, okay? I have examples of what we did get back. See all those crimes in Connecticut? Yeah, it's not going to happen in Connecticut. Well, I don't want to say that, because maybe. But here's a response we got back from the Connecticut Office of the Attorney General. And I quote, in Connecticut, the Office of the Attorney General does not have criminal jurisdiction. You may wish to direct your inquiry to criminal authorities. Oh, okay, all right. All those crimes committed in their state, and they don't have the jurisdiction. Huh. Maybe they should call one of the local prosecutors. But you know what? You can call the local prosecutors. Yeah, you can call and demand that action be taken. Are you a state of laws or not? Did the lack of jurisdiction stop Alvin Bragg? If the alleged criminal's name was Don Jr. rather than Hunter Biden, would that be the response? In Virginia, as I showed you earlier, there is photographic evidence of Hunter Biden driving his car under the influence of crack cocaine. Pictures you might think might make for a pretty slam dunk case there in Virginia. Here's the response we got from the Attorney General's office in Virginia. Thank you for reaching out. Unfortunately, this doesn't work for the Attorney General's schedule, so we'll have to decline. Have they changed the law? I know Virginia is changing the law to follow a lot of California laws lately. It's still legal to smoke crack and drive, right? I'm just checking. I don't know if there's mothers against, crack driving. I don't. Maybe we need them. It is still illegal to break the law, I think. I don't know. I'm just asking a question. The job of the justice system in these states is to prosecute crime, right? If the answer is yes, then why is no one willing to do their jobs here? Let me just go to the base level. I mean, there's nobody that wants to be an absolute home run hero for taking this up. Why do you think Alvin Bragg did it? Because he wants to be, I don't know, some bigwig in, I don't know, Soros's hot tub party. Ooh, excuse me. He's doing it so he can become the guy. Is there not one prosecutor who sees injustice happening in their state with the power to do something that just doesn't, yeah, sure, the Constitution, blah, 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 but I could be famous. Some things are too big to fail, I guess. Some people are just too big to jail. Is that the country you want to live in? Because now is the time you make that decision. Is this road the one you think we should be traveling? It's the same road traveled by countries like Russia, China, Venezuela. Justice must be blind. Every day I get up and I say my prayers and I ask, and my staff before our producers meeting, we do the same thing. Michaela prayed today for you and for us to know what do we need to say? What should we say? Please steer us away from the things that are not important and to the things. We need his help. We need your help. But you need his help and our help. We're in this together. If you want a country that listens to laws and is a nation of laws and not men, so my child gets the same treatment as his child does, then we need to re-gouge the eyes of Lady Liberty. We need to hit her with a stick in the eye. With your participation, we can ensure that these emails are not ignored. If there's just one prosecutor that is forced to do their job, if these crimes occurred in the state in which you live, reach out to them. Do it now. Do it early. Do it often. Again, the website for all of the cases and the contact information is at thereckoningguide.com. You are not powerless, and it is time to turn the tables on the left and engage lawfare, not the game the law not to game the law like the left always does, but to ensure the law actually means something. How do we build on tonight? How do we take this to the next level? How do you take it to the next level? How can you build momentum with state attorney generals, district attorneys, and prosecutors? We've talked to a lot of people, and they all say the same thing. Yes, this could work if. The if is answered by you. Maybe some of the other questions can be answered by Mark Levin. He has a few strong opinions on this. We go to Mark Levin now. Joining me now is somebody that has been right in the thick of exposing Russiagate since day one. He has seen what the Bidens have been getting away with for years. He is also an attorney. If anyone can give actionable advice, it's Blaze TV's own, the great one, Mark Levin. Mark, welcome to the program. I saw something on MSNBC, and I wanted to get your comment on it. Watch this clip and listen carefully to what he says.
This week, after 4 months of endless investigations, weeks upon weeks of conspiracy-addled Fox cameos, and countless promises of seismic revelations of a Soprano-esque Biden family criminal enterprise, James Comer and his Republican allies on the House Oversight Committee held a press conference, to announce, wait for it, drum roll please, nothing, nada, zilch, no evidence connecting President Biden to any wrongdoing whatsoever. All of that work and innuendo to produce a 65-page memo showing no specific allegations of a crime.
Mark, is this a case of the letter of the law versus the spirit of the law, that they did everything absolutely legal? It's just incredibly unethical and against everything we stand for.
First of all, this guy, whomever he is a propagandist. And let me help him out here a little bit, even though I think he's beyond redemption, which is this. When your family members receive multi-millions of dollars from the Communist Chinese, a front group that is spread to 9 family members through 20 shell corporations, when your father is vice president of the United States, and he's given as the point man to deal with the Communist Chinese and other countries that have loaded up the Biden bank accounts with money, that is worth a special counsel under the existing special counsel regulation, period. That's number one. Number two, this money didn't flow into the Biden family, 9 members and 3 grandchildren, because of their competence in anything or their knowledge about anything. They bought this family off. And so when you have a fool like this guy on MSNBC, and there's many of them in the phony media, they are telling you that this effort to conceal the purpose of the money has succeeded, because you can't prove that these companies were set up and the money didn't go to Biden. So the Biden crime family sets up these methods for concealing the money and concealing where the money goes. And these people say, because they're really Democrats, and these people say, and you can't prove otherwise. It's really an amazing thing. First of all, Congress is not a criminal investigatory operation. We know that.
And that's the problem, isn't it, Mark? Because we've seen, if you bring anything up, it goes to D.C. court. There's not a chance you're going to get a fair trial in D.C. if you're a conservative. And no Democrat's ever going to have a bad outcome in D.C. But you also, Congress can do whatever they want, but they have to recommend prosecution and investigation and furthering of something to the Justice Department. The Justice Department can say, no, we're not doing it. So that's what we're trying to get to here, is there's got to be a way that we're not gaming the system. We are using the system to apply pressure to make sure these people go to jail, or at least see the inside of a courtroom.
Well, it's complicated, but there are 2 things Congress can do. Number one, slash the budget of the FBI and the Department of Justice. I mean, slash it big time, break it up, redistribute its power, take some power away from it, because I can tell you now, if the framers today woke up and looked at this FBI, they'd say, what the hell have you done to yourself here? We didn't give this entity any authority. We didn't even create this entity, let alone the Department of Justice. And this FBI, whether it's the Durham situation or what it's doing to Trump now or what it's doing to parents or Catholics or anything else, it is the American Stasi. So the Republicans should just keep pressing the case to slash the budget. I was contacted by former Congressman Bob Walker, who you may want to have on one day. And he worked with Newt Gingrich years ago from Pennsylvania. And he said there's a way for one member of the House of Representatives to go to the floor of the House and to force cutting in specific areas of the budget, as long as he has the support of the chairman of the Rules Committee.
I thought that was interesting.
I honestly believe Kevin McCarthy, who's one of the finest speakers we've ever had, That's what he's turning out to be.
I hope you're
Would
right.
absolutely support that effort. That's number one. Number two, they ought to drag these guys before these committees left and right and just work them over. I mean, harass them, get their documents, do whatever they have to do, make everything public to we, the American people, not for the New York Times or fools like MSNBC, but for the rest of the American people. We have in the Oval Office today a Manchurian president. And I would also add to the local DAs out there and the state attorneys general, what are you sitting around about? You ought to be looking at every law you have like the Democrats do in Manhattan and Atlanta and everywhere else. And you ought to see if there's any wire fraud issues related to you, any bank issues related to your state. You should demand to look into all these shell corporations, all these businesses. What is it? The moron who's the attorney general in New York, the radical leftist can do this? But we don't have an attorney general anywhere in the United States who can do the same thing to them.
We're getting, we've already sent things out, but they haven't felt the force of the audience yet. In Connecticut, the Office of the Attorney General does not have criminal jurisdiction. You may wish to direct your inquiry to criminal authorities. This one is, thank you for reaching out. Unfortunately, this doesn't work for the Attorney General's schedule, so we'll have to decline. They're giving us the runaround saying that they can't do it. Even the Attorney General of the state of Texas is saying, I can't. Well, wait a minute. Why can't you? And if it's not the Attorney General, then there's got to be a DA or a local prosecutor that will take these charges up. You have 70 charges just on Hunter Biden alone that are provable. 70.
Well, I would ask this. Is prostitution legal in every state in the country?
Not that I'm aware of.
How about drug use? Is that legal in every state of the country? He's caught on film on his own laptop. I'm talking about Hunter Biden. I mean, they're digging into nothing to get Trump in Manhattan. These guys got to wake the hell up. I mean, if I really wanted to get one of these Bidens, I probably could figure out something. Look, some state attorneys general are stronger than others in terms of their statutory and constitutional authority. But I can't believe there's one DA, Republican, one state attorney general, Republican, who doesn't have the authority to dig into this stuff and should. Because the only way you're going to stop this tyranny is if you use it on them.
Yep.
Otherwise, it will not stop. And we have here's the problem. We've got these Marxists in the Democrat Party. They are driven. They are revolutionaries.
Speaking of Marxists, this is also going to be on the book club.
They'll take out the Catholic. They don't care. And then we have Republicans who are perfectly happy with sitting back and whining and complaining. If you're a district attorney and an attorney general and you're a Republican and you have authority, well, by God, we expect you to dust off every statute and ordinance you have and take a look. And if there's nothing there, at least tell us there's nothing there. But if there's something there, pull the prosecutorial trigger. That's what you need to do. And these people need to be afraid of our Republican prosecutors, the way that Republicans are becoming afraid. And people will say, well, Mark, now we're acting like them. No, we're trying to save our country. Just like a military battle without bullets.
Yep.
We're trying to save our country, and we've got to send in our forces. We've got to send in whomever we need to send in to start doing serious battle.
But I honestly see this as we're not even out of bullets. We've never put a bullet in a gun.
Right.
Good point.
These are laws that are being broken. The people that are paid to prosecute when people break those laws are doing nothing in their states. It is time that, I mean, I got to tell you, Mark, I know I would. Would you not make that DA or that attorney general the most famous attorney general in America if he was doing this?
Or how about just caring about your country?
Yeah, I know.
How about you're there and you're watching this and you're saying to yourself, my God, I've spent my career as a law enforcement official. I got elected campaigning on law and order. I can't sit here and watch my country die like this with these phony prosecutors in Manhattan and Atlanta and Jack the Ripper Smith out there as the special counsel. I can't put up with this. And so that is
Welcome
what they
back,
ought to look
Gabby.
at. And they ought to, some of these guys ought to even be objecting to what this phony special prosecutor's doing in their own states with their state legislatures. But, I think if we put the pressure on, we might have a shot at this. But the idea that there is not even an ongoing investigation of Biden, and of course, the big problem, as you know, Glenn, and we can't fix it, is the propagandist that you played from MSNBC. Oh, look, there was nothing here. There's everything there. And if you're a reporter, forget about prosecutors for a minute. If you're a reporter, you were just handed, massive
Pulitzer Prize.
fingerprints, DNA, and all kinds of stuff to follow, and you're there. That's not it.
I urge you to go to the reckoningguide.com, get all of the information that you would need, and call your local prosecutors.
So that's a link you need to go
state
to?
Attorney generals, or anyone
You type in your
else
email and
that
they send it to you
actually
by
has some
email.
authority to look at the crimes and begin to use the law the way it was intended to stop bad guys. Mark, thank you.
God bless you, my friend.
Love Mark
So
Levin.
I want to thank Mark for being on, and again, reiterate something he just said. The propaganda of legacy media companies like MSNBC is a major problem. I bet you there's half the country that doesn't even know these crimes exist because the media is not telling them, and what they are telling them is that there was nothing going on. That's why I'm so grateful to you, honestly. You give us the resources to get to the truth, and you actually respond. And
So
you're
he's got a
listening,
code at
and
the
you
bottom
care
for
as much
Blaze
as we
TV.
do, or we care as much as you do. In just a minute, I'm going to be ending this live stream on Facebook and YouTube. If we're still on, I'll be answering questions from our Blaze TV subscribers. If you'd like to join that conversation, head over now to blazetv.com/reckoning. You can subscribe if you haven't already. It is really important to have you in this fight. We're offering the biggest discount we've ever done, $30 off your yearly subscription with the code RECKONING at checkout. Thank you for joining us tonight, but more importantly, thank you for not giving up on this country. We cannot throw our hands up and go, well, nothing's going to happen. As long as people like you are willing to make a stand, there is hope for our republic. Do not give up. Ever, ever, ever. Do not abandon the fight. Let's roll up our sleeves and get into the fight. Thank you. God bless America.
So that's our pep talk for the Kari Lake lunch recess video. Wasn't that good? Now, I did go over, so as I was saying before, Pluto TV has the Blaze on it. So I did head over and watch the Q&A. And like I said, the bulk of the information is on here. And I don't have a subscription to Blaze TV, but their live stream is on Pluto TV for free. So now we've got 20 some minutes left. What should we do? I'm trying to think. I was actually going to look for... I missed his Wednesday special. Let's see if we can find that. Just trying to fill in the time. But hopefully that was a good pep talk for everybody, especially considering the fact that we're watching this transpire here in Arizona. And I think a lot of us are just frustrated. Oh, here. This is good. Oh, no, this is from the other. Never mind. Never mind. I don't know if you guys are regular listeners to Glenn Beck. That's another book that I have in the audiobook future book club, Crime Spies book club, is The Great Reset by Glenn Beck. I have that on audiobook too, as well as American Marxism. So as soon as we're done with the Fauci book behind me, and then I'm going to finish up with Red-Handed by Peter Schweitzer. I also got the Dan Bongino book, Follow the Money. audiobook. I got Sun Tzu's Art of War, which is required reading in our family. That's only an hour. And then I did get Donald Trump's The Art of the Deal, because if you've never read that book, it's old, but it is really good. Kind of gives you an inside scoop on what goes on in his brain. I just wanted to see if I could find what the Wednesday night special was. And of course, I cannot find it. Let's see if it's on this Glenn Beck one. Oh. Let's watch this. This is from this morning. I have not seen it. I did listen to him a little bit this morning, but I was so busy. I bet this is going to be good because yesterday on Crime Spies, we did the subcommittee hearing, which was just so heartbreaking what these FBI whistleblowers have gone through. So let's watch this. I haven't seen this yet. So this is him recapping the witnesses that were present yesterday for the subcommittee hearing. Then that should put us pretty close to when the Kari Lake trial starts again. I've got my eyeball on it. Don't worry, Crime Spies. I got you covered.
Jim Jordan is joining us now from Washington, D.C. Hello, Jim. How are you, sir?
I'm fine, Glenn. How are you doing today?
I'm actually kind of positive today. I think you are doing a great job and a great service. I think there are several of you now in Congress that I actually trust and believe you're actually going to do something. So thank you for that.
Thank you. Thanks for all you've been doing to get the word out to the American people.
So Jim, tell me, this was incredible yesterday.
For
First
those
of all,
you on
you
Rumble,
gave your
don't leave.
opening dialogue
Court's coming back in like
monologue on what
18
you were going to
minutes.
see. And then the Democrats came out and they said, what you're going to see are lies, half-truths, and fantasies.
We're just
I've
filling
never
in the
seen
time.
anything like that, especially when you are presenting whistleblowers.
Yeah. And these guys are good men who love this country and value the Constitution, the First Amendment. But for guys like them, and these guys and others like them, we wouldn't know about what they did with parents at school board meetings. We wouldn't know about what they're doing to pro-lifers praying at clinics. We wouldn't know about that, Catholics attending Mass, that the Richmond field office viewed them as radical, traditional Catholic extreme. We wouldn't know about those things but for guys like this. And the fact that they were willing to come forward shows just what good people they are and their commitment to the Constitution and to the oath they took. But then what they faced, the retaliation. I mean, they literally tried to crush these guys, particularly Mr. O'Boyle and Mr. Friend. It is so
crazy.
sad. Yeah, it's so sad. But for them, we wouldn't know the things we know and wouldn't be able to be in a position to make the case for, going after these agencies in the appropriations process, which is what we have to do.
So I did a special last night on the reckoning of the
Which we just
Biden
watched.
crime family, and one of our listeners wrote in and wanted me to ask you today, is there a way to help these whistleblowers? I'm concerned for them and their families.
Yeah, you can. They have. They can receive it's not GoFundMe, but there's ways that I should have that information.
Okay, I'll get it from your office
that.
and we'll share it.
Yeah, we'll try to get that. Yeah.
What is the next step here? Because we had the dossier come out. Not the Steele dossier, but the report that came out. The Durham report. Thank you. We had the Durham report come out, and the media is blind. And to me, this shows how deeply in trouble this nation is. You have intelligence, CIA, FBI, justice, the White House, Congress, all of it dirty, like majorly dirty.
Well, I don't think it's funny how the good Lord works, because the same week we get the Durham report, we just happen to have scheduled this hearing where we have these whistleblowers coming forward. So understand the Durham report.
The timing of that is
as
interesting.
Clearly and as straightforward as you could say, that the FBI, I think the best line was, the FBI failed in its fundamental mission of fidelity to the law.
Correct.
They didn't follow the law. There was no evidence, no probable cause, no predicate whatsoever to launch this investigation. They did it anyway. They did it based on a fake document, a document they knew was false, the dossier they knew was false at the time they used it to go to the court to get the warrant to spy on a presidential campaign. That's terrible. They put the country through all 3 years of craziness. That's terrible. But worse than that is what's happening today, because today it's not just limited to a presidential campaign. It's the American people, and it's what I just said. It's if you're a pro-life Catholic, they view you as radical. I mean, if you're a parent speaking up for your kid, they view you as a terrorist. I mean, it's like, you got to be kidding me. So that's what's. But I just feel I just found it interesting that those two big pieces of information came out in the same week, just underscoring how, in your words, Glenn, how dire the situation, how real the situation actually is.
So Jonathan Turley had an op-ed out. I just read it this morning, how Congress could have the final say on the Russian collusion scandal. In the Durham report, it shows that people like, what's his name, Elias, for the...
Mark Elias.
Yeah, Mark Elias from the DNC, that he would not participate, wouldn't talk, didn't give anything. And Turley is saying, why don't you start putting the screws to these guys and offer immunity? Now, I don't think there's a chance that Mark Elias is going to turn on anybody. But it's worth a try, isn't it?
Well, that's interesting. He is Mr. Democrat elect. I mean, he's the guy. He's the man in that whole area. So I don't know. But that's an interesting strategy. I haven't read Turley's piece. I really respect Professor Turley, and I'll read that. But I don't know. I'll have to give that some thought. But I do think we should be in our investigative work, our oversight work, we should be focused on getting every single fact and getting that information, the truth, to the American people. Because if you don't have all the truth on the table,
we just watched that he's talking to Jim Jordan,
then you're not in a position to make the case, which we're going to have to make, which we have to do. When it comes to appropriating money, we're going to have to change how that's done. We're going to have to limit funds. We're going to have to say you can't use funds for certain things. We're going to have to tell the FBI, ain't no way you're going to get a new headquarters worth, I forget how many $100 million. Like, well, are you kidding me? So there's those kind of things, but you make the case when you show what's been going on.
So when you're going through all of this, you're not getting the documents. I mean, they're not. Christopher Wray the other day was just unbelievable to watch. Well, I can't talk about that document. What do you mean you sent a letter to us? We asked for the document. You're not getting anyone in Congress getting the documents that you're demanding. You have oversight, and they seem to feel like they have oversight over you.
Yeah. So two quick points. One, you're exactly right. When the founders put this great nation together, 3 separate and equal branches of government, if there was one branch that was supposed to be more equal than the others, it was supposed to be the legislative branch, and in particular, the House of Representatives, because that's the body closest to the American people. Every 2 years, American people get a chance to throw us out. That is a good thing. That is a healthy thing. That's why the founders said that's the body where all the taxing and spending bills have to originate. So we're supposed to be able to tell the executive branch, hey, we need information to do our job when it comes to legislating and appropriating. So give us the darn information. Second, when we've had these struggles, sometimes you go to court. We went to court for a witness we wanted to get in the whole Alvin Bragg crazy situation up in New York. And the court ruled in our favor. And we had Mr. Pomerantz in for a deposition just last week. So sometimes you have to go to the courts to get what you need. So we're going to continue to press, whether it's subpoenas, what have you, for documents or for people to come in for an interview. We're going to continue to press there. But we have to, in the end, the only thing that gets people's attention, the only thing that gets their attention is the money. You got to go after the money. It's that simple. And we're going to have to do that here in the next couple of months as we go through appropriating for for these agencies in the federal government.
Well, I mean, you can do that even if they don't pass a budget. Does Congress have control of the purse strings still?
We sure do. But it's going to be a fight with the Senate. It's going to be a fight with the White House. But you know what?
Don't
When you got an FBI who's retaliating against good guys like Garrett O'Boyle, Marcus Allen, and Steve Friend, I think it's worth the fight.
Yeah, and I think you would have the American people squarely behind you. I think Congress with the people like me, I don't care for the Republican Party, but they're better than the Democrats, but I don't want to give a dime. I'd
There's
give a
too many
dime
rhinos.
directly to a candidate, but not to the Republican Party.
Yeah.
People like me are starting to see, wait a minute, something is different. And there's just a few of you guys now that are standing up. And I have to say, I'm shocked at McCarthy. I did not think he would have the spine.
I didn't
I'd like
either.
to see that continue, but he seems to be doing a lot of good things, and his poll numbers are going up.
Yeah, he surprised me. I thought he'd be
Glenn, I talk about this all the time, but we make this job too complicated. What did you tell the people you were going to do when you put your name on the ballot? You ran for the job. You went out. If you get elected, if they put you in the job, go do what you said. And Kevin McCarthy is doing that. I think our team is doing that. And the most important thing is, as you just said, we got to continue to do that. We got to continue to do that because that's our mission. Do what you told the American people you were going to do.
Okay, so there's one thing that concerns me on the budget, and that is the expanded Capitol Police role. Now, everything I've understood from the Capitol Police from the last administration was this is Nancy Pelosi's police force. So whoever's in charge of the House, that's their police force. They have expanded way beyond the Capitol. They have new offices now in Florida, in California.
This is my
They are
allergy.
now turning into an intelligence force.
She's one now.
Pentagon has given them things to collect
She needs her nails cut.
intelligence on Americans.
Don't you?
This is way beyond their scope. And I don't know about you, but
They're like
I
little
don't
scissors.
trust
They're like little
any
daggers.
other police force with intelligence capabilities. No more. No more.
Yeah, look, the rank and file officers are great guys. I talk to them all the time, coming in out of different buildings. They're wonderful guys, do the Lord's work like good local police officers do the Lord's work. But you're right, we don't need these offices around the country. We don't need this expanded surveillance, capabilities and activities. So I agree with you there. I think that's where the country is. And I would have to check with the Speaker's office, but I don't know that Speaker McCarthy is going along with that.
Well, I will tell you.
For those of you coming in and out on the Rumble side, just bear with us. There's 8 minutes. I'm watching the court, and we're playing a segment from Glenn Beck this morning with Jim Jordan, discussing the whistleblowers that testified yesterday during the subcommittee hearing. So about 8 more minutes, the court will be back, and they're going to start closing arguments.
We'll have to find out.
I will tell you, in the Republicans' annual appropriations bill, they have an increase of $46.3 million more than last year, which already last year was a 22% increase. That's got to stop.
Okay.
Got to stop.
Yeah, we'll take a look at that too.
Do we finally have the Congress and the Republicans that will stand and not blink on the budget?
I think so. I really do, because the spending has went up so dramatically, and we don't have to get into all the numbers, but just we're set to run a deficit of $1.5 trillion. I mean, $1.5 trillion this year. Like what? I mean, so it is so out of whack. We have to spend less than we spent before, and if we can do that, take it back to lower levels. That'd be the first time in my time in Congress, maybe the first time in modern history where the next Congress didn't spend more than the previous one. If we can actually reduce spending and begin to show the country and the economy and the world that, look, okay, they're at least going to kind of rein this in and get a handle on it and begin to pay back some of this debt, get to balance at some point. If we can do that, then we'll be fine. But if we just keep the crazy stuff up that the Biden administration is doing, I worry about the dollar staying as the reserve currency, which is critical for our country, and a host of other things if we continue on this path. But I think we're going to actually get to where we're spending less after the crazy increases we've seen in the Biden administration.
So one last thing, the church committee did, the Lord's work, if you will, and tried to rein things back in, and it's gotten worse again. than it was back then. Do you think that this, I don't know, deep state, whatever you want to call it, the people that have no fidelity to the law or to the Constitution, can we save the Justice Department, the FBI, the intelligence community, or is it too far gone? How do you see this working?
Here's the key measure. I think this Congress that'll tell us if we can get things back in the right direction or not. And that's the FISA renewal. The 702 program of FISA is up for renewal. If that gets passed and we just keep doing the same old thing, because understand the Church Commission brought a lot of good facts to light, but the Church Commission gave us the FISA court and the FISA process. That's a problem. That has to change. That's up for reauthorization this year. If we fundamentally change that, if we get rid of this ability for them to query that database that they get, where the 3.4 million Americans had their information queried, information that was picked up when they were surveilling some foreigner, but they talked to some American and then they got the American in the death. That's the kind of stuff. If we don't change that, then I'm very worried. But I think we're going to change it. I think yesterday's hearing helped show that when you have the FBI engaged in some of the things that will be a critical test. And then, of course, as I've said now a couple times, what happens during the appropriations and the spending process. The power of the purse is important. That's the power that resides in the Congress, and specifically in the House. We need to make sure we use it.
I will tell you, I found out just the other day that this program now has a bigger footprint than Fox News does, which blew me away when somebody gave that stat to me. This is good
testimony to your good work.
No. It's the what's happening is all the mainstream media is dying, and shows like mine and others are all growing. I don't know if we could turn this corner 5 or 6 years ago, but I think if you guys just keep going, we're going to turn a corner. We're going to turn a corner because the mainstream media doesn't have the lock that they used to have.
Well said, and praise the Lord for that. And then the second thing I always say is the American people are smart people. They have common sense, and they hear common sense, and they hear good information from you and a bunch of other folks like you. That makes a huge difference. So thank you for what you're doing.
Likewise. Stay the course. Thanks.
All right. Take care, brother.
You bet. Bye-bye. Jim Jordan.
Okay. Patriots, everyone. Well, we've got a nice group going over on Rumble. Let's get ready to rumble. Looks like we got about 3 minutes. I'm just refreshing. Oh, we still got that box. So I'm going to talk about book club. We've got a chat going on Rumble about book club. So for those of you who are on Rumble, I appreciate you stopping in. We were just waiting for the court to come back at 1:30 Pacific time, so about 3 minutes from now. They will be starting with closing arguments. And in the chat, we've got, we're talking about the book behind me. I can't see where the camera is, so here, let's do this. There, see the Fauci book? Okay, so that's Robert Kennedy Jr.'s book that came out, I think it was the fall of 2021. I want to say it was like October, November, I'm pretty sure. And it's called The Real Anthony Fauci. And I've read it, well, I think I've actually read parts of it multiple times. But I talk about it all the time on Crime Spies when I was doing, well, I think we've been on now 6 whole weeks. So then I thought, well, you know, I'm trying to figure out like what to do with this channel because true crime, you know, that could be the Biden crime family. It can be Big Pharma. It can be a whole host of things. Doesn't have to just be, you know, criminal trials for, you know, murderous thugs. So just kind kind of threw it out there. I thought, well, I've got a membership to Audible, so I get one book per month with my membership. And I actually had this one, and I've got Glenn Beck's The Great Reset. I've got Laptop from Hell by Miranda Devine. Here's Poppy saying hello again. My little allergy fluff ball, my daughter's kitten. And let's see what else. Oh, Red-Handed by Peter Schweitzer. I just got Dan Bongino's Follow the Money. So I'm trying to find books that are relevant today. And all of those are good. Now, the book behind me, and I got, where did I put it now? Mark Levin's book, American Marxism, came out, I think it was like July of 2021. So those are all really great books that you a lot of times can't get them at the library. I love the library, but for some reason, these books just aren't there. Go figure. Who knew? Oh, I hear Court coming back. So anyway, if you look on my channel, I have the first 10 chapters of the Fauci book, which is 27 hours long, but we're playing it at 1.2 speed, so it's about 22 hours long. We just finished the Laptop from Hell, so that whole 21 chapters is on the channel. I'm going to finish uploading the Fauci book over the weekend.
This is CV
and then I think I'm going to start with Dan Bongino's Follow the Money,
403,
which is
Kari
also
Lake versus
very
Katie
relevant.
Hobbs et al.
And
this is
when I started
continuation of
mentioning
the
it the other
trial.
day,
Present for the
people in the
record
comments are like,
are
ooh,
either the
follow the money.
Parties
And Dan
representatives
Bongino
or
actually
having
narrates
had
that.
their
So
presence waived previously are not in attendance. I have counsel for the respective parties present as well.
So thank you for joining me. Please hit the like button.
You can find a seat
if you wouldn't mind
sir,
following the
you
channel.
Want to scoot down? If the people in the
We're
back
just
row
getting
can
our
scoot
legs
down for
underneath
him or
us.
make room, that'd be great. Thank you. Okay, are we ready
Join
to
the
proceed,
chat.
counsel? Each of you?
Yes, Your Honor.
Oh,
Yes, Your
I can
Honor.
take this down.
Yes, Your Honor.
Well, then, we will proceed with the closing arguments in this case. Since you stood, I presume it's you, Mr. Olson. You can do it from either there or podium, whichever you prefer. Proceed as you're ready, sir.
I wonder if these will be timed.
Thank you, Your Honor. The legislature passes election laws to give people a framework to have faith and trust in their elections. Election officials wield enormous power. With that power comes responsibility, a responsibility to follow the law. Because if those laws are not followed, the people lose trust. It's well known that a majority of the people today do not trust our elections. That's in large part due to election officials not following the law. You could see when Mrs. Onigkeit testified, she came all the way from Colorado to testify here as a concerned citizen. She witnessed firsthand what goes on in Maricopa elections. She is far from alone. She felt like her and her grandchildren's sacred right to vote is being lost. That's why she teared up. As stated before, Your Honor, mail-in ballots are the largest source of potential voter fraud. Let's put that in perspective. In 2005, when the Carter-Baker Commission made that statement, there was about 40% of votes in Maricopa were mail-in ballots. They are now 80% of mail-in votes. If there was ever a time for strict enforcement of election laws governing mail-in ballots, this is it, because the vast majority of voting is done by mail.
Oh, great. What was that? 3 whole minutes? I want to know if this is happening on other people's channels. This is really annoying.
It
Katie
wasn't
Hobbs,
done to
0.
make it easier
Crime
to
Spies,
vote.
5.
It was
We're at 5 now.
specifically designed to deter voter fraud. As former Attorney General Brnovich stated in his April 6, 2022 letter to Senate President Karen Fann regarding Maricopa's handling of the 2020 election, requiring a match between the signature on the ballot affidavit and the signature on file with the state is currently the most important election integrity measure when it comes to early ballots. AG Brnovich followed up that statement, revealing that there are problematic system-wide abuses that relate to early ballot handling and verification. The early ballot signature verification system in Maricopa County is insufficient to guard against abuse. At times, election workers conducting the verification process had only seconds to review a signature. For example, on November 4th, 2020, the Maricopa County Recorder verified 206,648 early ballot affidavit signatures, which resulted in an average of 4.6 seconds per signature. There are simply too many early ballots that must be verified in too limited a period of time, thus leaving the system vulnerable to error, fraud, and oversight. This letter alone, Your Honor, put the county on notice of their failures before the 2022 general election. And regardless of whether the county believes they debunked the statement that there were 206,000 ballots that were processed in 4.6 seconds, what's not been debunked is the actual county data that underpins plaintiff's claims, that shows, as plaintiff's expert testified, that approximately 274,000 ballots out of a 1.3 million cast were compared and the signature verified purportedly in less than 3 seconds a ballot. 70,000 in less than 2 seconds a ballot. That's not signature comparison in accordance with 16 ARS 550, as I will delve into a little bit later. Maricopa puts on a facade of taking signature verification seriously. Last week, counsel for Maricopa called signature verification an art. But there are no rules in art. This week, they changed it and they talked about the science of signature verification. And what defines a science? A science is defined by recognized and defined criteria. And there are recognized and defined criteria for evaluating or for comparing, to use the express term in 16.550, there are defined criteria for comparing a signature with a record signature to verify whether it is consistent or not. Again, this is the gatekeeper defense to voter fraud. And Maricopa, 80% of the ballots are mail-in ballots in Maricopa. Maricopa's training manuals note a number of these defined characteristics. For example, we've heard testimony about the 11 unique characteristics used to analyze and compare signatures and to determine whether or not they are consistent. Maricopa knows this. They've also brought in a signature expert. You heard testimony that Kathleen, got her last name, but Kathleen, the signature expert, which I'll in order to boost public confidence. But in practice, it's anything goes, as Maricopa's own data shows. That data shows that their vaunted signature verification training and manuals is nothing but disingenuous window dressing. The law is not that flexible. 16550 states that the county recorder or other officer in charge of elections shall compare the signatures thereon with the signature of the elector on the elector's registration record. If the signature is inconsistent with the elector's signature on the elector's registration record, the county recorder or other officer in charge of elections shall make reasonable efforts to contact the voter and cure. The shall compare is mandatory. A determination of whether or not a signature is inconsistent is mandatory. It has long been settled in Arizona, in the case Arizona Supreme Court case State v. Miller, that the words of a statute are to be given their ordinary meaning unless it appears from the context or otherwise that a different meaning is intended. There is no alternate meaning other than the common usage of the terms in this statute. Webster's dictionary defines compare as, quote, to examine the character or qualities of, especially in order to discover resemblances or differences. Webster's dictionary also defines consistent as marked by harmony, regularity, or steady continuity, free from variation or contradiction. The Election Procedure Manual the term or phrase that is used. To verify means to establish the truth, accuracy, or reality of. ARS 16550 does not say the county recorder training its signature verification workers in order to boost public confidence. But in practice, it's anything goes, as Maricopa's own data shows. That data shows that their vaunted signature verification training and manuals is nothing but disingenuous window dressing. The law is not that flexible. 16550 states that the county recorder or other officer in charge of elections shall compare the signatures thereon with the signature of the elector on the elector's registration record. If the signature is inconsistent with the elector's signature,
I switched over to RSBN because I'm not sure if my feed is getting cut off because I'm using Brave browser or what.
Shall make reasonable efforts to contact the voter and cure. The shall compare is mandatory. A determination of whether or not a signature is inconsistent is mandatory. It has long been settled in Arizona, in the case Arizona Supreme Court case State v. Miller, that the words of a statute are to be given their ordinary meaning unless it appears from the context or otherwise that a different meaning is intended. There is no alternate meaning other than the common usage of the terms in this statute. Webster's dictionary defines compare as, quote, to examine the character or qualities of, especially in order to discover resemblances or differences. Webster's dictionary also defines consistent as marked by harmony, regularity, or steady continuity, free from variation or contradiction. The Election Procedure Manual, which has the force of law under Arizona Code, requires signature verification for mail-in ballots as well. Signature verification requires signature verification for mail-in ballots as well. Signature verification is the term or phrase that is used. To verify means to establish the truth, accuracy, or reality of. ARS 16550 does not say the county recorder or other officer in charge of elections shall glance at signatures thereon. The whole purpose of signature verification is to make a comparison of the signature on the ballot envelope with the record signature. That requires a minimum amount of time in order to accomplish and to comply with the statutory requirement. If I flip the pages of a book, thumbing through them, I can say I'm reading it, but it's not so. Similarly, parking a signature verification worker in front of a computer screen while they tap on the keyboard and scroll through ballot images or ballot signature images is not signature verification in accordance with the law. You heard the live testimony of two whistleblowers from Maricopa County who performed the signature verification. That's Andrew Myers and Jacqueline Onigkeit. Ms. Onigkeit performed level 1 verification. Mr. Myers performed primarily curing, though he testified he did perform level 1 signature verification during the general election in the first week. They testified that there were approximately 24 workstations at MTech for level 1 and 3 for level 2. That's a maximum of 27, 28 workstations for level 1 and 2. 2 shifts working 7:30 a.m. to approximately 7:30 at night. That's a maximum of approximately 54 personnel with 2 full shifts. That's what the public saw. This was the front that Maricopa puts on to the public. It's under camera, there's observers watching. Looks like things are being done out in the open and transparent. But Maricopa, as we learned, had an additional 99 signature verification workers that were not subject to camera, that were working in back office in the recorder. As Mr. Valenzuela testified, he was doing signature verification and he wasn't going to have anybody standing over his shoulder looking at him. 99 other workers who were not open to the public. What's really interesting about that, Your Honor, is that both witnesses testified that they interacted directly with the level 2 signature verification workers at the area which the public saw. And they testified how the level 2 workers were overwhelmed with all of the ballots that were being sent up to them. And they were complaining. They also testified that the level 2 workers just flat out could not perform a level 2 review and were kicked it back without even opening. Again, not performing signature review. They were overwhelmed. They kick them back to level 1. The question is, if Maricopa had all this extra help, and I'm not saying they didn't, I'm sure they did, but why didn't even the whistleblowers or anybody at the public viewing station or the level 2 workers who were overwhelmed know about these other workers? Why was this all done behind closed doors? That is the secret army that Maricopa employed that goes to the heart of the observation of Andrew Myers, who testified that the math never added up. And if you recall, Your Honor, he testified how on November 9th, a flood of 290,000 ballots came through. And for the next 2.5 days, they were working, but not working 24/7 like they expected. And that there was no way for the signature verification workers at MTech in those 2 rooms, which are under camera, which have observers, there was no way for them to process it. And the Maricopa managers and officials weren't even making them work 24/7. He thought it was really odd, strange. But no one ever told them that there were all these other workers that were picking this up. Why the secrecy? The lack of transparency goes to the public trust. This is what Maricopa does. They put cameras, these signature verification workers over here, transparency, the public has to try to build faith in the system, but they're in the back office having twice as many employees running all these signatures. Maricopa's own timestamp log data proves by clear and convincing evidence that Maricopa is not conducting signature verification in accordance with the law. And Your Honor, if I may, I would like to pull up Exhibit 47 that was entered.
There you go.
So I'd just like to run through a few of the findings from this data produced by Maricopa County. Would it be easier, Your Honor, if we pulled it up on your computer screen as opposed to? We can do both and I can.
No.
So, Your Honor, just to point out a few.
Do you have it in hard copy? Do you have the exhibit? Are you using the original?
I'm using the original. But, Your Honor, I could.
Tell you what, I've got your copies up here. But do you have 47 in your binder? I didn't see it before. Because the binders were done before trial and 47 was added. Ready.
So, Your Honor, if you look at, there are 155 users here. There's been much controversy about whether or not user 9.
I can give back. She's got it now.
Oh.
I've got it here on my screen. I'm sorry.
Okay. Defendants have made a number of in a page and look at user number 20. User 20. Less than 3 seconds, validated or compared and verified 13,749 ballots at a rate of 99.88%. User 31, 21,471 ballots at 99.84%. Flipping to the next page, user 34.
Wait, hold on a second. You're jumping around on columns here.
I'm sticking all the way to the right-hand column, Your Honor. That's the less than 3 seconds, which is the.
I got it.
Okay.
But second in from the right, user 20. I got that. Then what was the next figure used?
31, Your Honor. 21,461 ballots at 99.84%. Going to the next page. User 34, 6,563 ballots at a pass rate of 99.77%. There are a number of others on this page. We can flip to user 79 on the third page, 27,196 at 100% pass rate. Next page, user 112. 20,932 at 99.96%. And I'm just giving a sampling of these, Your Honor. User 134, 19,805 ballots at a pass rate of 99.7%. Last page, user number 135, 24,414 ballots at a pass rate of 99.88%. Those ballots and others, all others in that column, were being compared purportedly and verified in less than 3 seconds each, all with a pass rate that was the vast, vast majority of all of them in the column are above 99%. By way of comparison, Mr. Valenzuela testified that when he reviewed approximately 1,600 ballots, he rejected about 311. That's a pass rate of about 81%. One point I do want to make, Your Honor, on Exhibit 47, because I believe counsel was trying to argue something with what the total verifications are on the last page where it says 1,416,520 verifications. To the extent that counsel would argue that that number is different than the number of mail-in ballot signatures that came in, as Mr. Valenzuela testified, these verifications, you can have more because you can have a level 1 not pass a signature. It goes up to level 2 and then it's reversed, and that's 2 touches, therefore 2 log entries. So to the extent counsel would make an argument that the 1.416 million figure means somehow that the data on this chart is inaccurate, that would be false. Another point that we've heard a lot of testimony and questions about as to whether or not the data reflected on Exhibit 47 involves averages. There are no averages here. As Mr. Spakeen testified, I have a video clip of that, but I see Your Honor gets that. There are no averages. The data on this chart is a straightforward filtering of data of the number of comparisons and verifications of signatures by each individual user. The percentage is not an average, it's the percentage of those signatures that have been deemed verified and consistent versus those that have been accepted, not EXC, not ACC. So there are no averages here, Your Honor. This whole argument about baseball analogies affecting the rate and all this that Mr. Liddy was making is false. It's simply not true. These are straightforward numbers. There are no averages. There were approximately 274,000 ballot signatures compared and verified in less than 3 seconds. To the extent some of the other issues that Mr. Valenzuela testified to, they're immaterial to that number. For example, Mr. Valenzuela testified that no ballots that had no signature, that they could come back and be processed very quickly. Well, there's about 1,400. That has an immaterial impact on 274,000. Even accepting the cured ballots, and even accepting for argument's sake that those cured ballots were verified by the signature at less than 3 seconds, there's only 16,000. It's an immaterial effect. That still leaves 256,000 ballots that were compared, allegedly, or purportedly, and verified in a time that Mr. Spakeen, an expert in signature verification evaluation, said is simply not possible to do. The one audit that Maricopa talks about is a 2% spot check. When signature verification workers are passing at 99+% rates, hundreds of thousands of ballots, that's immaterial. And more to the point, Mr. Valenzuela testified that they monitor each worker every day. They know what's going on. So here you have Mr. Valenzuela, who's testified that he is doing level 1 review in his office and out of camera, out of sight, like apparently 99 other workers, but that he testified he rejected about 19% of the ballots. But all these workers are speed demoning through, verifying, comparing and verifying signatures at 99.9, 99.7 pass rates. Maricopa knows that the sham clicking through the ballot images just to get through the 1.3 million ballots, including the 299 or 98 that arrived on November 9th and were processed in 2.5 days, is not actual signature verification. That's no review in accordance with the law. And again, if you're not complying with the law, the purpose of the law is to be a gatekeeper. Simply flashing a screen with a signature in front and not making even a minimum comparison to determine whether it's inconsistent is not signature verification. Mr. Spikeen testified that it is simply not possible to do, particularly in the context of a mass comparison verification system such as that in Maricopa County in the 2022 general election. We're not arguing and claiming that signature verification workers are doing a poor job. What Mr. Spikeen testified to is there is no comparison going on. The defendants did not offer any expert in rebuttal to Mr. Spikeen's testimony. They could have. We've already heard testimony that they brought in a woman by the name of Kathy Nicolaitis to train level 1 and level 2 workers. She was certainly available. As Mr. Spikeen testified, it's on her website that she helps train Maricopa workers. This issue was known. They did not bring in any recognized expert, including one that they themselves have employed to put on the facade that they're actually doing signature review, to say, no, that Mr. Spikeen's wrong, can do a signature comparison and verify that signature in compliance with 16.550. Nor did the defendants rebut the data. They've known that the data that underpins the numbers in Exhibit 47, which is explosive, 274,000 ballots supposedly compared and verified in less than 3 seconds. They did not bring an expert to dispute any of the data. Mr. Valenzuela quibbled with some of it, but he is, by his own admission, not an expert, and he was just wrong in trying to conflate averages with percentages. He didn't know, for example, that user number 9 and 26 was not included in Mr. Spikeen's testimony, or he ignored it. They've known about that data since we first disclosed it on last Friday in Mr. Spikeen's declaration. They've known about it in terms of the Rule 60 motion that we filed on Monday, where we disclosed all of this data, but they didn't bring anybody. They didn't ask a rebuttal. They're not disputing Mr. Spikeen's testimony that it is not possible to compare and verify a signature, determine consistency as those terms are commonly understood in the English language dictionary. Signature verification, Your Honor, is not a joke. It's not something to get through. It is the gatekeeper defense to fraud. The Arizona Supreme Court gave us a task. That was to show that we can prove our claim, plaintiff Kari Lake's claim, that ARS 16672 and 16550 established that, quote, votes were affected in sufficient numbers to alter the outcome of the election based on a competent mathematical basis to conclude that the outcome would plausibly have been different and not simply tethered to an assertion of uncertainty. We've done that based on defendant's own data. Mr. Valenzuela was kind of all over the map saying, well, you definitely couldn't compare a ballot within half a second, and then uncertain it would be 1 to 2 seconds, and then 2 to 4, and so forth. That's a standard, but they offered no proof. They offered no proof to rebut, from expert to rebut our expert, that it simply cannot be done within the definition of comparing a signature. It's physically possible. Your Honor, we have shown by unrebutted, clear and convincing evidence that defendants did not perform signature verification in accordance with 16550 with respect to approximately 274,000 ballots. The precise number is in the table. And in fact, 70,000 ballots approximately were purportedly compared and verified within less than 2 seconds. And again, Your Honor, this is not simply for the two viewers. These ballots were being passed, as Mr. Spakeen testified, at a 99% or greater approval rate. The vast majority of the 274 were above 99%. Same with the 70,000. That means once that level 1 signature verifying worker reportedly compared, verified, and clicked pass, that was the end of the review. Those ballots entered the system except for a 2% audit, which would not have much of a chance of catching anything. Your Honor, the case of Ray's v. Cumming, which is the theory that we have brought this case on, that Maricopa is not performing signature view in accordance with the plain language of the statute, stated the following. In Ray's, the Court of Appeals stated, the Miller Court first considered the nature of the statute at issue in that case. At first blush, mailing versus hand delivery may seem unimportant. But in the context of absentee voting, it is very important. The court held that ARS section 16542B advanced the constitutional goal of protecting a behind the closed doors ballot by setting forth procedural safeguards to prevent undue influence, fraud, ballot tampering, and voter intimidation. The quote from that case begins with, by setting forth the procedural safeguards to prevent undue influence, fraud, ballot tampering, and voter intimidation. These same values are protected by ARS section 1650A. It guarantees that the absentee ballots are being cast by the registered voters and prevents fraud and ballot tampering. And then the Court of Appeals cited the Arizona Constitution at Article 7, Section 12, quote, there shall be enacted registration and other laws to secure the purity of elections and guard against abuses of the elective franchise. The court continued, the instant case illustrates the manifest importance of signature comparison because almost 1/3 of the votes were cast by absentee ballot and each candidate personally returned many of the sealed ballots. In Maricopa County, there are, again, 80% are mail-in ballots. Your Honor, the election contest between Kari Lake and Katie Hobbs was decided by 17,117 votes. That, however, is out of 2.559 million votes, a difference between the two candidates of 0.67%. The number of ballots at issue, whether the court were to set aside for illegality the 70,000, the 274,000 in a proportional manner, or in a under Ground B laws, proportionality is the standard. And under Miller, it could be a straightforward calculation. This election should be set aside. Your Honor, the election was unlawful. 16,550 was not complied with. Defendants don't dispute our expert. They don't dispute the evidence. Trust must be restored, Your Honor. Following the law requires acting in accordance with its express terms. It's that compliance that builds faith in the system, and it's non-compliance that destroys it. And just as you saw Ms. Onigkeit testify, she saw firsthand what goes on in Maricopa County during the elections. Same with Mr. Myers. As he said, the math didn't add up. Your Honor, we request that this election be set aside. Thank you.
Yes, sir. All right, Mr. Liddy.
Thank you, Your Honor. First time we heard in the last 3 days anything about fraud. That's kind of new. No evidence was put on a fraud. Your Honor, just heard that defendants did not dispute the data of Mr. Spakeen. Oh, yes, we did, Your Honor. The moment it was first presented in this courtroom, we objected to foundation. We don't know what all those numbers are. We didn't know where they came from. And this court ruled that that document, document 47, was not coming in as evidence to prove the matter asserted therein. But no foundation was laid for any of those numbers. Respectfully, Your Honor, this court should not consider those numbers during its deliberation as to whether or not contestor Lake and her team have met their burden. The court only admitted that chart for the sole purpose of the witness saying that his opinions were based on that. That's it. Not a single witness came before you, Your Honor, this week and said that a single ballot packet, affidavit envelope, was not reviewed for signature in accordance with 16550A. Not a single witness. Not a single ballot. Not this number we hear about, 274,000. Mr. Spakee never testified that 274,000 ballot packets were not reviewed for signature. That's not in the record. And as this, Your Honor well knows, nothing that I say in opening and closing and nothing that counsel for Ms. Lake says in closing is evidence. Summation, argument, no evidence. So I would respectfully submit that this claim that there's 274,000 ballots that were not compared, checked for inconsistency with a recorder's record as required by the law, occurred. No one said it didn't occur. There's no evidence of that. What evidence do we have, Your Honor? Fair amount. Much of it admittedly very credible. Let's start with Jacqueline Onigkeit. What did we all learn from this woman who so obviously loves her country and loves her grandchildren, that she would invest so much of her personal time to be trained in classroom setting and in practicum, and then to show up for work day after day after day in order to ensure that we have competent elections? Well, what did she say? She said she was thoroughly trained, Your Honor. She said she was provided with the signatures on front of the computer screen to review the 2022 affidavits provided to be, and also provided with the past signatures. And she was trained to look for, and she did in fact look for slants and loops and cursive versus block letters, her testimony. She testified that she came in every day, logged in, and got a new batch of 250 signatures. They would pop up, her words, Your Honor. And she would verify them by comparing the signatures with the voter's record. Again, her words, Your Honor. She testified, her words, Your Honor. She testified that some were very difficult. She testified that those that were difficult took more time. And in the end, if she could not find the indicia based on her training that they were similar to the record in the recorders, then she would put them in the exception pile because she could not find that they were consistent. She even testified that sometimes they would come back. She was somewhat frustrated by that. And again, she said, she'd look at it, and if she did not find the indicia of consistency, she would not good sig that signature. She would label it as exception and move on to level 2. She testified that she worked day after day as a level 1 reviewer and that she knew level 2 reviewers. She congregated them during the breaks, had snacks and beverages with them. She said that those that worked on level 2 had more signatures to compare by. And she said that they, by and large, had more experience, had done this in previous years. Jacqueline Onigkeit said that there was a whiteboard where they kept the number of ballot packets up, a goal for the day. She testified that she had 2 managers whose names she could remember, Tony and Celia. Celia, she testified, was the director. And Your Honor, she told this court that her supervisor told her to look again and again for any inconsistency. And if it was inconsistent, mark it exception, her words. Do not good sig. And she assured this court, and she assured everybody in Arizona that she did not ever do that. Well, that's some pretty good evidence that Maricopa County did signature verification in accordance with 16550A. As the burden on the contester under Reyes is that it did not happen at all. I would argue in closing that that is absurd and that that argument is dead. But in the event, Your Honor is not persuaded, we heard from a very competent and very earnest, patriotic American, Andrew Myers, who, like his counterparts, loves his country and its process of elections enough to dedicate his time to come in and be trained. And you heard about that, Your Honor. He said he even got involved in curing. And as they moved along in the process, his words, he was trained to verify everything with 4 points before you could pass it on. His words, Your Honor. No-goes would go to level 2 for review. His words, Your Honor, his testimony. He was trained to look from the left to the right for the slant of the cursive or the box printing and to the spacing in between the first name and the last name. And that he was his practice of his training was to look at the overall signature. And he testified under oath that that's exactly what he did. And he testified just like the individual who was depicted on the left chair in exit 19, that as they went on, he was asked to do less and less level 1 signature verification and more curing. Another obligation of the Maricopa County Recorder and his outstanding team. I might do a couple of batches in the morning of signatures, and then I go right to curing for the afternoon, said Mr. Myers. He said when he was in there, he's 6 foot by 3 foot folding tables. And there were baker's racks lined up against the walls. And that the process was there were 23 U.S. postal bins on the baker's racks, and that's from where they got their postal, their affidavit envelopes, their ballot packets, if you will. How many signature reviewers and managers were there, he was asked. It's been a long time, he said. He didn't really know. But he thought the number was in the 20s. Well, he knew he wasn't alone. No, he said 40, I think. He said he worked on signature verification straight up, quote, straight up until the last day permitted after the election. And there were others, he said, that were on the night shift. He said he knew of at least 6 or 7 that worked on the night shift. Your Honor, that's some pretty good evidence that Maricopa County did, in fact, execute signature verification. Your Honor, Mr. Spakeen's data and his data analysis is somewhat of a mystery. It was represented that that he was part of a team that created it, and that the basis of it was data that was sent from Maricopa County to a group called We the People Alliance pursuant to a public records request. The math, whatever that was, it was done in the bottom right-hand column of that demonstrative. I would ask Your Honor to do that math on your own, but moreover, I would say that the numbers on that are not in evidence for deliberation. That if in fact there was enough interest to see the actual data that came over, you should look to this evidence in Exhibit 20, which is the CD-ROM, if I'm not mistaken. The Supreme Court remanded this case in a very narrow issue, Your Honor. Can Ms. Lake prove by clear and convincing evidence that the recorder failed this case in a very narrow issue, Your Honor? Can Ms. Lake prove by clear and convincing evidence that the recorder failed this claim? Those would go to level 2 for review. His words, Your Honor, his testimony. Printing, his went on, no, said Mr. Meyer. Until the last day permitted after. Your Honor, that's some pretty good evidence that Maricopa County. Mr. Spakeen's data and his data analysis is somewhat of a mystery. It was represented that that he was part of a team that created it, and that the basis of it was data that was sent from Maricopa County to a group called We the People Alliance pursuant to a public records request. The math, whatever that was, it was done in the bottom right-hand column of that demonstrative. I would ask Your Honor to do that math on your own, but moreover, I would say that the numbers on that are not in evidence for deliberation. That if in fact there was enough interest to see the actual data that came over, you should look to this evidence in Exhibit 20, which is the CD-ROM, if I'm not mistaken. The Supreme Court remanded this case in a very narrow issue, Your Honor. Can Ms. Lake prove by clear and convincing evidence that the recorder failed?
Oh, it's the same on theirs also. Katie Hobbs. Please hold. Your patience is greatly appreciated while we figure out what Katie Hobbs is doing. It's the same. It's just like stopped. It just stops right there. On the left, on this, and on RSBN. Spinning right round, right round, like a record, baby. Same black screen of death. Talk amongst yourselves. I'll give you a topic. The chickpea is neither a chick nor a pea. Discuss. That's the only one I remember.
This case in a very narrow issue, Your Honor.
Huh.
Can Ms. Lake prove by clear
I'm still
and
not going to roll
convincing
over for
evidence
Katie Hobbs.
that the recorder failed?
Huh. Well, we can just stare at each other. We got hobbled. Oh, goodness. Sabotage. Yeah, well, I'll just show you. RSBN's got the black screen. Network error caused the video download to fail part way. Please check your network connection. Guess what? My network connection works just dandy. Katie Hobbs. That's a new error message you're trying on us. It won't work. We will not be defeated. We are crime spies, patriots. We never quit. Look it. Now it says to be live streamed. Oops. Look. Here it is. See, normally it looks like this with this little eyeball. And then it says live streaming. It just switched to be live streamed. It was just like this a minute ago. Damn you, Katie Hobbs. Okay, so what should we talk about now? Because now I don't know what to do. I know we can go on Twitter and see if anybody in the Twitter world knows. I will put on a little music so you don't have to listen to me breathe. How about this one? No. Oh, this is the clap and stomp one. This reminds me of when my son was in marching band. I really miss the days that he was in marching band. We lived so close to the high school that when they'd practice, like for like 3 weeks before school would start in the fall, they'd have to go for band. Like they'd do music and then they'd go on the field and practice. And I lived so close that we could hear the band. And then he graduated. Yeah, see, look, it's still tubular. When he graduated in 2021, so this past, well, the last 2 seasons now, the band will go out and I can hear him and I get kind of sad because I miss him playing in the band. He was a trombone player. He started in 5th grade, 7 years, the band. And then he did marching band and pep band through high school, except for the last year when the Rona robbed him of his senior year. Well, I'm just going to keep refreshing this and go back and forth, so you just have to stare at me. I'm just reading some of the comments on RSBN. People are like, it's not looking good. Oh, Emerald Robinson is her. I wonder how she would get the. Oh, well, just a second. Then I have to close the Rumble chat, which is fine. I'll just log back in. Or I could log in on my iPad, which is on my lap. To be live streamed. Okay. Okay, I'm not seeing she has a live stream up. Emerald Robinson. It looks like her live stream is now on DVR, which means it ended. Boy, that kitten gets me. Like I said, who needs lip plumper when you've got a kitten in the house and you're allergic to cats? Okay, now I gotta go back to mine. I wonder what this Crime Spies is all about. Oh, play S17. Welcome back. Badlands Media has a phone in the court. Oh, okay. Okay, so I'm going to log out of my... I'm going to lose you on the chat. Okay, I gotta turn the... Okay, wait, hold on, sorry.
Because no math was presented.
Thank you in the chat for telling me that.
Competent
Hey, that rhymes.
calculation
I'm a poet, didn't know
whatsoever
it.
to conclude that a sufficient number, even one ballot, was improperly counted.
Oh.
Let alone that there's a sufficient number of votes improperly counted so as to affect the election.
One
Just came
ballot
back.
was improperly counted, let alone that there's a sufficient number of votes improperly counted so as to affect the election's outcome or even render it uncertain. That's particularly important in light of the presumptions this court must entertain in connection with this election and the public officials that conducted it. Now, at the end of the day, Your Honor, Ms. Lake, they've conceded repeatedly, this is a Reyes challenge. This court, rightfully so, accepted that concession. And frankly, Judge, had Ms. Lake wanted to make an offer of proof to try and establish some sort of proportional reduction calculation, make some sort of argument, put on some sort of evidence, she could, but she didn't. Now, Your Honor, Mr. Olson said during his opening, signature verification is not a joke and it's not fraud. Your Honor, we agree. And frankly, Ms. Lake has proven that our election process in Arizona is neither a joke nor a fraud. It works. It works well.
Bullshit.
And Arizonans can vote and be confident their vote will be counted.
More bullshit.
I ask this court to again reconfirm Ms. Hobbs' election as governor. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. And for the court reporter, Elena Rodriguez Armenta for Governor Hobbs.
Si, senora.
In October 2022, when asked whether she would accept the results of the 2022 gubernatorial election if she lost, Ms. Lake responded, "I'm going to win the election, and I will accept that result." In Ms. Lake's own words then, this election contest was a foregone conclusion before a single ballot was cast or counted, and certainly before a single signature was verified. Her most recent version of her ever-evolving signature verification claim only proves as much, as she now contends that the sheer number of minutes and seconds in a day and the number of workers hired by Maricopa County precluded any signature verification process.
Idiot.
But Lake's new theory is quite possibly her most absurd yet.
Maybe you're the
First,
absurd one, lady.
The
Sorry, I
number
can't
of
help it. I gotta
signature
shut this off.
verification workers and the time allotted were established well in advance of the election. As Mr. Valenzuela testified just hours ago, the Maricopa County Elections Plan, published 6 months before the election, reveals the number of signature verification workers the county planned to hire specifically for the 2022 election. As Lake's counsel have been repeatedly reminded, we are not here to litigate a process that could have been challenged before the election. Second, Lake's theory is contradicted by the objective data regarding the number of signatures that were flagged as potential mismatches or exceptions at level 1, ultimately rejected at level 2, and finally, and importantly, cured. And third, this newfound assertion that no signature verification took place is undermined by Lake's very own witnesses who participated in the level 1 signature verification process, conducted cure, and testified to the additional layers of review above them. Ms. Onigkeit, for example, testified as a level 1 signature verification worker. She performed signature verification on hundreds of affidavit envelopes daily, and further testified as to the signature verification conducted at level 2 by hardworking managers. Mr. Myers also testified that he performed his duties as a level 1 signature verification worker and at curing, and testified to the, to use his own words, caliber and work ethic of higher level reviewers. And crucially, Mr. Valenzuela, co-director of elections, testified based on his personal knowledge that all 3 levels of signature verification and curing were performed in Maricopa County during the 2022 general election. The most charitable view of Lake's case boils down to the simple assertion that unless Lake or her allies personally observed with their own eyes every signature reviewer and every signature, the signature verification process couldn't have happened. But the evidence proves that Maricopa County engaged in a robust signature process, notwithstanding Ms. Lake's inability to oversee that process and her refusal to believe in it. And for this court to presume misconduct based on Lake's and her witnesses' lack of knowledge about what happened during the 2022 election flies in the face of the core presumptions that govern election contests like this one, in favor of the validity of the election, the good faith and honesty of election officials, and the accuracy of election returns. At the end of the day, all Ms. Lake claims, all she has ever claimed, is that because she lost the election, something, anything must be amiss. 7 months after the people of Arizona elected Governor Katie Hobbs to office, Ms. Lake continues to make good on her refusal to accept defeat, no matter the cost to Arizona courts, these parties, or the voters and taxpayers of state. Ultimately, the simplest explanation is not the complete failure of the signature verification system at every level. It is not that the Republican election officials secretly conspired to rig the vote against the Republican candidate. It's not that Maricopa is somehow uniquely plagued with thousands of fraudulent voters signing thousands of fraudulent ballots. But it is that Kari Lake lost an election. Kari Lake lost this election, and she's clearly unhappy about it. But that is not a problem for this court or any court to continue to try to solve. Every second that this contest continues without any actual evidence is an attack on election integrity, on democracy, and on Arizona's strong public policy favoring the stability
Very well. I think we're on rebuttal.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, the defendants have proved our case by citing the testimony of Mr. Myers and Ms. Onigkeit. They did their job right, just as was described, how they would compare a signature before verifying. They were diligent. That takes time. It's not sitting in front of a computer screen and pecking on the keyboard like a woodpecker in less than 3 seconds every time and scrolling through. They did their job right. Our claim is not that there was fraud. Our claim is that Maricopa County did not follow the statute 16550 as written, and that constitutes a raise claim. With respect to the data, Mr. Valenzuela testified today that he was accessing it. I forgot what he said he was doing, but he was running the numbers on certain users and everything else. If there was something wrong with the numbers on Exhibit 47, or any of the numbers which Mr. Spakeen testified to, and Mr. Spakeen's testimony is admissible evidence, regardless of whether Exhibit 47 is, Mr. Spakeen's testimony is admissible. You can bet that with all of their resources, they would have taken that chart, run the numbers with their own data and said, this is wrong, this is wrong, this is wrong, this is wrong. You're all wet, why are you here? They didn't do that. Because the numbers are real, they don't dispute them. Mr. Lee brought up, as did some of the other counsel, that we changed our allegations. Your Honor, it's been through the briefing. They cite paragraph 151 in terms of whether or not a determination that the ballot had not been verified made it through. That's not our claim, as Your Honor has already ruled in its May 15th order. Rule 8 pleading, we set forth our claim. It's always been that there was simply never enough time to perform signature verification in accordance with the statute given the flood of ballots. That is our claim. That is a raised claim, Your Honor. Counsel for Katie Hobbs stated that the number of signature verification workers was disclosed. And it was. But as Mr. Valenzuela testified, it was a goal. The question is, again, how is it that you can have cameras and all the accoutrement of a signature verification room, people watching the live feed, observers, this is all going very well. This is where our Mrs. Onigkeit and Mr. Myers were working. It's a facade. The fact is, there were 99 other workers employed by Maricopa County who were under no transparency, no observers, who were free to do whatever they wanted. And when you have 274,000 ballots being processed in less than 3 seconds, Your Honor, that's not following the law. Thank you.
Very well. I will take the matter under advisement. I'll render my ruling in accordance with 16676. Be adjourned then.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Make sure this finds its way back to where the other exhibits are right now. Somebody.
So now what? We're on verdict watch? Central Coast. Big Sur is Central Coast. So, Gabby, you're new to the chat. Thank you. Welcome, welcome. For those of you watching the live stream, if you look in the comment section below the video, Gabby has posted some wonderful, I guess we can get rid of that. I can't see here. You know, it's how many pairs of glasses? I have like 45 pairs of glasses, and I don't know. Maybe I just have to do it in the dark with like a flashlight under my chin because the lights are just, it's just terrible. Okay. So Gabby was gracious enough to put in the comment section below this video. There's a Tina Peters movie on election fraud. There's a link that's on Frank's speech. She's got a summary of the Great Reset pandemic video. It's on Rumble. There's an animated movie about the pandemic Great Reset, also on Rumble. And then there's another section underneath that where she's got, yeah, she passes out cards. She just goes and talks to people. What a patriot. Everybody go in the chat. Thank Gabby for her patriotism. She goes and strikes up conversations with people and has cards that she passes out. I mean, you're truly a gift. All of you are. Patriot Polywog, TK Phillips, Gabby. Where's my Canadian gal? Did she leave? PJ17. Yeah, we're all like magnets connecting together. God, I can't read this. Sunny Benora. Welcome in the chat. Yeah, it's like little magnets. We're like little crime spies magnets, all coming together. Well, I lost it. Where's my Canadian? I know it's on my thing. I'm old, I forget. Slicknard! Another new patriot from Canada. You're about... Oh, you're south of Pasadena. So my friend Lynn and I, Patriot Polywog knows who Lynn is. Lynn and I met each other when we were in our strollers, when we were little toddlers. And about right around the turn of the century, she moved to California and went to massage therapy school, met her now husband, Julian, and they own Namaste Therapeutic Body Works in Big Sur. And so, yeah, we've known each other. I used to spend the summers with my grandma. So starting at like age 6 or 7, I'd spend the summers with my grandma, and Lenny and I would run all over Minneapolis. We'd go up and down the Minnehaha Parkway and get our suicide blizzards at Dairy Queen, which if you don't know what that is, if you didn't grow up in the 80s or 90s, it's when you mix all the blizzard flavors together at Dairy Queen. It's called a suicide blizzard, or that's what we used to call it. Well, anyway, so going totally off the grid, Lynn and I next Friday, we're going to do a music Friday night live stream with cocktails. I hardly drink, so that should be interesting. After one, usually, well, anyway, it'll be interesting. So we're calling it 90s Club Music. Was it the shit, or are we full of it? Doesn't that sound like fun? It's only going to be on Rumble because Rumble doesn't get mad at me if I stream music like YouTube does. So that'll be fun. So for those of you still watching, wow, what a wonderful turnout over here on Crime Spies. We're just ending 6 weeks now, starting our 7th week on Rumble. So welcome. If you are new to the channel, make sure to look through the content I've posted. We also are doing a book club. I finished uploading Laptop from Hell by Miranda Devine, the audiobook for that, the other day. I've got the first 10 chapters of the Robert F. Kennedy Jr. book behind me, The Real Anthony Fauci. That book is 27 hours long, but I'm playing it at 1.2 speed, so it's about 22 hours. I only have 2 chapters left, so about, I think there's 4 hours left. So that's 16 hours are already up. So chapters 1 through 10 of the Fauci book are up. I uploaded the first 2 chapters of Red-Handed by Peter Schweitzer, which is corruption between the U.S. government officials and people, Biden's, and China. So as soon as I'm done with Fauci, I'm going to keep doing Red-Handed, and then I'm going to start Dan Bongino's book, audiobook, Follow the Money. The other books that I have in the hopper are The Great Reset by Glenn Beck, this book by Mark Levin, American Marxism. I forget now which other ones. And then there's a couple other books. Like I wanted to get Kash Patel's Government Gangsters, but Audible doesn't have that. And I get 1 book per month on Audible, but I actually had a couple credits saved up, which was a nice surprise. So there's that. Then on Tuesday, so for the live stream trials, I'm going to be doing Timothy Bleifnick's trial. He's the Family Feud contestant, former Family Feud contestant that has been indicted for the death of his estranged wife, Rebecca. He was on Family Feud. Steve Harvey asked him, "What's the biggest mistake you made at your wedding?" And he said, "Say I do." And now he's going on trial for the death of his now deceased spouse. They were estranged. So that starts actually on Monday, but Monday's jury selection, and I don't want to start it until opening statement, so that'll be Tuesday. I will do Tuesday in live time, and then subsequently after that, I'm going to do kind of the same template as Letitia Stalk, where I start like 3 or 4 hours late, and then we play it at 1.25 speed and skip-dee-doo-dah over all the breaks. And then hopefully next week in the morning, I'm going to start the Covfefe and Crime. It'll be like a 30-minute recap of some ongoing new criminal news. Could be having to do with who knows what. I mean, it's some of it's political crime, some of it's election crime, some of it's true crime, trials. And then next Thursday, last I heard, John Durham is supposed to be was invited by Jim Jordan to be on Thursday's subcommittee as a witness. So the subcommittee meeting from yesterday is also on my channel if you care to tune into that and watch it. So if you don't already follow me on Twitter, my political Twitter handle, or whatever you call it, that was banned, I guess, 2 years ago. So now I'm using my personal one, which is at Shanwa Pow, ShanWaPow. On Truth Social, I am MN Mom for Trump. That in the number 4. I think it's in my, where's the camera? Yeah, oh yeah, it's right here on the screen. So if you want to follow me there, as soon as we've got a verdict, I guess I'll be coming back. I mean, do you think it'll be today? What time is it? It's 5 p.m. my time, so it's 3 p.m. their time, so 2 hours. I don't know. What is everybody else doing? Do you think? Let's peruse. Holy cats, Badlands has 11,000. Well, they're just talking. I wonder if I'll ever have 11,000. I bet I will. We just got to put it in the universe. Right? Right, Patriot, Pollywog. TK Phillips. Where's my channel? Yeah, just think Patriot Pollywog and TK Phillips. Think in a few months, I'll have you guys as my co-hosts. That'd be awesome. You know, I can have guests on StreamYard. I think I can have up to 4. So if you're ever interested in turning on your webcam and being my sidekick on one of these live streams, you're welcome to. Patriot Pollywog, you know, Absurd Beats was on. He didn't have a webcam, but the audio comes through just fine. All it is like a link I send to your cell phone, and then you just turn on the webcam and give it like access to your microphone. I don't know. I'm still frightened. But we just make it work. Okay, so I think what I'll do is I will just shut it off. In like 20 minutes, Rumble will give me my they only give me 1 live stream, which is kind of hard to build a channel because like on YouTube, I think I have 10. So I can like schedule it ahead. So you can say, oh, look, tomorrow at such and such time, she's going to have chapter 11 of the Fauci book. Or, oh, look, on Monday, she's going to have, I might do the Brian Koberger Monday Zoom. He was just indicted by the grand jury. So there is a hearing on Monday for him. So and it's going to be on Zoom. So I was going to cover that. But like, how would you know? And then Rumble says, oh, email us and we'll give you some more. Or email us and ask for more live stream spots. Well, I did, and nothing has happened. I know. I'll harass them on Twitter. No, just kidding. Okay, so for now, I guess that's it. What a wonderful day it has been. Yeah, I don't know. Absurd Beats, he kind of disappeared. Monday is a holiday. Is it? I thought Memorial Day is a week from Monday. No, Monday the 22nd. Memorial Day is the 29th. Yeah, I was going to say, because I know the Bleifnick trial starts on Monday. And I know Koberger's hearing's on Monday. I'm like, wait, I think it's like a week from Monday. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. Absurd Beats, I'll send him a message. He's been real quiet the last couple weeks. He went down a rabbit hole kind of on during the king's coronation. And I'm not sure he's come out of it yet. Oh, in Canada, it's a holiday. Okay. So, I have I did fix the music on this, but it's still kind of funky. All right, so for now, I'm just going to cut it. So make sure to follow, like, and we'll see you as soon as we hear something. Okay? 10-4. Can I get an amen? Oh, and say a prayer while you're at it. Say a prayer the judge comes to his senses, although he's got some major crabby pants. All right, later, Gator.
Thank you so much for spending part of your day with me. If you enjoyed the content, please hit that like button. Share this video on your social media. Subscribe to our channel. Turn on those important notifications. Follow us on Twitter. This channel is new, so that means we work for free. Any support is most appreciated through Rumble Rants, Venmo, or Buy Me a Coffee. All links are in the description box below. I look forward to your next visit to Crime Spies. Thanks again so much and have a blessed day.